Hey, here to talk about something I've never heard anybody talk about, although I do make a lot of noise about it if you're participating in my 4-month upper register course or even just other lessons. It's the topic of embouchure encompassing everything here, or embouchure surrounding the lips, and the lips and the lip tissue itself being different and having a different kind of a strength. So most, actually maybe 100% of people think the embouchure is everything and the lips. And I used to think that too, until several events happened that caused me to think differently. There, in my opinion, is a big difference in the muscle fiber and the tissue in the red part of your lips here than the thicker muscles that surround your lips and your corners. And I want to talk to you about the difference and why you might want to explore increasing the strength of your lips in addition to your embouchure. Now, they're not totally separate. In other words, if you're going to be working on the strength of your lips, your corners and your embouchure will come into play. If you're going to be working on lip flexibility, lip slurs, and glissandos, things like that, your lip strength will get affected, and it comes into play. So they are interrelated, of course. But, for example, if you've ever had the feeling of playing for a long time, and you feel like your chops are kind of giving out on you, but you notice that you can still play, but it feels like your lips bottom out on the mouthpiece. They just kind of keep caving in. Part of that is, yes, the corners are getting fatigued here. They are getting fatigued. But the real reason that's happening is the muscle fiber here can no longer plump up and create that cushion that you need on the horn. Remember, if that cushion goes away, your range runs out, and so does your playing. In fact, that's the whole reason that we all have a maximum range, regardless of how high it is. Your high range actually quits when you're using the maximum amount of pressure, and you go that one step further and no more sound or note will come out. That's because you've stopped the vibration of your lips. And as a result, you have no more cushion left. You're like really jamming the mouthpiece on hard. Obviously, we want to have the strength in our lips, keep our lips puckered and plump when we're playing, not have them be all the way stretched out to where the pressure is cutting off all the vibration. So, how can you really tell the difference in lip strength? Well, I'm going to be posting another video I did quite a while ago. It's actually the second hardest technique of the 75 techniques in my course. Is the triple octave scale. The triple octave scale is actually done in one breath and has gone up and down in 3 octaves with no tonguing. What makes that so hard is you have to roll in your lips and your embouchure in real time, and you don't get the ability to cheat and re-attack and restart the tone with your tongue or with your breath. We all know if we go high and we take a breath or we tongue, that gives us a little bit of advantage to keep either going higher to make that higher note easier, right? But if you start low and only tongue one note and go all the way up, come all the way back down smooth and fluid, you have to have a lip strength to roll in your embouchure in real time. Rolling in your embouchure because you're actually contracting the space or the aperture to be able to speed up the air. That's one way that we get compression. So you have to be able to do that in real time. Yeah, your chops in your corners here may help out a little bit, but it's your lips doing the heavy lifting. And if you don't have that lip strength, you're not going to be able to get the most out of your playing and the smoothness and the ease of getting around the horn. So I'm going to be posting that video to further show the difference in lip strength and embouchure strength. Embouchure strength, as we all know, is when you're there's a lot of ways to demonstrate it, but basically when you're doing simple lip slurs. Okay, I felt, yeah, my lips are doing this, blah, 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 but I'm feeling most of the muscle contraction here. in the corners in the embouchure. And so as a result, if you're working on the old tried and true methods that you've heard from everywhere, on the forums, from past trumpet teachers, from current trumpet teachers, from your friends, from professionals that you may know or work with, the same stuff comes up all the time. Practice long tones, practice scales up an octave, try taking things up an octave, and lip slurs or lip flexibility exercises. Those are all great for building up your embouchure and your chops to a certain point. They won't really increase your range to your absolute potential. The reason why? Because it lacks that one awesome ingredient called momentum. And momentum combined with a plethora of techniques hitting you from all angles is what will really bring out the best in your playing and maximize your power and strength. So long tones, scales, practicing up an octave, and lip trills and lip slurs. You hear that all the time. In fact, go ask somebody right now, go to your local college or university and say you want to learn, you want to play higher, how can you do it? You're probably going to hear part of that or all of that and not much else. And that's only going to take you so far. It's not going to bring out your maximum and your best. So there are things that you can do to strengthen your lips. And there's a ton of things to do, but probably the most basic heavy lifting technique for pure lip strength is a simple free lip buzz. You got to be able to lip buzz. And now, here's the catch-22 about lip buzzing. If you, sorry about that. If you lip buzz too loudly or for too long of a time, you're going to really screw yourself up. So that's why a lot of people poo-poo lip buzzing, or they say, oh, don't lip buzz because it's not realistic to what we're doing on the trumpet. Lip buzzing is a tool, and it's one of the best tools to increase the lip strength. And you will find that if you do a little bit of lip buzzing and use that as to complement maybe your lip slurs, your lip trills, pedal tones, and other things that you're doing for the physical part of the horn, you're going to see better results and quicker results. That's just the way it is, because you're working on the one thing that most people don't work on, and that's actually this tissue here in the red part of your lip. Don't believe me? This is kind of gross, but go look at a cadaver. Go to your university medical school if they'll let you do it, or watch videos. You'll see that they can actually take the whole skin and your face comes off like a mask. It's actually really gross. But when you notice that the muscle fibers and the tissues here, pay careful attention. The tissue here is very feather-like, but this here is different. I would say almost kind of gristly-like. It's just a different kind of tissue. It's not the same tissue as the muscles that surround the lips. It just is what it is. It's science. It's anatomy. So back to lip buzzing. Now, but when you notice that the muscle fibers and the tissues here, pay careful attention. The tissue here is very feather-like, but this here is different. I would say almost kind of gristly-like. It's just a different kind of tissue. It's not the same tissue as the muscles that surround the lips. It just is what it is. It's science. It's anatomy. So back to lip buzzing. Now, there's a lot more stuff that you can do to increase the strength of your lips. Also, just a caveat that building lip strength is not really a do-it-yourselfer. People tend to find themselves in more trouble and playing worse if they don't have the help of someone who actually has been there and done it and over and over and knows what they're doing. The simple reason is because it's kind of a stealth technique, and so you can do it and feel great, and after a couple of days you just shot yourself in the foot. You feel like you can't play, you can't get a buzz out. Chances are you were probably lip buzzing in the car, or lip buzzing doing something, you weren't paying attention to the time, or you're buzzing way too loud. Some people have this logic. There is a logic to it. If I can buzz loud and buzz high, that's just going to make me that much better of a player, right? Wrong. If you buzz too loud and too long, you're just going to actually screw yourself up. You're going to numb all this in here and make it too stiff, and it's just not going to vibrate. As a result, your range is going to drop down lower. So, getting back into lip buzzing, you can do a couple different things. You can do scales and arpeggios, target different notes. I have a whole system that I use for lip buzzing in the upper register program, in the brass upper register program. And by the way, this is for all brass players. If you have to buzz your lips into a mouthpiece, regardless of what instrument that you play, this technique is viable for you. And the thing is, it's not just about going up, it's also about going down low. So, if I were to start on a concert B flat, buzz my lips, I would hope to be able to get down several octaves, nice and relaxed. That was actually a triple pedal C lip buzz. And when you get down there, I don't call it a true lip buzz, because if you notice what's happening is you have a lip buzz combo lip flap or lip flutter. But still, if you can make that triple pedal C or triple pedal B flat come out like that, that would be an octave higher on the double. You have to have some degree of flexibility to be able to do that. Another one would be to do what singers do. You know, when you hear singers go, ah, and they go down low, you can kind of do that on your lips. You hear that? Just kind of wean all the way down to pedal C, double pedal C, and then all the way down to triple pedal C. You have to have some degree of lip flexibility and lip sensitivity in this part, not just talking about here. We're not really working anything here. This is now all about the lips. This could be nice and pliable and flexible, strong. If your lips are screwed and they're too tight, they're too brittle, you're not going to be able to do what I just did. So you might want to try that. And by the way, that's a culmination of a lot of years of working on lip buzzing. And so you might, if you find yourself not being able to do that, you can get with somebody, or you can get with me. I tend to do a lot of lip buzzing techniques that will allow you to really maximize your potential. So you got to be able to go down, you got to be able to go up. I'm not playing this loudly or buzzing loudly. Just an easy lip buzz. Let me see if I can get a little bit higher. Okay, got a little chunk of the double C there. So think about it. If you're causing your lips to vibrate that fast, there is some lip tension. It has to be there, right? Let me show you what happens when there's no lip tension, because I've noticed there's a lot of professionals out there also teaching. They're trying to say use no lip tension. Here's no lip tension, okay? Get it? So when you hear people saying no, don't use any lip tension, that's no lip tension. You have to have some degree of lip tension. What they probably really mean is don't use too much tension, and that's kind of ambiguous, right? So just so you know, when you hear people say, well, you shouldn't have any lip tension at all when you're playing, it should be totally relaxed, totally effortless. No, because if you have no lip tension, it's this. There's no lip tension there. You're not going to get anything except for maybe some double pedal tones to come out. A little bit of tension. A little bit more. Just a little bit. And then let's see if I can get the next one to come out. There we go. That was quite a lot of attention, or a lot of tension to get that note to compress out. That was a double C on my lips. So, I hope this little talk about lip strength and corners, and we know the corners again. I mean, most people know about the embouchure and the corners because, you know, that's all you've ever heard about. That's pretty much all corner strength for me. My lips are doing a little fish movement, wah, 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 when I'm doing it, but I'm not really engaging a lot of musculature and a lot of tension, a lot of contraction of my lips. It's really, they're kind of moving in and out like a little fish movement when I'm doing the lip trill, but it's this here is doing the heavy lifting. And you already know about that, right? Lip trills, lip slurs, glissandos. So the whole purpose of this informative little tutorial is to hopefully open up your eyes to the possibility that there is a different kind of strength happening here in your lips. It's a different kind of strength, and it requires a different approach. You have to tackle it a different way, and you have to think outside the box and do different techniques. So when you build this and the strength of this along with this, wow. I mean, wow. Wait till you experience the results and that newfound strength where you can just really grip the mouthpiece and everything feels awesome. You got the cushion there, you got the lip pucker, and it just won't go away. You got lots of strength. In fact, one thing that I've noticed, in fact, when you hear me, I have to be honest with you, I haven't even played my horn today. I haven't. So the one thing about developing your lip strength is you have the feeling that when you pick up the horn, you're already kind of half warmed up. So I haven't warmed up today, but I know that I can still get on the horn. Now, really, I haven't warmed up. Just what you saw me do here. I'm at the college here. Just thought I would make this video. That's with no warm-up. And I attribute that to a good portion of the lip strength here. Because if I didn't have the lip strength in the thickened fibers in the cushion, it would have been like when I was a lot younger in high school. I could have never done that because after the high C, I would have been smashing my lips right into my teeth. It would have cut off the tone, regardless of how strong this was. So, I'm Kurt Thompson. I hope I open your eyes up to some new possibilities, thinking outside the box. And also, this is scientific. Do your homework. Check into the anatomy and musculature of the face, all this. Check into it, and you'll see that, yes, this is different. The muscle tissue and fiber is different in this little part here compared to around here. Go check it out for yourself. It's actually science. And the more you think about it, the more logical it does come across to maybe try to work your lips in a different way than you just work the whole embouchure. So I'm going to post up that video too, the one that demonstrates the real-time roll-in and roll-out of your embouchure, and that really highlights and depicts the lip strength more so than the embouchure. Yeah, you have to have, you know, strong corners to be able to do the triple octave scale, and there's no getting around that. You can't do the triple octave scale if you don't have the lip strength. So I'll put that up, and I'll probably talk a little bit more about that. But when you see that, try to do it in the range that you have for 3 octaves. Do it exactly like I demonstrate, and you'll find that if your lip strength is lacking, although you might be able to hit the high notes, you won't be able to do the triple octave scale because you won't have the lip strength to do it. If you'd like to find out more about how to improve the physical part of your playing, improve your lip strength. If you'd like to learn 75 techniques, that's just totally going to wow you and give you that aha experience. It's not a magic overnight thing or miracle pill. It does take a little bit of blood, sweat, and tears, and some elbow grease, and some of your time, and some of your money. But if you're willing to think differently and try something new, like so many other people, the momentum aspect of these techniques that I work and live with daily is just almost hard to put into words. It really is. It's amazing. So, you know my site, trumpetsizzle.com. You know my name, Kurt Thompson. And by the way, it's just lovely to be out here in gorgeous Arizona. And I'll just do a little pan around here. Isn't it wonderful? It's about the first week of August. And I did see a little moon. There's a little moon popping out. I just had to stop by today because it wasn't that hot. I think it was only about 100 degrees when I got here. It's lovely out. And you know what? I think I should probably come out here, and I might come back out here and play a couple things just for shits and giggles, and put them online, because the acoustics out here is great. You kind of get inspired by the scenery. It's lovely out here, and it was lovely talking to you guys too, being out here in such a nice area, and I hope I made sense. Hit me up at trumpetsizzle.com, or I'm on Facebook too, or YouTube. I'll see you there. Bye-bye. If only I had had Pat Hessian's Octavisor, I could have played the triple F. If anybody out there knows Pat Hessian, have him ring me up. I could have got that pesky triple F if I had that Octavisor that he uses. Anyway, you got a close-up of the embouchure going from first to line E up to triple E and back. Happy New Year. Okay, many of you have asked about the Bud Brisbois mouthpiece method, so I'm going to describe how I started off. I started off with French horn mouthpieces. Now I'm just barely up to a tuba mouthpiece. When I started, I did about 30 seconds to a minute a day, a couple times a week. Now I do between 5 and 10 minutes a day, 1 minute at a time, and taking a break, then another minute, then taking a break. I do that maybe once or twice a week. So 10 minutes twice a week with only a minute at one time. You start off with a French horn mouthpiece. You need a small towel so you can wipe your mouth out so you can grip it. The teeth are shut, and you actually clamp the lips down on the mouthpiece and let it hang. Wipe your mouth out. French horn mouthpiece. And you let it hang over just like that. And you might want to have a clock handy so you can time yourself, like for 30 seconds or a minute. Once you can get up to about 10 minutes once a week, doing a minute at a time with the French horn mouthpiece, then you would want to move up to the trumpet mouthpiece. Same thing. Wipe the inside of your lips and bend over like this, teeth shut. Grip that and do eventually 10 sets for a minute each. After that, you will get up to the trombone mouthpiece. This is kind of where I'm at right now for the most part. Trombone mouthpiece is kind of heavy. Again, you want to build up to 10 minutes, 1 minute at a time. You wipe your mouth out. Teeth shut. And the hardest one that I just started, which I can't really do now, and this is a big mama, is the tuba mouthpiece, and I can only do it for a second or two, but I'm still working on it. Eventually I'll get it. This thing is very heavy. You wipe your mouth out good. I can only do it for a second or two on the tuba mouthpiece. So there you have it. Start off easy. Start off with a light French horn mouthpiece, then trumpet, then trombone, and then if you want to get crazy, throw in a tuba mouthpiece eventually. And as you see, tuba mouthpiece is very difficult. It's best to start off light, a minute a week or 2 minutes a week at the most, and then build up. You can really screw your embouchure up if you try to do too much at one time in the beginning. Start off light, start off with less time, and gradually increase it. Never do more than 5 or 10 minutes a week. I would never do more than that. Never do it within a week of a performance. For example, if you have a Friday night performance, I wouldn't be doing any of these kind of exercises within 5 to 7 days before performance. You could really screw up your performance. This is a very potent exercise. It will make your embouchure tired. Take plenty of breaks and good luck. Keep on screaming. High range, upper register, and screaming on the trumpet. A few people can do it, most cannot. But most do have the ability to play high. They're just practicing the wrong things, or they're practicing too much of the right things. Listen to that again. They're practicing the wrong things, or they're practicing too much of the right things. There's a secret when it comes to mastering the trumpet and technique in the high register. Not only do you have to be able to play high, which is obvious, but you have to control it, be in tune, and be accurate. There are many different things you can do to increase your range, but it's about putting them together almost like a recipe and doing it just enough and not too much. That's some of the secrets for playing high. I'd be glad to talk to you in person about that. You can call me, you can send me an email, and we can go further. High range, upper register, try high lip trills and lip flexibility exercises. Try multiple tonguing techniques up in the upper register on scales. Double tongue, triple tongue, K-tongue, single tongue. So those are just some of the things that will help you to be able to play higher and play better and play more accurately. Hope to see you soon. Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson, trumpetsizzle.com. I wanted to give you a little bit of a direction when it comes to using the PETE, the P-E-T-E, Personal Embouchure Training Exerciser. And in this particular video, this is a free video, the advice that I have to give you is that the directions that you get with the PETE, regardless if it's a little plastic one like this, or you upgraded and you got the nickel silver, or you went way over and you splurged and you got the gold one. The directions give you two things to do, and I'm going to advise you not to do either of them, except for maybe a little bit of the second one. First, they give you a little variation on the old pencil trick. You know, you shut your teeth, you put this in between your lips, and you hold it. So this is too short, it doesn't have enough weight, and although you're going to be getting a little isometric contraction, and likely you're going to end up doing this isometric contraction too long, and what's going to happen is your lips are going to get stiff in here. It's good for the chops, yeah, good for that, but the lip tissue, which is a little different, if you ever look at a human body, especially like a cadaver, this tissue here in your lips is different than the feather-like muscles that surround. So this will be made stiff. You'll lose your flexibility, your tone will become airy, and you'll lose your accuracy by doing this. So ignore that when you get the PETE. Now, I have another thing that, at least in my program, that we substitute for that. But especially doing any kind of isometrical contraction for minutes at a time, or until you fatigue out, is really, really bad for you. So anyway, that's that. Now the other thing they told you is
I guess shut your teeth and put it in between your lips with the big end, like the nail part of it. Shut your teeth and then put your lips over the big flat head and pull. Now that's not too bad. I actually kind of like that. So I would say go ahead and do that. Now the purpose of this video is to really give you a heads up on how you can really get the absolute best out of using the peat. And I've spent quite a number of months, actually it's going into years now, and I've also had other students input on some really marvelous techniques that even I didn't think about. I mean, these are pretty interesting. So I want you to take a look at the description below, and there's going to be some links. One link is really cool. It's a link to my Facebook page for a brass improvement email series, and it's all free. So there's lots of free information there that will really help you. And I'm also going to include a link for the video tutorial that you can actually purchase for a nominal amount. And the tutorial will give you all the techniques, and I'll be demonstrating those techniques. You're going to be pretty amazed at some of the things that you can actually do with the peat, and I'll prescribe exactly how you're supposed to do the peat at that point. So thanks for checking out this video here, and you didn't have to pay anything for it. There is some good advice if you just follow it, but the real meat and potatoes of the peat and all the cool techniques that you can do with it that don't come in the directions that you got will be in my video tutorial. Just look down at the description and look for little hyperlinks, and you'll be able to figure it out. And my best for you with the peat, one word before we do anything. When in doubt, less is more when it comes to peat or any kind of isometric exercise that you can do. So if you're going to have to make an error or make a mistake, do it on the side of the minimum side, where less is actually more. So Kurt Thompson, TrumpetSizzle.com, TrumpetSizzle.com. See you there.
Okay, today we're going to be talking about the Roy Stevens, William Costello palming method. And we're not going to do the whole method. In fact, I don't even do it exactly like they do it. I've kind of tweaked it my own way. This is going to be the harmonic arpeggios, where you palm and you start on low C and work your way up. The Roy Stevens, William Costello is a method, but it also is an embouchure change, and we're going to be doing nothing about embouchure changes today. So if you've already downloaded some of their stuff, we're not changing embouchures. We're only using some of their techniques as a way to increase the flexibility in your chops and also your range. So today is going to be the harmonic arpeggios, and this particular tutorial will be instructing you how to do it. Now, for other instruments, I actually have had French horn players successfully do this, although it's a little bit weird, but they have to kind of hold it up with both hands. Trombone players so far have been able to do it, and I haven't had yet any euphonium players or tuba players. I don't even know if that would be possible. So I think right now it's safe to say that this works for trumpet, trombone, and French horn players, the way you're able to do it. So the main thing is you got your instrument, whether it be a French horn, trumpet, or trombone, and you're going to try to lay it in your palm and then put the horn up a little bit at an angle like this. So you got the mouthpiece on your chops just the way you normally would. Now notice my hand is kind of like a table or a plate. I'm not gripping anything like this. Your hand is actually stiff. It's like a shelf or a plate, and you lay the instrument on top, if you can. Now with a French horn you might have to use two hands to do it, maybe even bone, I'm not sure. But basically the bottom line is you don't want to curl your fingers or do any kind of gripping. So you're only allowing just the natural weight of the horn to be the only pressure that you're going to be able to have when you're playing. So that's number one. Now, I want you to maintain your same embouchure setting. So I don't want you to have your lower jaw move forward. I don't want you to slide your mouthpiece down. I want you to keep the same embouchure setting that you've been using. But we're going to use this particular method as a tool only. So it's great for no pressure. This happens to be one of the ones that I'm actually not the best at. I actually did change my embouchure temporarily to the Stevens and followed the whole method and did it. Wasn't really my cup of tea. I didn't really get the best results out of it. However, I do get pretty decent results out of just using this particular method. This particular technique rather. So let me just quickly explain how we're going to do this. We're going to start on the lowest harmonic open position note that you can get. So for trumpet players, that'll be low C. In open position, you can't go any lower unless you go into pedal tone range. For a trombone, that would be your first slide position note, and that would likely be, without going to your pedal tone range, I'm guessing that it's going to be that second line B flat in the bass clef staff. Because to go below that in first position, I think you have to hit pedal. So that would be your note. French horn players, I know that with the acoustics of the French horn might allow you to start a little bit lower, and but on the F side of the horn, let's just do it on the F side of the horn only and have you start on low C. So French horn players, treble clef, start on low C on the F side of the horn, so you won't be engaging the trigger. You can't because of the nature of this particular technique. So we go up the first three notes, and then the technique is you always start on the original note and keep the same setting. If you do get up high above the staff and then start, stop, or reset, well, it will enable you to get higher, but now you've just kind of defeated part of the purpose of the technique, which is starting at a wide aperture and rolling in. So yes, you can, for example, if you got the high C above the staff and then regrouped and restarted on the high C and went a little higher, you are going to be able to get higher, but we're not going to do that today. So I typically get up to, on trumpet, I typically get up to E's, sometimes double G's, the way I do it, because I'm not starting, stopping, and resetting. And you can watch some of the guys who are gurus with this particular method, and most often, once they get to high C, you'll see them re-attack the high C and then continue higher. What they've just done, of course, is they reset their chops and rolled it in. They create a smaller aperture, and that allows them to go higher. We're not going to do that. So the first three notes, starting on low C on trumpet, that would be concert B flat. I got it palmed. You notice there's nothing here that's gripping the horn. It's just a shelf. So we're playing about a medium forte to a forte level, not blasting, just filling up the horn. You notice that the only note that I tongued was the first note, and the other notes were slurred. So that would be your first series. Now you come back and start on the low C again, or the concert B flat, or for trombone, French horn, we've already mentioned what that start note for you would be. It would be the B flat for trombone, bass clef, that would be the low C for French horn. And now you keep adding notes. So here we go. I'm adding in another note now. I'll regroup, start again, and add yet another note. And regroup and add another note. Same thing, always going back down to the origin. Again, I'll probably go up one or two more here. And again. Statics and squeaks from the Roy Stevens, William Costello palming method. I'm Kurt Thompson, and this is a video tutorial on how to get started on the static and squeak part of their program. I've gone through their entire program, and I changed my embouchure even temporarily. And I could say that it wasn't really my cup of tea, and I didn't get a whole lot out of it, except for a couple of great techniques that will actually build your range and your flexibility. So they're definitely worthy of including in your routine, and that's what we're doing today. I will say that I don't encourage or even advocate you switching to the embouchure. I'm not even going to tell you about it today. We're only doing these techniques as I've tweaked them. So I've cherry picked these out of the Roy Stevens, William Costello palming method, and I've tweaked them a little bit my own way. So whatever you see here will probably be a little bit different than a Roy Stevens disciple would actually teach you. But I like how I do it, and I've liked the results that I've seen from students in my 4-month upper register course over the last 4.5 years. So this actually works the way I do it, so I encourage you just to follow this and not get distracted with other ways. So keep your normal embouchure setting. Keep that normal embouchure setting you're using. We're not going to be changing embouchure setting right now. We're using this as a tool to increase your range and your flexibility. These are the static and squeaks, the static and squeak technique that Roy Stevens and William Costello talked about. The name comes from squeaks, like you'd hear like any squeak, a door squeaking, a machinery squeaking. Static from like your air conditioner, central air or heating unit kind of makes that whirring kind of staticky sound. That's where it comes from. Here we're not going for a full-bodied sound as in the harmonic arpeggio. So if you haven't got that, the harmonic arpeggio tutorial, you definitely want to get that. It's like the kissing cousin of this one. There, in that particular one, we're going for a full sound. Everything sounds normal and you're going up harmonically in open position. Here we're not going to do that. Here we're actually going for altitude over a normal sound. So we're going to really back off on the air that we blow through. We're still trying to compress and make the air go through the horn faster, but we are definitely backing off on the air. We're starting much, much softer. In fact, the tone usually doesn't sound that great on this one. It sounds a little bit shrill, it's much softer. We are trying to go for altitude, trying to go high. So that said, we don't start low like we do in the harmonic arpeggios. We're going to start high, relatively high. So for most trumpet players, I think that you could probably start on G right above the staff on this one. French horn players, I would encourage you to at least start at possibly E, the 4th space E in the treble clef. And trombone players, let's have you start somewhere around, let's see here. It wouldn't be a bad idea to start somewhere around the B flat or D, right above the bass clef staff. You could start on the F, that would be great, but you choose B flat or D. D would be actually better, right above the bass clef staff, so that's where you guys need to be starting. And then if you have more of an advanced development of your embouchure, you definitely want to start higher. So I'll pick a couple of starting points and show you how it works. So just starting on G, this is concert F G on the trumpet. Of course, if you haven't had the other tutorials, what we're going to be doing is laying the instrument in the palm of your hand, but the hand doesn't allow any kind of curvature, so you can't really curve and pull the tubing in. So for trumpets, it's the easiest. You just lay the horn over and bring it up to your chops. The only pressure that you are able to get would be the weight of the horn. Trombone players, it's very similar. If it's too heavy, you could also use 2 hands, trombone players, like that if necessary. French horn players, you definitely have to use 2 hands. You're just not going to be able to balance it that well. So I've had trombone players, trumpet players, and French horn players go through the 4-month brass upper register course and successfully been able to do this one. I don't yet have any data on euphonium or tuba players, and I'm just going to go out on a limb that definitely tuba players, I don't know if that's even a go. I don't think it would be possible. I don't know. We'll see. And euphonium players, I don't have any experience with that yet either. Maybe at some point. But so for right now, it's just I'm talking to you if you're a trombone player, French horn player, or trumpet player. So starting on G, just a G right over the staff, and we're not going for a big full sound. Okay, I would call that 1 round, and I want you to do about 5 rounds of these, so you can rest in between each one. So basically 1 round is doing this in however long you go in one breath. Now that's if you're involved in my 4-month brass upper register course. If you're not, you could definitely stretch this out to a total of 10 of those. So that would be one round, and I would rest, flutter my lips, maybe wait 10 seconds and do it again. Maybe wait 20 seconds depending on how I feel. So now let's just pretend that you have a little higher range, and this time you're going to start on high C or high concert B flat. This would be if you're trumpet. For other instruments, you're going to have to transpose that. Okay, there we got to triple G at the very end. So we're going for altitude, folks. We're not going for sound. We're just going for altitude. Roy Stevens and William Costello believe that the harmonic arpeggios worked a certain set of muscles in your chops, and that the static and squeaks worked a different set of muscles responsible for playing the upper register. So I think that's why you see them paired up like that: harmonic arpeggios and the static and squeaks. You're kind of covering all bases as far as your embouchure development when you're doing that. And so the last one would be, you could start even a little bit higher if you wanted. Sometimes I just like shooting in the dark, but I just try to start high and go even a little bit higher. There we go. I don't know if you heard that, but it was just a little touch of a triple C at the end. Came out about quadruple piano. And so I kind of mix and match. Sometimes I'll start off, I usually don't start off on G. I will start off on either high C, the second one that you heard me do, or the last one that you heard me do. So I kind of alternate back and forth. I only do 5 of these, 5 rounds. And the reason is because I go through all 65 techniques in my course just about every day. It's a lot of techniques, it takes a lot of time, and I just don't have time to invest a whole lot on any one particular technique. So anyway, that is the Roy Roman, William Costello static and squeaks. And for a quick review, remember we're going for altitude over sound. So you want to be soft. These are not going to be normal notes you would be playing anywhere in any kind of ensemble. So they don't really sound that good. They're very soft. They're very squeaky. They're not really in tune. We're not going for that. We're going for altitude only. We're trying to go as high as we can, soft. And remember, you got your horn. You're not curving your fingers. You're laying the horn right in the palm of your hand. Palm of your hand. And you're only using the weight of the horn only comes at an angle. And that's all the pressure you get, folks, just the weight of the horn. So trombone and French horn players who might have a slight advantage, obviously, because the weight of your horn is more, will give you maybe just a little bit extra ability on this particular technique. All in all, when you factor this in, you got the static and squeaks, the harmonic arpeggios, the 2 isometric techniques, plus the pencil exercise. It really is a super combination to energize your range building and endurance enhancement routine. I would definitely encourage you. Just to repeat, this one here, if you happen to get the entire Roy Roman, William Costello video tutorial package that I have, which would have all of them, you could allocate between 10 and 20 minutes per day for all these techniques, if you really like them. If you're in my course, don't do that. I want you to keep it at where I told you originally. So if you're involved in my course watching this particular tutorial, I want you to keep all the Roy Roman and William Costello palming techniques between 6 minutes and up to 10 minutes a day, and no more than that. Simply because you have so many techniques that are going to be piled on top of you. You don't want to be doing this, overdoing this, or be overkill. So I'm trying to think of anything else I can tell you about this one. I would just encourage you to use all the Roy Stephen and William Costello tutorials I have, because they kind of all go together. They all kind of dovetail nicely. But if you need to start off one by one, then no problem. Go ahead and do this one. But do look at the other ones. They are important. They do work together to make your goals happen quicker. So anyway, this has been my tutorial about the William Costello, Roy Stevens tutorial. It's Kurt Thompson's way of tweaking some of their material. And I know that if you invest time on this, it won't take that long to start seeing results. Give it a couple of weeks, and you will start to kind of have that feeling of surety and strength here when you go to play, especially in the upper register. So don't forget, it's trumpetsizzle.com. You can always go there and click on the products page. I have a ton of video tutorials right now stretched all across the board from all kinds of techniques, and I know that they'll help you as well. So trumpetsizzle.com. I'm Kurt Thompson. Catch you next time.
Hey, we're going to talk about pedal tones today, and pedal tones that will actually open up your sound. So if you have a small sound, an airy sound, a weak sound in any register, and if you're watching my videos, it's likely that you're probably thinking that you have a small or a weak sound or a pinch sound in the upper register. There's a cure for that, or at least there's one cure. There's probably more than one cure, obviously, but you might want to pay particular attention to the fourth tier of pedal tones. So if you've taken my courses before, you know that I've kind of delineated the pedal tones into 5 different tiers. And the fourth tier of the pedal tones is the tier of pedal tones that tends to concentrate on opening up your sound. You'll notice that in order to play the fourth tier, you can't use the same embouchure setting exactly as you would if you were playing middle C or low C up to middle C and above. You'll notice that you have to drop your jaw down a little bit more, and your lower jaw kind of jets out a little bit, and the mouthpiece will slide up a little bit more on the top lip. So I'm speaking to trumpet players, some other brass players. You can kind of configure this for your own instrument. But for trumpet players, the fourth tier starts on double pedal C, and it goes down to double pedal B, double pedal B flat, double pedal A flat. Now here's where you got to pay attention. Double pedal G must be fingered like this. Don't cheat and play it open. And the last note in tier 4, the pedal tone would be the double pedal F sharp or G flat. Must be fingered 1, 2, and 3. Don't cheat and do that. You want to focus on playing these as loud as possible because you're developing the muscle tissue and the stabilizing muscles to keep your aperture open with a loud sound. Now, if you practice this every day, you'll start to notice that you're able to play with a slightly, almost microscopically, slightly open aperture in the other registers. And I say slightly because it's barely noticeable. But that slight increase in your aperture is going to get more air in there, a little bit slower moving air, but you're going to have the chops to contain it, and you're going to get a better sound. It's just science and mathematics, right, folks? So there's a lot of ways that you can get down into the fourth tier, and just for time's sake today, I'm just going to give you the simple version. You could do a scale down to it. You could do, I'll just give you an example. A scale would be, if I started on low C, that would be arriving at the double pedal C, the first note of the fourth tier. You can do the arpeggio. And today we're just going to do octaves. That's the simplest way. In fact, if you're not used to doing pedal tones at all, you might just want to do octaves. The reason is because it gives you the test pitch. You're going to be able to keep that in your head to be able to go down to hit the pedal tone. As you already know, pedal tones are not real notes on the horn. They don't really exist. They exist in the strength of your lips and the strength of your embouchure. After all, the lowest natural note that we can play is concert E or low F sharp, right? G flat. It's the lowest natural acoustically on the horn. So anything else below that is a manipulation.
by your lips and your embouchure and even in your tongue arch or lack of tongue arch and your air. So, and then some other people would say that it's just one glorified lip bend. At any rate, it's the fourth tier that's going to open up your sound. So the reason I'm telling you that is because some people think practicing long tones in the low register forever and working your way down chromatically will open up your sound. I'm convinced that that won't open up your sound. It'll make your tone better, because tone comes from tone. So if you're doing long tones, your tone will improve. The quality of the sound will improve, but the big and the fullness and the power of your sound, I don't think will. You will improve your tone by doing that. So if you've been doing that for your tone, don't stop. If you need a bigger sound in all registers, this is what you need to be doing. So we're going to do octaves. Remember, I just gave you a couple different ways to get down there, but we're just going to do octaves. So we can start on low C. Big breath. Notice that the mouthpiece, my normal settings here, it kind of came up a little bit, and my lower jaw kind of came out just a little bit like a bulldog. So I'm not using my normal mouthpiece and embouchure setting. I mean, it's close, but you do have to vary it. So for people that have tried to get down into the fourth tier and maintain their low C embouchure, you might be doing that, right? And find that you can't do it. The reason is you can't maintain your lower, your normal plain embouchure, even a low register embouchure for tier 4 notes. You have to adjust your embouchure. So let's go down to B. Okay. Really buzzes out your lips pretty good, and I'm definitely using a wider aperture to get that. I like to rest a little bit in between these, sometimes up to 30 seconds, depending on how I'm feeling, maybe even a minute. But for today's trumpet lesson here, we're just going to go through a little bit quicker than normal. However, you should have made a note for yourself. You're going to go through those slower because you're going to be adding in the rest. So try to put 30 seconds between each one of these as a break at a minimum. So we're on a B flat. And the next one I'm going to try to get really close so you can see what's happening. By the way, they don't get easier when you go lower. They get harder, especially the last two, G and G flat, are pretty tough if you play them with the right fingering. So here's A, low A. And rest a little bit. And go down to double pedal A flat. We're still in tier 4. These are tier 4 pedal tones. Go A flat. You're really trying to get this all relaxed. Very responsive. And I can feel it working right now. Okay. So I'm going to go on to the two hardest of these, which would be G. And sometimes this is like rolling the dice if they're going to come out just perfectly like the other ones. So here we go on G, double pedal G, tier 4, and you must finger it 1 and 3. Okay. That's tough. So I'm going to rest a little bit longer because just by doing this, I can already tell it's kind of taxing on my chops. I've played quite a bit today, so I can already feel it. You wouldn't think that it would really do that, right?
It does. So you're going to have to try this to believe it, be a believer of it. But okay, I'm going to rest a little bit longer. I can really feel it here in my chops. Tingling, the vibration is making a tingling feeling here in my lips. Kind of tingles, more so than fatigue, but the embouchure that's surrounding my lips here is, I can really feel it being used and kind of fatiguing out. Let's try the lowest one. This is the hardest one in my opinion. Low G flat, F sharp, or this is actually double pedal G flat, double pedal F sharp, the last note of tier 4. That actually came out just textbook perfect. So, like I said, sometimes it's like Russian roulette. You never know what you're going to get on those low ones. But anyway, I'm glad that it was able to come out pretty good for this demonstration here. So after you do that, you could rest and then come back and play the normal parts of the horn. I just feel like the tone is really big, really brassy, really powerful. I can just feel it, the difference right there. Now, you may not be able to feel an instantaneous change and difference when you go to play in the normal register, but it will happen for you. So if you've been doing long tones to increase your power and open up your sound, not so much. It will actually make your tone better. So if you're doing that to make your tone better, great. If you already feel that you have a pretty decent tone and you want to focus on opening up that sound so you can really put a lot of power there without things shutting down, without getting a pinch sound, or without getting a very weak, anemic sound. And a lot of times for brass players that happens when we go where? Yeah. So this will definitely do the trick for you. It's just one in the bag of techniques I got. So let's recap. We're talking about tier 4 pedal tones, and this is for trumpet. If you play another instrument, you can figure it out for yourself. Tier 4 pedal tones, those are doubles, and you must use the correct fingerings on those last two. So try this for about a week, and notice if you begin to have this more opened, bigger, brassier sound in all the registers, not just the upper register. So I'm Kurt Thompson, and click down in the description below and I'll put a hyperlink for my website in case you're interested in more information on some of the other tutorials that I have in my big courses. I've got the 16-week course and the lead trumpet course and a bunch of other stuff. So hope you have a good day. Bye-bye. Hey, I'm Kurt Thompson, here to talk to you about the 3 known ways that most trumpet teachers and brass teachers would tell you how to increase your range. And in some videos you may have heard me kind of disrespect these a little bit, and that would only be because you've tried these 3 ways, yet you keep trying these 3 ways to really bring out the most amount of range. The 3 ways I'm going to talk about are the main themes and concepts behind your beginning range building and endurance increases and improvements. And this is what you're going to probably hear when you go to most instructors for private lessons, and maybe even on the internet forums. So this will get you actually a little bit of a ways. If you don't have any range at all or any endurance, you at least be making sure you're doing these. And that's why I'm giving these away for free, because it's something that you at least have to start at this point. It will only take you so far. So once you use these techniques and only get to a certain level, and you can't really seem to get beyond that, that's when you have to come to me in my course, the 16-week upper register course, and add another 3 or 4 notes to your range. But this will get you a little bit of a jump start, and might as well do it if you haven't been doing it. A lot of you watching this video will have already undoubtedly heard about these and have already been doing it, and then you're watching this to see if you can increase your range past that, but this won't help you. So you do these 3 until you reach a certain level where you plateau off, and you're not going to be able to break that barrier. You're going to have to do something different. And in this particular case, doing something different, I'll put my website address, would be taking a momentum-based course to really supercharge your range and endurance. But anyway, let's get to these
these three known mainstream techniques. Number one, long tones. You go to any trumpet teacher around the world, any college, university, you ask about playing and increasing your range, they're going to tell you long tones. It could be in the form of pedal tones. F, pedal F. Or the harder range would be tier 2, would be your pedal Cs. C. So any kind of long tone, even in the regular lower middle register. Or and on and on and on. You can go down chromatically there, you can go up. So long tones, there's just too many to even list here, but I just gave you some examples. Long tones will help out your range and endurance. Also, a good tone comes from practicing tone studies and flow studies. Remember, tone, a gorgeous, big, beautiful, brassy tone that you can almost just reach out and grab. You just kind of get that feeling that when you hear someone play with a great tone. That comes from tone. So you want better tone, it comes from tone, long tones. Alright, let's move on to the second one. So the first one was long tones. And you can include pedal tones, and there's just a whole myriad of ways to do long tones. But you got to be making sure that you incorporate some kind of long tone study in your practice. As far as how much to do it and what to do, that's where people like us come in handy, because we need to hear you play and get a feel for where you're at, and then we could better prescribe the right long tone study for you. Second thing would be lip flexibility studies. And the lip flexibilities are broken down into three parts: glissandos, lip trills, and regular lip slurs. So you need to have that incorporated into your practice as well if you're trying to increase your range and endurance. Obviously, lip trills would be a very fast oscillation between two notes. G, start on G with a staff. Or it could be lower if your range is then high. Let's do a C. C to E. And that's an example of lip trill. Of course, there's a lot of different books out there that have all kinds of interesting exercises to do your lip trills on. My favorite right now, my favorite right now is Dr. Charles Colin Advanced Lip Flexibilities for Trumpet. It's a big red book with white lettering. I swear by that book. I love that one. So there you have it. So lip trills. The second part of lip flexibilities would be your glissando. In fact, I remember reading Roger Ingram's book, and if my memory serves me correctly, he really swore by practicing one octave glissandos. I think that's his claim to range fame, if I remember what he said in his book. Now, don't quote me perfectly back, because I read it a long time ago, but he really swore by one octave glissandos. So, and you're probably going to want to do them where at least you reach out of the staff, like A, or even high C. And then you can start at an octave. And then you could expand it to, well, if you wanted to go to like 3 octaves. Low A. So that's your glissandos. The third and final way, as far as lip flexibility is concerned, just basic lip slurs, easy for me to say. So you get it around the horn, and you're trying to be clean and precise with your lip slurs. Something as simple as this. Or even simpler. Get the idea. Lip slurs. Okay, so far we discussed long tones in their various formats. Lip flexibilities, which are broken down into 3 parts. There's only 3 ways that you can get around on this horn without using these
and without using that. And that would be the glissando that we just talked about, lip trills, and lip flexibilities or lip slurs. Actually, lip slurs would be part of the lip flexibilities. And now the third way that most trumpet teachers would tell you or advise you on how to be able to increase your range would be able to take something up an octave. The first thing that comes to mind, if you're more of a beginning or intermediate student, probably intermediate, or you simply just don't have that good of a range and you're hanging around G's above the staff, and you're still a good fourth away from even the beginning upper register, which starts at IC, I would at least have you work on scales and arpeggios up an octave. If you're used to practicing the C scale, and you kind of staying around that range, you want to start giving it a go an octave higher, even if you have to go slower. Or arpeggios. If you're used to being in that range, try to see if you can squeeze it out an octave higher. Those are some examples there. Of course, you don't have to just stay on the C major. We're talking about anything from a chromatic. Chromatics, arpeggios, scales, you name it. And then you can finally go to little tunes. They could be classical little things out of the Arbans, jazzy ones, anything that you've ever played, you could try to take it up an octave. Something simple like this. Take it up an octave. Okay, that was Sesame Street. So I'm just doing this off the cuff. You know, I didn't have any set list that I'm going off for this particular video tutorial. But anyway, this is gold. If you haven't already been doing this and you want to skyrocket your range and your endurance, this is a no-brainer, folks. You got to be doing at least the three things that trumpet teachers around the world would tell you to do, even if they really can't play that high in the upper register or they don't specialize. They're going to tell you these three things. What were they again? Long tones in all their various forms. Number two, lip flexibilities, and there's only three ways we can get around the horn lip flexibility wise: lip trills, right, glissandos, and lip slurs. And finally, the third thing is to start just getting the courage and being confident and take some stuff up an octave. It could be your band part in 8th grade band if you're an 8th grader. It could be some little licks that you've learned. It could be scales, chromatics. Just start with the idea like, hey, let me just see if I can take this up an octave. So, I'm Kurt Thompson. My site is www.trumpetsizzle.com. You can email me at kurt@trumpetsizzle.com. Now, you're going to use these techniques, and they're going to take you a little bit of the way up. But you're going to find at some point you get stuck. Everybody gets stuck, and that's why they come to me or other people that teach and kind of focus on the power side of the horn, the physical part, the volume, the tone, the sound, the range, the endurance. So anyway, I hope that you got a little something out of this. And if you already knew this, great, it was a review. And then go get my course. Come on. You want to get another 4 or 5 notes? I know you do, right? Bye-bye. Hi, welcome to this lead trumpet lesson series where we're going to be talking about the 3 lesser known skills that you really must have. And actually, interestingly enough, these are the 3 skills that tend to scare away a lot of people from playing lead trumpet. So, and I'm even talking about people that have range. And to some extent, we could also put in the mix lead trombone, although at least one of these techniques would not so much apply to trombone, but lead trombone, that is. But 2 out of the 3 would apply to lead trombone. So I might even put lead trombone in the description there. But they're the obvious things that you need to have, and we're not talking about those today because it's very obvious for you, right? If you're going to play lead trumpet, you have to have an incredible high range.
Okay, you can have all the style that you want in the world, all the phrasing that you want in the world, and all the technique that you want in the world, and the greatest sound. Wow. Guess what? It doesn't mean squat to play lead trumpet if you got all that, but no range. Sorry. So that's number one. We're not going to be talking about that because that's an obvious one. When people think of lead trumpet or lead trombone, they think, wow, stratosphere, upper register stuff, high range, high notes. So we're not going to talk about that. We're also not going to talk about power today because that is a very widely known skill that a lead player would have to have, either trombone or trumpet. They'd have to have tremendous power and strength. The other thing is lasting ability, endurance. So those are the three main things that people tend to know about or make assumptions about when it comes to the lead chair, lead trumpet chair, lead bone chair. But there's three other things that are lesser known and less talked about. And we're going to be talking about those in this lead trumpet series. This is the first installment. I'm making each of these kind of nice and short and sweet. So you can check out one and then try to apply it. If you're actually looking at doing lead trumpet or lead trombone, try to apply it to your own situation. And then if you look down in the description at the end, I'll have a link to my lead trumpet introductory stylings course. And that's a fantastic course. I should also put down a link for plain and simple jazz articulation. That's probably one of the most important things that you need to have regardless. If you don't know how to articulate the jazz style, you could be hot dogging on double C's and it's just going to sound god-awful. So I might put two links of something that you might be interested in. Learning how to actually articulate jazz so you sound jazzy and so you don't sound like a classical player or someone from a brass band. So you sound like you've been in a big band, a commercial band, or a jazz band. So I'll put a couple of those links down in the description, so look for those while you're watching this video. But the first thing that scares people off, in fact, I might have to even think of a different title. These are three things that really scare people off. The first thing that scares people off at playing lead trumpet, and to a lesser extent lead trombone, is the fact that it occurs to the player that they are playing a solo. So if you haven't actually taken a stab at playing lead trumpet or lead trombone, do take a stab at it if you already have the range. And what you will experience is a certain amount of fear and intimidation. Everybody hears you when you play lead trumpet. Everybody hears what you do good. Everybody hears what you do bad. And oh yeah, they certainly hear when you screw it up and hit the wrong notes, come in early, come in late, play out of tune. So that's the first thing that we're talking about today. Again, this little tutorial and lead trumpet lesson is going to be short and sweet, so it's not going to be too long-winded. But you need to start thinking about that if you're interested in playing the lead chair. You're going to stick out a lot more, and the lead trumpet player, it'll seem like you are the only one that's heard, especially once you start to get above high C. And if you have the power and the range already, which you should, you will feel, and others will notice that. It sounds like you're playing a solo above the band. It really does. So that scares and intimidates people. And they walk into the section with trepidation. So some things to kind of get over that would be, number one, you got to at least force yourself to play some lead. Maybe you can, if you have an existing lead trumpet player, if they're nice enough, and every trumpet player, you know what I'm talking about. Some lead trumpet players don't want to give up any of their charts, and they kind of hog it all. Others are a little bit more generous, and so if you have a lead trumpet player in the band that you play in, if he seems like the kind of person that's easygoing enough, you might ask him, could I try, sitting in on playing lead on a couple of the easier parts that maybe you want to save your chops on. And he or she may actually say, yeah, why don't you take lead on whatever, all of me, or whatever, or wood chopper's ball or something like that. So you got to start somewhere. So that would be number one. You actually have to do it, and you got to feel what the lead chair feels. And so many armchair quarterback lead players all day long that have never even played, never even sat in the lead chair. And they critique over and over and critique harshly the lead trumpet player that's playing on a particular tune. And they have no idea, no clue what it really entails to be in that particular spot. So that would be one idea for you to start thinking about. If you have aspirations to play lead trumpet or lead trombone, you will have to develop a super amount of confidence, tons and tons of confidence. You are going to be heard over everybody else in the band, guaranteed. Okay, another way to do that would be to start taking solo opportunities unrelated to lead trumpet. For example, you could volunteer in your church, couldn't you? Certainly you could. Play something during the offering. If you don't go to church, find a church that will allow you to play a little bit. You'll be surprised getting up in front of 300 or 400 in the congregation and playing Come to Jesus in whole notes. That will actually help you out. Get in front of the audience and being heard like that. Amazing Grace or anything else. Or just, playing along with the choir when they're singing some of the hymns. So that's one thing that you can do. Actually, that's two things now. You're in the band, you're going to ask the lead trumpet player if he'll throw you a few bones. And the second thing is church. You don't have to be a devout Christian or whatever. You're going to find a church. Tell them that you would like to offer some solos for their for the offering where they collect money for the church, or maybe it could even be at a special event or a youth group or a prayer night, whatever. So that would be number 2. Number 3 would be to go to the busiest part of your city. And I realize for some of you, you live out in rural areas, so that this might not be totally applicable. But you could still make it work. Even if you live in Dixon, Tennessee, you could still find a little congregation of stowers, even if there's only 4 or 5. And what you're going to do is you're going to have memorized a couple of solos and licks, and you're going to go outside, whether it's 20 degrees below zero or whether it's 100 degrees. You're going to play for approximately 15 to 20 minutes under the scrutiny of passerbys and people wondering what the heck that you're doing. When I was preparing some of my Maynard Ferguson tributes, that's like a death march right there. I mean, it's so easy to screw up when you're playing, way above double G's. So what I did was, since I live near San Francisco, I went right to Union Square, and I would get on a corner, and there's actually a couple players that play that way anyway. They collect tips, saxophone players and a bass player. I think there was a trumpet player there one time. I got up there on one of these, it's not really a statue, but it's like a big square pillar. It's about 4 feet off the ground. I got up there, and I just started going through some of my Maynard solos, and then I put some other stuff in there too. I played Flintstones, and When I Saw Kids Go By. And you're talking about a very, very populated and busy area. And you feel it. You're up there, and everybody's walking by and staring at you. Some people are happy, some people aren't. And anyway, and you might even get some tips, but that's not why we're doing it. You're doing it to expose yourself and to hear your sound, get used to hearing your sound sticking out there. You're going to have to be able to get used to that and have that kind of confidence, or you're just not going to be able to do the lead trumpet chair or the lead trombone chair. Okay? So let me see if I can think of one other idea that you could do. Oh, recording yourself like I'm recording now. I'm always surprised how hesitant people are to record themselves. Even, there's been several hundred people that have gone through my big 16-week upper register course, but if you look on my playlist, there's only 50, 60 players that have recorded a video. So you might be wondering what happened to the other 100, 150. A lot of people just can't stand the thought of recording and then listening and watching themselves. Can't stand it. So this would be maybe tip number 3 for you on this one. I'm recording this on my phone, and I'm sure you've got a smartphone, and if you're an older generation person and you don't, borrow your kid's phone or your grandkid's phone and have them help you do it. You need to play a couple different things and watch yourself do it. That'll get you more at ease at being more in the limelight, hearing yourself talk and watching yourself on video. So that's an excellent idea that I just came up with. Also, you'll find that the pressure's more on, especially if you're going to play. If you're being recorded, you're going to find that it's a little bit more difficult to be precise and execute flawlessly on your horn. And the reason is because, of course, the camera doesn't lie. It picks up everything. Even little blips, little spias, things out of tune, wrong phrasing, chips. I mean, it picks it all up. Sometimes we tend to overlook that when we're just by ourselves in a practice room. Anyway, so you got some really good ideas. This is part one. There's going to be 2 more installments, and the next 2 installments do get a little bit more hands-on as far as listening and playing, and I think I'm going to chime in there and do a little playing too. So 3 skills, 3 techniques that are not talked about that much, but scare the bejesus out of a lot of potential lead trumpet and lead trombone players to sitting in that chair. So I hope this helped you out. Really think about it, and in addition to thinking about what I just talked about, go out there and do it. I'm Kurt Thompson, and my site is trumpetsizzle.com, and look for some of those links down there. I'll see you in the next installment. Bye-bye. Thanksgiving 2015. You know, over the years, I've given you lots of little free tidbits on everything from lead trumpet playing to ultimate technique on the horn to improving your range and endurance, and some different tests along the way. And here are pretty interesting tests I'm going to give to you today, actually 2 of them. And for those of you who don't have spectacular upper register and endurance, this should be an eye-opening experience, because you don't have to play high to figure out whether you got chops or not, whether you got strength or not. But if you can't play high and you don't have great endurance, these will illuminate that matter right now without even having to play high. The first test is the Bill Adam lead pipe buzzing. Now, we all know, I'm assuming that most of us know, and a lot of this is directed to professionals and advanced players that have been around the block, that Bill Adam had a whole series and routines of playing the horn in many different ways, but especially without the lead pipe to improve your sound. So a lot of times when you play without the lead pipe, you can get a bigger sound, more resonant sound, a more focused sound, and I actually use that in my routine almost every day. Now, if you have a normal trumpet with a normal tuning slide, when you pull it out, you probably will naturally play an F. If you have a reversed tuning slide like mine, or they call it a reverse lead pipe, whatever you want to call it, I'm not a horn builder, but the note will naturally come out an E. So we take it out like that. Let's just see what it is. Let's put it back in and see if it was an E or an F or whatever it was. It should be an E. I'm going to play an E here just to see. Yeah, it's an E. So if you have a reverse tuning slide lead pipe, it's going to be an E. If you have a typical box strad, whatever, without that incorporated into your horn, it's probably going to come out an F. Now, when you try to go much above the F, regardless of what horn you have, it'll seem like the notes are not there at all. It's very, very difficult. And one way to ascertain whether or not you have massive, powerful, strong, flexible, resilient chops is to try to target some of those notes that typically would not be part of the lead pipe buzzing from Bill Adam. So, for example, what if I were to play an A? You guys can try this right now. You don't have to be able to play double Z. You can try it right now. I'm going to play an A on the horn. I'm going to take out the tuning slide. Here it comes. A. Could you do that at home? Could you? And mine was loud and relatively focused.
Now, if you could do that, you likely have been working the Villatum for quite a bit. You got great chops, great flexibility. You're probably even above most advanced trumpet players. You might be a professor, you might be a lead trumpet player, maybe you're a principal in an orchestra somewhere around the world, I don't care. But if you couldn't do it, it's not because you don't have talent. Do you think it takes talent to do that? It does not take any talent in the world at all. It takes flexibility and powerful chops. For those of you who are not English speakers, that means a strong, powerful embouchure muscles around your lips. That's what it takes. That's test number one. So again, you don't have to be able to play double C's and scream like Maynard Ferguson to do this test. Now, if you can't do that, that means you need to be working on your chops, right? I mean, can you think about it? Especially for those people who say, oh, I don't want to be that high note guy. I don't want to play high notes and hangover and be that out. Well, if you can't do this, it's not about high notes, is it? It's about your lack of embouchure strength, so quit rationalizing it. You don't want to play high notes, fine, but if you don't have a strong embouchure, you ain't going to be playing much of anything. I can tell you that. And you're not going to be able to play that long. That's test number one. Test number two. And this can be made to be very, very difficult, but for right now, we're going to make it easy. This is kind of also a test of mouthpiece pressure. So if you're using an extreme amount of pressure, even on something as simple as a second line G, you won't be able to do this. Now, I expand this particular test and technique way out for people who get in my course, but for right now, we're going to keep it simple on a second line G in the staff. If you can't do this test, again, the light bulb should go off in your head that something is not right, something is not developed, something that you need to start doing. Quit rationalizing about why you don't like high notes. We all need the extra range. If you play in a community concert band that goes up to A, B, and high C with a staff, your range should be F and double G, so you can play that easily with a good tone, with lots of endurance, with lots of power. It's not about the high notes in itself. It's about what that extra cushion does for your playing. You have a double G, but when you go to your community concert band or brass band or wind ensemble, you only have to go up to high C. Hey, it's going to be a cakewalk. It's going to be fun. You're not going to use too much mouthpiece pressure. You're going to be able to play all day. You're going to love it. So get the idea about being Mr. High Note guy and that obnoxious guy that maybe you didn't like in high school. Get that out of your head. This is about making life better and more fun for you as a trumpet player, brass player. Okay, lick your lips. Lick the mouthpiece if necessary. Second line G. Watch what we're going to do. Could you do that? Could you do that? On these two techniques and tests, there's no rationalization about why you hate high notes. Either you got chops and flexibility and can do this, or you need to do some serious shedding. Do these techniques require any talent whatsoever? Zero, nada, zilch, none, no talent. It requires a flexible and powerful embouchure. Flexible, powerful embouchure to be able to do what I just did. No talent. So don't sucker yourself into thinking, well, I don't have the talent. He could do it. He's got talent. I don't. No, that's a cop-out. That's an excuse. That's a rationalization. So in this particular trumpet lesson for you, get rid of all those rationalizations and excuses. Well, he can play high notes, but I can't. I don't like high notes. I don't want to be that. out. Quit it. Stop it. And take these 2 tests. If you can't do what I just did here, put away the excuses and buckle down and start working. And most of you won't know exactly what to do or how to do it because you need to be coached. Why are there coaches in professional athletics? Those professional athletes know how to do what they're doing, right? But why are they there? Think about it. Why is some guy in the NFL star quarterback, but yet there's still a coach on the sideline coaching the whole team and even coaching that quarterback? Think about it. So you need someone to coach you on this, someone who knows how to do it, been where you are, and been where you and is where you want to be. Easy for me to say. So go back and rewind this. Try to do it. If you could do it, great. Chances are you don't have too many problems in life when it comes to playing the horn. If you cannot do these relatively easy, you know what to do, right? You got to seek out someone to help you gain what you need to know. I'm Kurt Thompson. You already know my site, trumpetsizzle.com. And for this Thanksgiving weekend, I plan on putting up some really attractive discounts for a lot of my courses. I suggest that you take advantage of them, or you can go back to your practicing your Arvids and your Clark and your jazz standards and your etudes and your concertos and your orchestral excerpts and still be the same old player this time next year. What are you going to do? Bye-bye. Hey, did you just get braces on? And now you're a freshman in the marching band, or maybe you're a junior in the marching band, and you play trumpet, French horn or trombone. You know, those, especially the trombone, that's a little bit easier if you got braces. French horn is even harder, but French horn, you're typically not trying to get up into the, the loud crashing waves of sound that the whole marching band trumpet section might have to do. So, is there a way to get yourself back to where you were, maybe even better, without crushing your lips into those barbed wires of your braces on your teeth? Yes, there is. For many, many years now, more than a decade, I've been using this one awesome technique. I guess it's a little known technique because I don't hear about other people doing it. Extensive practice in the tier 2 range of pedal tones, using your tongue arch like you would if you were playing above the staff. So I guess it's not common knowledge. If you want to get back to where you were, trumpet guy or trumpet gal, and you got braces, and you're trying to just get back to where you were, or maybe even get better, but it's feeling horrible right now and painful, and let's just say you can barely play an F on the staff, that's going to really, that's really going to suck. I mean, to go through the school year like that. So, you practice this, and I guarantee that you'll be able to get either close to where you were, or maybe even a little bit better than where you were. And the reason is practicing extensively in the tier 2 range of pedal tones is like practicing a high C to double G, almost. Except you're not going to crush your lips against the barbs in the braces in your mouth. So, first things first, you should already have an understanding of pedal tones, or at least if you don't understand what they are, you might want to search some of my other tutorials. Maybe I'll include a link of some pedal tones that we've done. If I find that I haven't actually included that on my YouTube channel, I'll probably include just a course, very brief overview of it. But pedal tones basically starts below F sharp. Our lowest note, our natural acoustical note on the trumpet, is F sharp. If you try to go below that without manipulating your embouchure, you can't. You can't go below that note unless you do something with your lips, your air, your tongue. And that's what we're doing with pedal tones. Pedal tone is a manipulation of those things I just mentioned. So tier 2 pedal tone notes. This is the heavy duty, heavyweight contender of the pedal tones. it is the most difficult. So this is not a walk in the park. The technique I'm telling you is actually somewhat advanced. You'd be better off to be working with somebody like me or another specialist in range and endurance taking you through this, but this is just to get you started, or just say you don't have the extra cha-ching right now to have one of us brass coaches work with you. At least you can be doing something on your own and making some kind of progress. So here it is. To still be able to increase your range on your trumpet, even though you got braces, you're going to be practicing the notes in the Tier 2 range. What are those notes? Pedal C. And the easy way to do it is just to do octave tester notes. You would play the normal low C on the horn, open, down an octave. That's pedal C. B, natural, to pedal B. B flat, low B flat down to pedal B flat. Low A down to pedal A. Low A flat down to pedal A flat. Low G down to pedal G, and you must play it 1 and 3 both ways, folks. Don't cheat. 1 and 3 for the low G and 1 and 3 for the pedal G only. And finally, the last pedal tone in the Tier 2 range of pedal tones is the G flat or F sharp. So here's the low F sharp G flat. Drop it an octave. Alright, so those are the notes in the Tier 2 pedal range. Pedal C, pedal B flat, pedal A flat, pedal G, and pedal G flat or F sharp. And you got to finger the low pedal G as 1 and 3, the pedal G flat F sharp as all of them down only for those last two. Okay, let's see. So your job right now, if you don't have a lot of experience with pedal tones, is to go ahead and go out to the woodshed and start working on these. And it's not going to be easy. Think about it. You're actually playing in a range that's very similar to this range up here. So I just play the notes in upper register on trumpet. High C, high D, high E, high F, and double G. Those are what most would agree on are considered upper register. If you go above the double G, then you get into at least what I call extreme upper register. So when you're practicing in the Tier 2 of pedal tones, amazingly enough, is just almost as if you're practicing and killing yourself right? Now, if you were doing that with braces, you might be going, oh my Lord, you might start crying because it's going to be painful and it's really going to hurt. But with my technique and the trumpet exercise I just gave you for practicing Tier 2 pedal tones, it is a life-saving moment because you can really still continue to increase the embouchure, the strength, and even some of the compression. You won't be hurting your lips hardly at all in the Tier 2 range of pedal tones. Now, there are some other tips and tricks to enable the Tier 2 pedal tones to come out, and that's where people like myself or other people that might have an expertise in range and endurance can help you out. But at least right now, if you want to do it on your own, you at least got something that's going to help increase your range and endurance on the trumpet, even though you got braces. See you next one. I'm Kurt Thompson.
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, As a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
Welcome, it's Kurt Thompson, and I got a new series that's going to be coming your way. It's just a 3-part series on breathing, and actually the real name of the series is probably going to be the 3 stages of compression. Compression. It's a fancy word, right? For some, for others it's not. So what are we doing when we compress in the air? Why do we need to do it? Why can't we just take a big breath in below? So if you want to be inefficient and shoot in the dark, put a blindfold on and throw darts at a target. Sometimes you could hit the target, and sometimes, probably more often than not, you're going to miss the target. So understanding the theory of the 3 stages of compression and then being able to apply that in real life to your actual playing will actually help you get the bullseye a lot more. So I'll be giving you some trumpet tips and trumpet exercises in this 3-part trumpet lesson. In fact, actually, it's for all brass players as well. So, this applies if you're playing tuba or French horn or baritone, euphonium, trombone. It applies to all brass instruments, really. It just so happens I happen to have the trumpet here, and that's what I spend most of my time on. But it's still the same thing for all brass instruments. So, coming your way very shortly, look for a 3-part series on compression, the 3 different stages. And that's what a lot of people don't get. There are 3 distinct stages in compressing your air, and the synchronization has to be efficient and all lined up to make it work perfectly for you. If something's a little bit off, it won't work perfectly for you. So anyway, stay tuned for that 3-part series coming over the next couple of weeks. I hope you enjoy it. I'm Kurt Thompson. Until then.
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson, and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
Okay, it doesn't happen all the time, but it seems like once a month I'm always getting an inquiry about what kind of mutes I use, especially for practice mutes. And this looks like it's coming out kind of backwards because of the way I got the video. This is Trumcor, Trumcor, and that's also the website, www.trumcor.com, Trumcor.com.
So it's kind of coming out backwards in the video, simply the way I have the movie running. I've had this for probably 7 or 8 years. I used to use that little stone line practice mute, you know, the one that's real shitty. That cost about $15. You know, it's all white and has a little red ring around the bell part of it. You get what you pay for, my friend. Look at that. This is the shit when it comes to practice mutes. I mean, it's just amazing. Give me an idea. For one thing, the intonation is pretty decent. Folks, I went up to right over the staff and then right below the staff. Sounded pretty good, right? This is a practice mute. It's not a real mute. I mean, it's not a harmon. It's not a straight. Not a cup. What about some pedal tones? Here's the infamous pedal C, right, folks? Woo! Lock in tune. What if you needed to practice some high notes? All on a practice mute. Use out here live. You can't do that on that shitty $15 stone line mute, folks. This is the best $70 I've ever spent in my entire life. Look at it. I would have spent $100, $150 on this thing, the way it plays. We all know we get a practice mute. It screws us up intonation-wise, resistance-wise, and a bunch of other stuff. So, I'm making this video blog basically about this guy. The trim core. Oh, the particular model of this one is called the Lyric Stealth. Lyric Stealth. Because I got some different ones. It's my belief from going back to their website, this one cuts out about 65% of your sound. Now they have some other practice mutes that cut out less for whatever reason that you would want that, but this will cut out about 65% of your sound. And you already heard me get some of the higher notes on there, so it is pricey. It's $70, or it was $70, you know, 7 or 8 years ago. I don't know if they've lowered it or if they've increased the price or not, but this is what I play on here in my apartment, in a hotel, warm up backstage. Yeah, I'm not one of those guys that are going to be blowing out a bunch of notes before a gig. I'm back there with this guy in, or my harmon, just depends, and I'm doing stuff like this. And I'm doing all that, just a nice whisper. Nobody's going to hear it. Only me. I'm going to hear it. I'm going to warm myself up and not trying to draw attention to myself or show off. So I put this guy in. Nobody can hear what I'm doing. Unless somebody walked right up, they would probably hear that I'm playing some high notes, but otherwise I'm not attracting attention. I attract attention when this guy comes out and that downbeat happens. That's when I get the attention. But otherwise, it's kind of nice to surprise people, right? Especially on a new gig, people haven't heard you, you got this in. And when it's downbeat, you pull this out, and oh my lord. Oh my lord. Woo! And by the way,
I don't get any kickbacks or nothing from this mute in the company. I'm just doing this as I guess a goodwill and good karma, and because it's the right thing to do. They made a good product. I've used it for so many years. It's just pretty amazing. I mean, it really is. So you can spend $15 on that stone-lined white mute with a little red little tapestry around the belt, or you can spend $70 on this, and this is the shit when it comes to practice mutes. Trumcore, Lyric Stealth. Kurt Thompson recommends it. Hey, so Roy Stevens, William Costello, and their palming, no pressure system. It's also an embouchure change to the upstream embouchure. And this one I'm kind of middle of the road on because I actually use a couple of techniques from the Stevens and Costello routine. However, I don't advocate anybody that comes into my course to change embouchures, but I have had a couple people do that because they fell in love with the Stevens concepts. And some people actually have, once they got outside my course and they were finished, they actually changed their embouchure, and they've been very happy with it. But now let's think about this. If Stevens and Costello's way of playing was the holy grail to trumpet playing and brass playing in general, well, we'd all be doing it, right? We'd all be doing it. And the fact of the matter is, most of us are not. So I believe that this is a worthy technique for some. For some, it might be a fantastic embouchure change. I typically don't recommend embouchure changes because you almost make a lateral move where nothing really changes for the better, and sometimes you get worse. So know that caveat about embouchure changes. But when you watch Roy Roman, for example, man, him demonstrating like the harmonica arpeggios is just, you just are blown away. Or YouTube Roy Roman trumpet, and you're going to be amazed at the strength that this guy built up with the Stevens embouchure. But for every Roy Roman, there's got to be thousands and thousands that don't even come close to Roy Roman. Okay, so the Stevens Costello is not the holy grail to brass and trumpet playing, but it could be for some people, and it is definitely for some people. When you hear some of these people play, they're extremely strong and powerful players and have almost an unlimited upper register. So it won't work for everyone, but it will work for some, and for those some and few people that it does work for, they're going to be playing fantastically, very physically and very powerfully. So the Stevens Costello method is definitely worthy. I believe it also takes you through the process, and the process is a process from when you start to when you end. They have a process that you go through that takes you and leads you by the hand so that you arrive where you hopefully want to be in the future. And a lot of these techniques and routines don't really have that process. All right, so that's the Stevens Costello palming no pressure system. I'm Kurt Thompson, and that's how I roll, baby.
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson, and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day. Isometrics. Everybody loves them, all brass players. Because you really think that you're going to get quick and easy strength right away. And actually, for the most part, it's true. So I demonstrated the Bud Brisbois tuba mouthpiece exercise, and that's a toughie. Just hold it with my lips. I did the pencil trick on steroids. This is a wooden spoon, and it's much, much longer and heavier than a pencil. And then our friend, the Pete, personal amateur training exerciser from Warburton. And there's a lot of other isometrics that you can do. So for you people who are relying on these isometrics to take up the slack in your practice, because you're not always able to practice as much as you'd want, or you got plenty of time to practice, but you're doing these to supercharge and get your chops on steroids almost. When it comes to the trumpet embouchure and actually the other brass embouchures out there, now here's the problem. Here's the real problem. Okay, so these and other things that you can do will increase your strength. In fact, they'll do so dramatically. If that's the case, then why not just do a handful of these and leave everything else by the wayside? And how come everybody can't play as high as they want to? You know, so what's up? Here's the problem. If you don't do these in just the right way and for a right amount of duration, what happens is you lose the flexibility here in your lips. And in some cases, your lips can get numbed out to where they don't even vibrate that well. So you gain the strength, you feel it. You feel the strength here, lots of muscle, right? So why isn't it working for everybody? The reason it's not working for everybody is this. You're catching a case of lip stiffitis. Lip stiffitis. Ever got a cramp from working out too much or running or biking or whatever? You know? Well, the same thing happens here, but at a slightly different level. And by doing too much isometrics, you're going to increase the brittleness, the stiffness, and unfortunately suffer quite a loss of flexibility. You say, so what? I got strong chops, baby. I'm going to blow right through that. Au contraire, my friend. So yes, you did build up some strong embouchure from these isometrics, right? But remember, trumpet playing and, well, let's name the other instruments. Trombone playing, euphonium playing, baritone playing, French horn playing, tuba playing. Whenever you get into the upper register of each instrument, it's about efficiency, isn't it? It really is about efficiency. So here's the problem with practicing these isometrics. And by the way, they are in my course, and I do teach them. But here's the problem. Most people don't understand the concentrated part of isometrics. So you end up building the strength, but your range doesn't really go up that much. Your tone gets airy.
you start having trouble with just simple lip flexibilities, simple normal slurs that you encounter in regular music. And so you've lost flexibility. You've got a good case of stiphitis in your lips. And so why can't you blow out those high notes? Why can't you last forever? You know, a lot of people that are really heavily involved in isometrics will tell you that it's a panacea for all-day endurance. One of the methods out there that I went through a long time ago is Carmine Caruso, and I haven't even touched on that method in a long time, but it is heavily weighted for isometrics. So how come everybody's not doing Carmine Caruso? The reason that they're not is because what you gain on one scale, you lose on the other. So you get heavy chops, yes. Unfortunately, you lose the flexibility, stiff, and guess what? You end up tilting it the opposite direction you want to go, and you get worse. Why do you get worse? Because when you get ready to blow, think of it this way. You want the best flexibility and the best response. And let's see if I got any response after doing those exercises. Just easy, right? And even after doing that, I can tell my tone got just a touch airy. So there's positive proof right there. Don't do too much of these. So, but no, it's basically because I didn't warm up and I started doing these. So I have an excuse. Okay. It's about efficiency. So, and response. So if you build this up and can't get your lips to vibrate soon enough, easy enough, and be very flexible, what happens is you're spending a lot of your energy and a lot of your chops almost forcing those lips to vibrate. Through blowing, you have to blow a little harder. You have to maybe use a little bit more mouthpiece pressure. The end result is counterintuitive because you just built up strength. You can feel it. You can really feel when you got good chops, you know. You can actually start to see the muscles pop out. And I'm not a skinny guy. You know? So I got some meat on my bones, but you can still see the muscles popping out when you got chops. So when you got the chops, you feel it, but if you can't get the notes to come out, or your sound is airy, really airy, and you can't do octave skips anymore, and you can't slur and can't lip trill, you should know that you got a serious case of stiphitis, and it's likely come from doing too much isometric. So that's the problem. We all want a nice little shortcut, right? Do this and the peat, and where's my pencil on steroids right here? It's your old grandmother's wooden spoon, isn't it? Look at that. It's you'll find that that's not a walk in the park to do that one either. So we always want something that will just get us to where we need to go quicker and easier. And problem with isometrics, you just really got to know what you're doing. And I've actually been around the block on isometrics and done everything the wrong way. Done everything so-so, and then I got this stuff down to a science of exactly what you need to do and when, the sets, the reps, and the rest. So if you don't know that, you're going to be doing what I was doing years ago, hitting and missing, and if you do it the wrong way, you might find yourself not being able to play, you know, for a good week or two. If for some reason you are raising your hand guilty and you're having trouble playing, you're having trouble with air in your tone, you can't slur that well, you can't hardly do any shakes, your endurance has gone out the window, you feel like you're playing right on your teeth all the time, it might be because of the isometrics, if you are doing the isometrics. And if you and I never actually speak in person, I would just tell you this, you know, you're going to have to bite the bullet and quit playing for a week, maybe up to 2 weeks, and start back and gradually kind of get in the groove. Don't do any isometrics. I know that you don't really want to hear that, but if you are in this position and we don't talk, you have to understand that you got to quit playing for a week and maybe up to 2 weeks and start back all over. It's a process, and it does require someone, you know, a teacher to help you go through it if you wanted to be able to do it correctly. So anyway, there you got it. You got your answer. You're looking at all these isometrics and you're seeing maybe even some celebrity players playing, right? And you're going, dang, they can play that good. Maybe I should get it and start doing it, but you start getting worse. And that's the reason. You got the chops. you've lost the flexibility, and you're just blowing hard and you're being inefficient, and all of a sudden your endurance goes out the window. You don't got any range because you burn everything up. You know, it's just like those hot rods, you know, that go a quarter mile and 300 miles an hour. You know, but they're not going to go for 1,000 miles. They blew their wad after a quarter mile, and that's what you're doing. You're blowing it all up, and you're done. So take my advice. This, I think, was a very valuable trumpet lesson, and I consider it a brass lesson for everybody else. Do the isometrics, and you do it too much in the wrong way without the proper guidance, and not only will you not gain range and endurance, you might actually find yourself worse than before you ever started. So, Kurt Thompson, hope you enjoyed this trumpet lesson about the embouchure, or trumpet embouchure, brass embouchure, and the isometrics that we can do, that we carefully have to be involved with. And I hope that maybe you might consider hitting me up. It's my job. It's my job to help you get better. If you can recognize that, then give me a shout at kurt@trumpetcessel.com. Cheers. And the fact that he actually had some decent high notes in his back pocket, but they didn't last very long at all when he went to play in his band. And he really wanted to know how the 16-week upper register course could help out with that if it mainly focused on higher notes. And that's when I told him, I said, well, endurance is a byproduct of your range. Okay? So if you want better endurance, you just simply have to increase your range. That's what you got to do. It also goes hand in hand with being able to have more duration on your chop. So let's just give you a quick weird example. Let's just say that you are a trumpet player and you've done very well for yourself, and you can just honk out really, really loudly and beautifully a double G, which is the top note in upper register before we go into extreme. Okay? But let's just say that you only practice 10 minutes a day or 15 minutes a day. Okay? Now, typically what I would tell people is take your max range in your practice at home and come down about 4 or 5 notes. And that's going to be the range where you actually have the best endurance in a rehearsal or a performance or a solo. So if he had that double G and he came down to high C, for example, that would be the perfect playing range for him. Now, and also for endurance. Now, based on what I just said, well, you might think, well, then he's going to have tons and tons of endurance. No. Remember, I just said this guy is practicing 10 or 15 minutes a day tops. Maybe he's a busy professional, or maybe he's an MD and just doesn't have time to practice. But he does 10 or 15 minutes a day to maintain his double G, a little warm up. He goes up, hits the G and a couple other things, and then he's done. This individual is not going to fare too well, even if he takes my advice with that correlation of 4 or 5 notes below your highest notes at home or in your practice studio, simply because he doesn't have enough time, doesn't have enough of metal on his mouth outside rehearsals and performances. So even though he has the desired ratio of 4 or 5 notes below, that's the music he's playing, goes up to about a high C, maybe a high D, that would be perfect for this individual, except for the fact he doesn't really practice that much. So you have to have both parts of the equation. Now, here's where most people have a problem. Most people get the second part of the equation. Okay? So most people are practicing, if they got an hour and a half rehearsal that they know they're got to go to, on average, these people are practicing an hour to an hour and a half a day, sometimes 2 hours a day, thinking that by practicing that much every day, they will actually be able to go through an entire rehearsal or a performance. No, because they didn't get the other part of the equation. The other part of the equation is the range. So let's just give an example of someone playing at a community big band. Maybe at your community college, maybe you meet at a church, or maybe it meets after school at a junior high or high school. And you happen to be the lead trumpet player, and you got a really solid high D, really solid high D at home, and you go up to E flat. It's still decent, not as solid, and E kind of thin out. So you're right around the D, E flat range. And you are practicing 2 hours a day. You're trying to do everything right. But you notice that when you get into your big band rehearsal on Monday night or Tuesday night or Thursday night or whatever it is, that halfway through the rehearsal, your chops are falling apart. You're missing these high Ds and the high Cs, and you're getting the burn here. Just feels like you can't hold the note, and your lips are blowing out, and you're going out of tune. It's just not fun. I mean, you're smashing your lips pretty good with the mouthpiece. And you keep scratching your head, what's going on? Because I'm practicing up an hour and a half or 2 hours a day, but I'm not able to have the endurance in my rehearsal. I'm cursed. There's some kind of hex that's put on me. No, my friend. When you go into a big, typical amateur to semi-pro big band rehearsal, most of the high range is going to be up around high C and high D. Yeah, you might find one chart that goes E or F, but basically, you're going to be required to play quite a lot of high Cs and Ds. And if your range at home is a high D or a high E flat, and let me just excuse myself for a second for other brass players, trombone players, euphonium, French horn, tuba, whatever, you just have to transpose whatever that is. This story that I'm telling is geared toward trumpet, but really it's geared to everybody. But you would have to transpose the notes and make it your own story. So the problem with this particular individual, he is doing everything right practice-wise. Probably is a really great player. His endurance is being inefficient in rehearsals and performances simply because he doesn't have the other part of the equation down. He needs to be having at least double F sharps and double Gs pretty full and pretty decent at home. At least be able to hit a couple of them at home. Doesn't mean he has to play all day on those, but he has to be able to go up and reach those and tackle them pretty good a couple times in order to balance out this part of the equation. That's what most people are not getting. And in fact, it's not that they're not getting it. I think most people just don't know. Every time I talk to somebody about this, they don't really sync up the fact that your range has everything to do with your endurance. It really does. So I don't care if you practice 4 hours a day. If your range is D or E, you're just not going to be able to play D or E for 3 or 4 hours in a wedding reception big band. You know what I'm talking about? Your big band gets hired to do someone's wedding reception, and they're going to have you play from 9 p.m. until 1 a.m. at night with, you got 4 sets, 45 minutes. You're not going to last. If your range is high D and high E, and you're playing Ds and Es in that particular wedding reception gig, you just are going to fall apart, and you're probably going to have to hit up somebody else in the section to cover some of your lead stuff. It's just not going to balance out that well. Same thing if you're in a brass quintet. That's really, really tough on your endurance and on your chops. And if you're playing some of the easier brass quintet stuff where you just typically need to go up to Fs and Gs above the staff, which is really common in some of the easier stuff, or maybe even just high A right above the staff, and you have a high C, high D range, you're probably going to do okay on that, especially if you've been practicing the right amount. But if you're playing some of the tougher stuff, Empire brass, Canadian brass, that type of stuff, and which we're talking about stuff that goes, routinely high Cs, Ds, Es, and Fs, especially if you have to have your pick out. But even if you don't, you're still going to be required to lots of high Cs and Ds. You're going to have all kinds of trouble in that particular group, simply because you don't have the range that's way above that. So this is a pretty important tutorial, at the very least, for you to have the light bulb turned on your head so you can go, wait a minute, I've been practicing 3 hours a day, but when I go into my band, I can't even play half of that. Well, it's because of the range thing. And so that's why I get some people saying they're not interested in playing high notes, and they want to play music. Well, here's the problem. If you don't develop your high range, I don't care what instrument, I don't care if you just play tuba. If you don't have any range, low and high range on your tuba, you're just going nowhere musically. And the same thing on the other brasses, French horn, euphonium, cornet, trumpet, trombone, even slide bow. It doesn't really matter. If your range is not well above of what you have to play in your ensemble, you're just going to be out to lunch. You're going to be struggling. So when I hear people say, I don't want to play high notes, I don't want to be that guy, that obnoxious screamer dude. Well, this is not about that. You can do what you want. Once you are able to play high, you can do what you want with it. Okay? If you have a great range, that means you don't have to scream out high notes and hang over and be that obnoxious high note player. What you can do is you can play comfortable and easy in your ensembles and have plenty of endurance, and that will make you feel just a million times better about playing, because this is going to be pretty much rock solid. So let's go back to the original topic in question is endurance. What is endurance? How can you improve your endurance? What are some things you can do to improve your endurance? Well, we already talked about the foundation of endurance. I didn't really describe what endurance is, so let's really talk about endurance. Endurance is the ability to do a particular activity over and over and over for a period of time, usually a long period of time, and still be able to function quite well. So that's the definition of endurance. So let's just take, I was on a site reading about marathoners, and obviously, I mean, this is a no-brainer, right? If you can run 26.2 miles, you got some hefty endurance, right? Your heart, your muscles, your legs, your energy, everything. Well, when I got into how some of these marathoners train, and these aren't just the professionals, just people in general who want to be able to run a marathon and have that endurance, do you think that they run 26 miles every day? And that's how they practice and train for a marathon? No, no, they don't. They might get in 20 or 26 miles once a week, maybe once every 10 days, but they're getting close to it on the other days. They might be doing some 10, 15, and 20-mile runs. But what else are they doing? They're doing very fast sprints over a mile. They're doing very fast runs for 5K and 6K and 10K, or sorry, 5K and 10K runs. They're doing those very fast. And then they're still trying to up their speed on their 15-mile or 20-mile runs. Why are they doing all that? Because they know that if they can have a faster running pace at these reduced miles or reduced distances, that's just going to help them that much more when they go for the marathon. And so let's think about that in terms of playing a brass instrument. The shorter durations, like the mile sprint that a marathoner might do, might be for, well, I'm speaking trumpet, but it could be for any brass instrument, might be that double G or that high F that you're hitting a couple times after you warm up and playing it really loud. That's like your mile sprint if you're a marathoner. And if you're doing that, good, you got the sprint. And then the other things would be, like let's just say your 10K run, your 6 mile, you're going to really push the speed on that if you're a marathoner, right? Well, if you're playing a brass instrument, you're going to be doing some etudes and some other phrases that are going to be up around that high C, D, E flat range, okay? And you're going to be blowing those out pretty loudly, maybe even E or F. And so that's kind of how it translates into endurance on a brass instrument. The bottom line is you can't just practice for 3 hours a day. That's like a marathoner trying to do a 26-mile run every day and thinking that they're going to be able to run a 26-mile marathon. Fact is, even if they can do it at home under the stress and the pressure of a competition and a race, and what if they're not filling up to snuff and all they've ever done is run that 26 miles, they're going to have the same problem that any brass player would have in an ensemble or rehearsal and find themselves hitting a wall and gassing out maybe halfway through or maybe 3/4 of the way. And so that strategy that I read about for marathoners is what I already know for this guy, for a brass instrument. Can't just practice 3 hours a day and expect to go in and play on your teeth at the range that your top range that you can play. You play a double G and you go play Buddy Rich for a rehearsal and Rob McConnell, Frank Mantooth, Big Fat Band, Maynard Ferguson, Louis Bellson. I mean, come on. You go play F's and double G's and you're not going to last, and you might end up hurting yourself, or you're going to feel the hurt up here because you're going to be playing on the skin of your teeth. So endurance is the ability to do an activity over a period of time and do it successfully. And the way we build endurance on any brass instrument is to increase our range 4 to 5 notes above what you have to play in your rehearsal and your performances. And then, of course, you also have the longevity of your practice to be pretty close to, what you're expected to do in a rehearsal or performance. So let's talk about that real quick. If you're going to a Monday night big band rehearsal, for example, I'm saying that because now it's Monday night, and there actually happens to be a rehearsal big band next door to me. I'm over here at the college. So if their rehearsal goes from 7 to 9, which I think they said it does, 7 to 9, maybe 7 to 9:30, well, you need to be practicing, I would say, at least close to that on a daily basis. An hour and a half to 2 hours a day would be perfect. Probably can get away with an hour and a half if you have a higher range, but somewhere around an hour and a half to 2 hours would be good. Now, if you don't do that, what you're going to do is you're going to come in, you're going to be like the weekend warrior. You're going to come in and you're going to go to the rehearsal and you're going to struggle and your chops are going to fall apart at the end, and you're always going to hate playing the last couple of songs because you can't make it. And so if you don't mind that, well, that's a personal choice for you. But if you want to come in, sail through the rehearsal, and at the end of the rehearsal, feel like you want to keep playing because you feel good and you're really in the groove, then you actually have to, one, increase your range 5 steps above your playing range in that particular ensemble. Two, make sure that the longevity and the duration of your practice is pretty close to what you're expected to do when you go into the rehearsal or performance. And how do we increase, what are some ways to increase your range and endurance? Well, I already made another video about that on YouTube. It's called the 3 most popular ways to increase your range. And those three popular ways would be a good way for you to start if you don't have any other resources. That would be flexibility studies, lip trills, lip slurs, glissandos, any type of long tone endeavor or routine, long tones, anything from Maggio stuff, stamp stuff, Gordon, and then also taking stuff up an octave. The reason you got to do that is because you have to get your embouchure used to actually playing high. I mean, you cannot not practice higher at home and expect to be able to go out there and do that in function in a rehearsal or performance. I mean, you actually have to play higher. And what I recommend for a lot of my students is to get something that they can actually play that's written high. And the reason for that is there's a psychological component. So if you're just always used to taking stuff up an octave and stuff that you might read, whether it could be the Arvin's book or maybe a jazz lick or whatever, there is a psychological component that can intimidate you. And if you're not used to reading and seeing all the ledger lines about the staff, even though you can play those notes and you've been practicing, there's a psychological component that destroys a lot of people when they go into a reading band or just a band in general and they got to play these notes. And you get intimidated by looking at all those ledger lines. Those notes look higher than they really are. That just scares you. You see 3 dashes and then the note sitting on that 3rd dash with a staff that's an E, high E for trumpet. That might scare a lot of people, seeing that. And when you can already do that at home, but you've been taken up an octave. So my suggestion for increasing your endurance would be to make sure that let's just recap this lesson right now, just to make sure that your daily practice is pretty close. Doesn't have to always be exact, but it is coming in pretty close to what you're expected to do in your rehearsal. If you have a 2-hour rehearsal, for example, at least get in, an hour and a half a day of practice. That's the number one thing that you got to make sure that you're doing. And the number 2, the other part of the equation, these are both equal, is you have to do things to increase your range 4 or 5 notes above what you're seeing in your rehearsal. And I just told you what to do. What were they? Lip flexibility, lip trill, glissandos, lip slurs, long tones, including pedal tones, and then playing stuff high or up an octave. And then the part B of that is to actually get some stuff written above the staff, so you're not intimidated psychologically and when you see those notes way above the staff. So I hope this really helped. I mean, this is some very, very good advice for you. It really is. If you just start doing this, you are going to be tickled that you notice you can play higher and better and you last longer in your rehearsals. And it doesn't have to be just about jazz. This could be orchestral, symphonic, like I already mentioned, brass quintet, chamber. It really is all about the duration of your particular ensemble and not so much about the idiom or the style. Same thing, if you got the metal on your mouth for 2 hours in a symphony rehearsal, it might be a little bit easier because we know brass players a lot of times, we have to count like 100 measures of rest, so there is a little bit of an easier component there when you're playing orchestral stuff compared to other stuff. But you get the gist of this in lesson on endurance. Remember, there's 2 parts of it, and you can't just have one without the other. If you do, it's going to be like this. Crash and burn, baby. You don't want that. Kurt Thompson, hope you really enjoyed this. Found it informative, and don't just watch it and go on to something else. Make notes and actually start doing it. Alright, this will be a tutorial in flexibility. In fact, I do get some emails from time to time from people who don't have exceptional range and wanted me to demonstrate some of these techniques and methods in a range that most people can do, and I got just the perfect one for everybody, really. In fact, it doesn't even go above a second line G in the staff. This is a true measure of strength and flexibility, but mainly flexibility. And it's something that a lot of people already know about. Lip bending. Lip bending. One proof of flexibility. So what am I talking about? Well, if you take a note, for example, G, and you bring it down a half step to F sharp, you didn't really bend it, right? Because you used the natural series on the horn to make it go a half step sharp, which would be adding the second valve. What if you were to do that without adding the second valve and just bend it down? Let's try that again. That takes flexibility. That was done with just my lips, a certain way of bending the pitch flat. I use my tongue inside my mouth, maybe even my jaw and my lips, the whole manipulation to bend that pitch down. All that's rolled into flexibility. Okay? That's not too difficult. Let's try that one more time. In fact, you can try that right now. This is going to be a great trumpet lesson tutorial for everybody, because just about everybody on the planet can play this note. Right? Everybody can play the second line G. So that means everybody should be able to try this. Here, you try it now. I'll do it, then you do it. Watch again. Now no vowels. This is lip bending. Okay. I think a lot of you probably could do that. I don't know. If there's 10 people trying it right now, I'd say at least 9 of you could probably do that. But now, out of the 10 of you that tried and 9 got it, well, it doesn't stop there, does it? It gets harder. And how do we make it harder? By widening the interval of the lip bend. So G to F natural. Same thing, but don't use the vowels. Now, out of the 10 people that might have just tried it, and 1 may have not got the F sharp, I'm certain 6 or 7 of you, probably 7 of you, were able to get the F natural. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Yep, I see 7 hands going up. Yeah, so 7 of the 10 of you got it. Let's keep going now. There's 10 of you. 3 of you out, 7 still on board. We're going to go down to E. Second line G to E. Now bend it with no valves. And in this particular situation, I don't really care what it takes for you to bend the note. If you have to pivot the horn up, pivot the horn down, pivot the horn to the other side, I don't care. If you have to put your head down, put your head up, lower your jaw, raise your jaw, roll out, roll in, whatever you got to do is, in my opinion, is all fair game. We're trying to bend the pitch down. The main concern is we're not using these at all, okay? And there's no tongue involved as far as I don't even know if that would really help you, but you're not using any re-attack of the tongue or the breath. So it's got to be one continuous bend down and back up. Okay, so out of the the 10 of you that were with me from the beginning, I did see about 2 more people sit down. So of the 10 people that are playing along with me on this one, 5 of you now are left standing. 5 of you were able to get the bend from G down to E. Okay, well, what about pushing things a little bit further? How far can we go? Well, think about it. We can bend it to E flat or D flat, but if we bend it down to C, that's not really a lip bend, is it? That's just a slur, and that you're going from one acoustical note on the instrument to the next. So I don't consider that a lip bend, even though you are using the embouchure you're dropping your jaw to open up the aperture to get that to come out. That's not a lip bend. So the next notes for that would be fair game would be E flat, D, and D flat. Now the further, as I already mentioned before, the further you widen that interval, it's just adding like 45-pound plates on each end of the barbell. I mean, it just gets heavier and heavier and heavier, more difficult to do. So we got 5 of you. Yep, there you go. I saw your hands raised. There you go. 5 of you left standing. 5 of you are out. And let's keep playing this game, because this is a game that everybody can play, right? Everybody's got a second line G in their back pocket. Let's keep going. It's all about flexibility. Let's see what you guys can do. So we're on G. What's the next one? I almost lost track. We're going down to E flat. Bend it. Oh, that got pretty tough. That got pretty tough. Not tough from a brutally strength chop, powerful kind of way, but tough from a technical, artistic finesse kind of way. I mean, flexibility is about finesse, in my opinion. You're really finessing the notes to come out. You're trying to get all around this horn on all the different ranges, and that's not about brute force or power. That's more about the flexibility that we were talking about in this particular tutorial. We're getting down there pretty far now. I did see 3 people sit down. Okay, so out of the 10 that started, 8 of you are gone. I see 2 people left. That means 2 people have been with me so far, which is that's about normal. And we're getting down into no man's land for the most part. So now we're going to be dropping a 4th, G down to D. Let's see what happens. Bend it. Did I actually get that? Yeah, I did. Barely, by the skin of my teeth. And now I saw one of the 2 sit down. So now 9 of you are out, sitting down, whatever, just watching on the sidelines. There's 1 of you left. 1, you and me. And I might have to make more than 1 attempt at this. Bending a second line G down to a 1, 2, and 3 D flat is very, very difficult. Again, not from chops, brute strength, and toughness and everything, but from finesse and flexibility. Here we go. So G, second line G, down to D flat. Here we go. Well, I think I got to do that again. I think I may have overshot it by almost hitting the low C. Try it again. Got it, barely by the skin of my teeth. So now I'm looking out there. I'm not seeing anybody standing. In fact, was I standing? No, I kind of fell down a little bit too. So the moral of the story is flexibility. The other moral of the story is, do you need to do this up on triple and double G's? No. You can develop your flexibility, and one of the most easiest range of playing on the horn in the staff. I mean, it doesn't get much easier than that, does it? Okay, so we covered lip bending, something that everybody should be working on if you want to increase your flexibility. You know, all the stuff kind of weaves together. So, you know, you work on some of your high notes and you find that maybe your endurance gets a little bit better. You work on your endurance and maybe your high notes expand out a little bit. Or maybe you get a bigger sound in the middle register. You work on your flexibility and you find that maybe your tone gets a little bit better. Maybe you get some of the air out of your tone. So a lot of this just stuff kind of weaves in and out together. They're all part of the bigger picture. And for those of you who have been intimidated to get into my big course, the 16-week upper register course, mainly because just the thought and the energy demand of, you know, playing high notes has scared you off. Well, the tutorial today should be one example that's not too intimidating. There's a lot of the stuff that I just demonstrated today in my course that help your upper register playing, your power, your tone, your command, the facility of your instrument, the flexibility. But we're not trying to, you know, always play above high C. And this is an example. There are many, 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 many techniques in my course that are like the one that you just saw today. So if you watched this tutorial and the light bulb went on, you went, I think there's something to that technique he just showed. I'm going to try it. Well, if that actually happened in your head and you enjoyed playing along with me and you're going to actually try that, well, I have 75 techniques like that in my course. The 16-week upper register course has 75 techniques, and a lot of them are like that. A lot of them are unorthodox, I would say, out of the box, not the norm kind of techniques that we use to ensure and almost guarantee a significant improvement in your overall range, power, endurance, and sound and flexibility. Hope that helped. I'm Kurt Thompson. You can always go to www.trumpetsizzle.com and you can catch me there. You can email me from there as well. And if the big course is not your thing, I have over 50 different video tutorials there for you to choose from. Little bitty ones that are a couple minutes long, all the way up to over half an hour before you get to some of my bigger, longer courses. So I hope this video finds you doing well on this Halloween. It's actually Halloween today, October 31st, 2015. It's a Saturday night, and I got to head out. Bye-bye. Or glissandos. And if you're not doing those, you're leaving a big chunk out of the apple when it comes to improving your overall trumpet playing, flexibility, range, all range, low range, mid range, high range, facility on the instrument. Here, check out some fun stuff when it comes to glissandos on the trumpet. Hope you enjoy it. Start at 33. and Fire Shaker. The solo starts right before 29 in Fire Shaker. Okay, so folks, we're going to try to examine the coolness of these and how they might affect your high note chops, your endurance, your breathing. So you just heard me do one take each of South 21st Shuffle and Fire Shaker, two Maynard Ferguson songs. One take each on the phone. And what happens if you put one of these bad boys in your mouth, suck it down, get that cancer going? What happens to your playing? Let's find out. Well, maybe that's a sign. There we go. We got it. Let's get this cancer stick going. I know some of you out there smoke, right? You know you do. If the principal trumpet player from the Empire Brass Quintet from the mid to late 80s is still playing with them, that dude was smoking like a freaking chimney after every master class he did at our school in Tennessee at Austin Peay State University. After his first performance, I went out to try to find him. I didn't know where he went. I caught him around the corner smoking one of these. My guess is he don't play too good anymore. Yes, sir. Don't play too good anymore. People that try to be cool and, smoke one of these cancer sticks comes back to bite you in the butt. I haven't even smoked half of it, but let's just see what it's done to my playing already. See, I'm already missing some notes from this. Yeah, I think it's getting worse, folks. Let me see if I can do a C major scale. Ooh. You hear some out of tune notes right there? Let me try it again. This is fucking me up. Let this be a lesson to all you kids that think you're cool when you're smoking this. You're going to suck ass when you start playing your horn. Let me try some low range stuff. my low range. My low range is always about the same. It's never that spectacular. But then again, there's a lot of guys that can play very well below the staff, and not too many that can play very well above the staff, so I concentrate above the staff. Let's see if it's affecting my range at all. Well, a little bit maybe. Of course, you know, that's kind of an easy range for me. Let's just try something a little bit more challenging. Yes, I'm beginning to feel the effects of this cancer stick. Things that would normally be easy for me are becoming harder now. I mean, that little lick only goes to the double C, right? Which is an octave under my range. That should have been easy, but it wasn't. I mean, I was working hard playing it with one hand, right? Yeah. So this, kids, teenagers, and you old fogies out there that started smoking back in the 50s and 60s when they said it was good for you, you better fucking quit smoking, man. You know I'm not inhaling this shit, don't you? Oh my God. I'm not a true smoker. Okay. That's about all I can handle of this cancer stick. Woo! This is not fake, folks. Look. I wasn't faking this shit. I really had a cancer stick lit up. We better make a plug for these boys. Marlboro. It's a fledgling company, almost out of business, billions of lawsuits, and frankly, I don't even know if Joe Blow that works at Marlboro will have a job, be able to feed his family and his 5 little munchkin kids. So I got to give him a little plug. The match that wouldn't light it the first time, well, you can thank Diamond. Okay, where were we now? Let's go back to this guy. How well am I going to do? I can feel its effect already. We're starting at 33, baby. I'm probably covering it with my finger, aren't I? No. South 21st Shuffle, Maynard Ferguson. Let's see what the cigarette smoking has done to my abilities. Starting at 33. And by the way, you can listen to the tune, and once you get to the solo, you'll know I'm playing exactly what Maynard did. Tough. Oh my Lord. Don't smoke. Just after one cigarette, I'm sucking it. Let's see if the same holds true on Fire Shaker. The one cigarette that I smoked made me suck ass on South 21st Shuffle. Thank you, Philip Morris. Let's see what it'll do on Fire Shaker, Maynard Ferguson's Fire Shaker, which is from the Live from San Francisco album. Here we go. Started right before, oh, I didn't show you the music. This one starts a lot earlier, right? I think right before 29. I know you trumpet players always want to check out the notes. Heck, you could even probably pause this, right? Probably pause it if you wanted to try to dibble and dabble and play along with it or whatever. You got the music right there. Let's see what smoking did to Kurt Thompson. In fact, it's already making refer to myself in the third person, which, you know, that's not a good sign at all. 29, baby. Let's see what happened now. Oh, God, sucking ass bad. Whew. If you want to be cool and you're smoking this shit, you're gonna suck it. Don't smoke and play high notes. This is a public service announcement from the High Notes Association of America. Remember, and reminding you, a high note is a terrible thing to waste.
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
Kurt Thompson here, debunking more myths. And the air myth. The air myth. A couple of gurus in the past are really known for talking about the air, airflow, moving the air. And I buy into some of that, really do. For especially playing in the low register and the middle register. Quantity of this air that they're talking about, you know, really breathing from the diaphragm and all the way up and letting the air come out and help you sing up in the upper register, that is a myth, folks. And let's talk about the physics so you can understand when your university professor tells you it's all about the air. I actually had a French horn, Dr. Olson from Austin Peay State University. I remember when I was trying to get past upper register in college, first couple of years, and get into the extreme upper register so I can do some of the Maynard. My
trumpet professor there who was a great trumpet guy. He didn't really have that much of an upper register, and at least in my opinion. And so I took a couple lessons with Dr. Olson, who was all about air. He told me the reason that I couldn't play in the extreme upper register of the instrument is because of my lack of air, and I really needed to work on airflow. And anyway, I did a lot of his exercise. He was a French horn and faculty member, tenured at Austin Peay State University. Dr. Olson, Ken Olson, I think is his name. And I remember working on some of his techniques for a couple of weeks, and I got worse because I was trying to do the technique of using a lot of air and just no pressure here and no strain. He said, don't even tense up at all. No muscle power here, no nothing, no lip. It's just all air. Well, as a kid, of course, I was trusting him since he was supposedly the expert. Now that I am in the position where I'm at now, I know he totally was talking out his ass. He didn't know what he was talking about. Physics. This is your lips, obviously, and your embouchure set. And you're going to have a little bit of a hole that will form. See, it's like a crack. It's not really a hole, but we call it the aperture. Now, folks, use your noggin on this one. If I blow a tremendous amount of air, breathing from my diaphragm, let's take that correct breath, stomach out. You see it, my lips open up? Watch it again. My lips are opening up significantly. Why are they doing that? The tremendous amount of quantity of air and the speed of air is causing my lips to blow out just from the sheer force and the sheer quantity of air coming out. My lips can't contain it all. Now, if you're really thinking about this, and you know that you need the most narrow aperture possible to jettison out fast air vibrations for the upper register on any brass instrument, what does that tell you? That tells you that the more quantity of air you try to blow out, especially if this is not strong, you're going to have a limited upper register. Now, even if this is strong, and mine's pretty decently strong, it's the physics. I can't blow as much air out as a lot of these college professors and your own private instructor might be telling you to. And I got a pretty strong embouchure, and I can't hold all that air. Can't do it. What happens if you don't have a very good strong embouchure like I do? Well, then you're even. You got like two strikes against you right there. So we have to use our noggin on this one and realize that it's the compressed air, not the quantity. And that's what, you don't really hear that from university music faculty, compressed air. You hear air, airflow. It's all about the air. Diaphragmatic breathing, that's what you hear, but you don't hear compressed air. So they're confusing a lot of people. The reason is because they can't do it themselves. They don't know what's going on. Okay, so you're going to have to back off on some of the high notes and just let the compressed air do the work. So if I take a big breath, let's see what we got here. That was a concert E flat F. I blew some decent air through the horn, but it was mainly compressed air. I wasn't trying to overblow and blow my lips out. Now if I try to go more, I'm really shoving a tremendous amount of air through the horn, and I start to notice my tone quality goes out the window. The note chips a little bit and dances around. The reason is I'm fighting to contain this narrow aperture with the strength of my chops. And all that air is just blowing my lips out. Remember, as soon as your aperture widens even slightly, we're talking about a millimeter, your range drops. Listen to that again. As soon as you cannot contain the narrow aperture here, and if we're talking about micromillimeters, a millimeter, just a fraction, your range drops. Boom. That's how tight the clearance is right there. So if you're trying to fill up and blow this huge amount of air in the upper register, you're actually fighting the wrong fight. You're making things really hard on yourself. Now, if you're trying to play in the middle register, middle, right? Now, look at my aperture. Fruge, earn right there for a middle C. That's like a million times wider than I would use for above high C. So because my aperture is already wider, and of course I got my low C tongue position, there's no compression going on there really, except for the natural compression from the diaphragm and maybe the bottleneck in your throat, but there's no tongue arch. Other than that, there's not really compression. So I am able to blow. That is where the university professors are correct when it comes to your air. So when you're in the middle and low register, they are correct about that. Then it is a lot about air more than anything else. So if you can think of in terms of trumpet speak, let's say the middle of the staff, middle C, which is third space C in the treble clef staff, maybe D, maybe E, but now you're getting to the top of the staff, but right around there, C, D, E, and down. Now all that air advice you've been getting from your instructors and your college instructors and your university professors, that is good advice. That is good advice, because you do need to have worked on a lot of air and breathing techniques for that. But it's counterintuitive. I know it seems counterintuitive that you need a lot more air and have to huff and puff, but you're actually working against yourself as you go higher. You actually have to use less quantity of air. So on a high C, what if I take in less air? Here's a full breath. What if I take in half a breath for the high C? I actually get a lot more vibrancy and brassiness to my tone, and I'm not overblowing it. And it's not going to gas out my chops. That's a high C, so that's the beginning of upper register. Ooh, that's a very, very narrow aperture for a high concert D, which would be high E on trumpet. Barely any space in the aperture for that to come out. That was a double high G. And of course we all know what a double high G is, right? University professors? You got your high G that sits right on top of the staff, and if you double that an octave higher, you got your double high G. See, fortunately a lot of them don't get that part right either. So that's actually a double high G. A high G is the little G that sits right on top of the staff, the treble clef staff. So know your notes on trumpet, folks. The next one. Let's see where we're at. Okay, here we go. There was probably a pinhole of a space in my aperture for that, what should have been a double C. Let's double check it. Yeah. Try it again. Hardly any aperture there at all. Barely. Like maybe not even a pinhole for that double C to come out. And I wasn't using that much air. So as you go higher, you can get away without using much air. Now I'm not really warmed up for the high notes here, but if I don't want to take that, you saw me take a big breath before. That's a big breath for me. You can't tell, but I am breathing. My stomach's going out first, and then my chest is rising, and I lift up my shoulders a little bit more to get more, to allow my lungs to expanding more, and then I come back down. That's where I get part of my compression. So, oh yeah. So the people who tell you don't raise your shoulders when you're taking a breath, they obviously don't play in the upper register, or if they do, they suck at it. Watch any of the heavyweight upper register experts like Maynard Ferguson. I've even seen a couple of video clips of Bud Brisbois. Bud Brisbois developed the original Bud Brisbois wedge breath. It wasn't Bobby Shue. Check it out. Bud is a lot older than Bobby Shue. Of course, he's passed away now, but Bud developed the wedge breath, and of course that involves taking as much air, swallowing the air, and then bringing your shoulders up, and then coming down. That's where you get the pressure. So these, I hate to keep, beating up on the people that really can't play that high, but they're good test takers. They got the DMA, right? So they're good test takers, and they know how to play the game. But most of their technique doesn't make any sense. So when they tell you to keep your shoulders down, when you're playing and you're supposed to take a big breath, how can you actually take a big breath with your arms and your shoulders down, locking your lungs in, where you can't even expand your rib cage? Anyway, I feel sorry for some of these people. So anyway, what if now my big breath, the point where I'm going with this is I don't want to take a big breath. What if I took even less air? So how about 25% air? Okay, so I'm letting all the air out. Now, I only had 25% of a take of air in my lungs. You heard at the very, very end of that, I put a little meat on the bone on that double C. You probably can't tell because I'm recording this on my phone camera, but it got up to about a forte. It wasn't a Barry the Band double C, but it was about a forte. That was on 25% tank of air for me. Now, I would probably want to take another 25% more to at least have a half a tank. But there's no way in heck I'm going to try to shove the largest quantity of air that I have in my lungs through this horn for a double C. I probably would overblow, but probably nothing would come out. So anyway, that's your lesson, and this is a real logical lesson based on physics. And unfortunately, for a lot of brass players, you don't get a logical lesson based on physics. You get a illogical lesson based on passed down theories that don't have any merit. Usually they're passed down theories in academia. Because the DMA that's teaching you, well, that's what they learned from their DMA, and that's what they learned from their DMA, and on and on and on. Good test takers? Yes. Yes. Got a good memory for regurgitating all those facts? Yes, they do. Are they the best players in the world? Almost certainly not. No. And they're not always the best teachers either. Go back and rewind this video. It should make a lot of sense to you. And if it does, you know what to do, baby. Send me an email. Kurt@trumpetsizzle.com, or just go to my site. You're going to get the real deal at my site. I don't have to kiss any department chairman's butt to be able to say what I'm doing. And I don't have to kiss any contractor's ass either and worry about whether or not I'm going to get a gig. I make my own gigs. I am the contractor. So I say what I want, and I say the real truth here for everybody. I don't have to kowtow to anybody. And if you like that frank, honest, brutal, in-your-face truth, you'll like working with me, and you'll actually like getting results. Until next time.
upper register. One reason that you might not be playing so easily in the upper register, and there's just one reason, there's actually a lot, is this guy. Oops. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. What am I doing this? Oh. Ooh. Hello. Tuba mouthpiece versus trumpet mouthpiece. Your mouthpiece could be putting up such an awesome fight that you are losing both the battle and the war. You're losing it all. Perfect, aligned, in tune efficiency allows you just to soar and soar and soar. It's like a bird hovering on a thermal, or even a plane for that matter. Have you ever watched planes take off when it's cold or when it's warm? Notice when it's really warm, they'll hit that thermal and they'll actually leave the runway a lot quicker and sooner before the end of that runway compared to cold weather. So efficiency comes from many, many different parts of our plane, including the equipment, how we breathe, how we've trained ourselves in the musculature up here, and then the 3 stages of compression. And there's a lot to talk about when it comes to efficiency on a brass instrument. And just because I'm holding this guy up, don't let that ostracize you if you play on, ooh, yes, ma'am. Yeah, so don't be fooled. If you play a brass instrument and you play into one of these, this is for all of you. Okay? Now wait a minute. So I have a choice to play this mouthpiece. And what if I want to play this mouthpiece? Same difference? Think about it. What if I could actually put this into my horn? No, it's not the same difference. In fact, that's one reason you might be having trouble being efficient on the horn. What's the word I'm looking for? Ego, cockiness, being a stud. How many times have I killed trumpet players who couldn't play high, couldn't play loud, and sounded forced? But guess what? They were like, oh yeah, well, Kurt, you're playing on one of those cheater mouthpieces, and I play on a Bach 1.5C. Yes. Or I play on a Bach 3C, you know, and you're playing on one of those cheater mouthpieces. So, cockiness. Let that cockiness and ego go down the drain, because it's going to get you nowhere fast. You might feel really good going to bed at night knowing that you played on a Bach 1.25C. Have you played on one of those? They actually have a Bach 1.25C. I used to play one because I wanted to feel better about myself. I felt better about myself, but my playing sounded like crap. Okay? So I needed a lot bigger lips than these. Look at my lips. I need lips about twice this size at least to do what I can accomplish on this guy. Okay, so let me explain mouthpieces. So, first of all, if you're playing on the wrong mouthpiece that's inefficient, what's going to happen is, typically it's going to be too large for you. You're going to have too much air, slow air going into the mouthpiece, because the bowl is going to be too big. And I'm making an extreme example with this. I could be holding a Bach 1.5C, not a tuba mouthpiece. I'm making an extreme example, but so I'd have too much air going in, slow. That would be one thing. My lips won't be able to really hold the last stage of compression, the aperture, because what's going to happen is as they go into a big mouthpiece, they're just naturally going to flap around slower. Sorry. There's nothing to snug them up to. The bowl is so far down. No, it's almost like I'm lip buzzing. So, this is an extreme example, of course, folks. So inefficiency. This would be a very inefficient mouthpiece for me to play on this instrument. Now, possibly, what am I holding here? It's a Yamaha 67. This might be a fantastic mouthpiece for some tuba players to be very, very efficient, maybe. Maybe not. So one thing that could be holding you back, no, I want to let you know, after having taught more than 1,500 individual students That's no joke. And 300 or 400 of you in the last 7 years have been advanced and professional players. I've learned a little something about what everybody's going through, and at least one thing that we all know is inefficiency in equipment. So if feel like you're fighting on the horn, in fact, you heard me play what I play at the beginning, right? Themed ice castles. So if you can't get up there, now that's an easy thing for me to do, and it should be easy for any pro player to do. Hello? I only went to high F. Nothing fancy, no fancy skips and tongues, and no, this is pretty easy. Now, if you can't get up there and soar like that and just feel good, I felt like the horn was playing itself. You see me playing? I wasn't even hardly breathing. The horn was playing itself, and was it right? It wasn't marching band or drum corps loud. Was it loud? Yeah, I probably were going to get some calls from the neighbors here in another couple of minutes. I mean, but it was forte. If I was playing that as a solo in a big band, jazz band, or some concert in the Park series, you would definitely hear it. And but efficiency, folks, efficiency. You got to get the efficiency, and half. I don't even want to say half the battle, part of the battle, because it just depends. Part of the battle is the equipment. I would say it's kind of a smaller part. This is a smaller part. This is a bigger part. What does that mean? That means I'd rather take my custom Bob Reeves mouthpiece and put it into a Bundy trumpet and go to town than to take a stock box 7C and put it in a $20,000 Monet trumpet. Why? Because this matters less than this. So if you don't get anything out of this tutorial, invest your money in a good mouthpiece. And I had to invest over $300 in this guy. Why? This is a Bob Reeves 43, sorry, 42S, dang it, 42SV, my bad, 42, probably can't even see that, so there's no point even showing you, 42SV, that's like Sam Victor. Okay, this is Bob Reeves. This rim, check it out, see if I can get the, is there anything left on? Oh, there's a little bit. You're not going to be able to see it. This rim actually came out of this mouthpiece. I had a duplicate. This is a Neil Sanders 17S. Yeah, it's kind of dark in here. Sorry. The way I got it set up, you're just not going to see it. But this is a Neil Sanders 17S. They don't make them anymore. Okay, so what I did is I liked this. I liked the rim. The rim felt good. But the backbore of this is pretty large to do what I do, and so I really felt that I was being inefficient blowing. Now, when you heard me play at the beginning, I was playing on this one because I built up enough chops to be able to play on just about any mouthpiece that I want, at least for a limited amount of time. Now, I wouldn't want to play this for a 4-hour, wedding reception gig, big band, no way. But anyway, so you heard me playing on this mouthpiece. It's a Neil Sanders 17S, decently shallow. Is it the most shallow mouthpiece in the world? Heck no. And it's wide. This guy's wide. Very wide. That's a wide mouthpiece. It's probably as wide as a Bach 1C, maybe even slightly wider, but it's shallow. So I like a wide rim, but this wasn't doing the trick for me for everything, and I would get tired on it. In other words, this mouthpiece was somewhat inefficient for me. I spent 3 to 3.5 hours at Bob Reeves' studio, his new studio in Valencia, am I saying that right? Valencia, California, and that's right across from the Six Flags. And when I used to live in California, I went up to his office, told him what I wanted. What he did was he took this mouthpiece, because remember I had 2, and he cut off the rim, put threads on it, and we went to town. And what he did is he brought in tons and tons of these backbores. And he didn't bring in the large ones because I told him I wasn't interested in I'm not going to be in an orchestra somewhere. I'm not going to be doing brass quintet. I'm not going to be playing third trumpet in a concert band. I'm going to be doing what I do, and I already told him what I did. And So he threaded this. We started trying all different kinds of backbores, mixing in different sleeves over and over and over again. And it took probably the better part of 3.5 hours in an afternoon, and I ended up with this. The top is a top rim cut from a Neil Sanders 17S. The rest of it is Bob Reed is that 42 SV. And then this is actually a number 2. You know, you can see that. You're probably not going to be able to see that. It's number 2. It's a number 2 sleeve. Now, once I got done with that, my lips are not equal. The bottom lip is quite a bit bigger than the top. I actually went to, where did I go? Was it Home Depot? I think it went to Home Depot, and I bought epoxy. Now, epoxy comes in 2 tubes. Epoxy is what you use. You can use it for all kinds of stuff. It's like a well. It's like a not temporary, but it's like a well that you can do yourself. And what I did was I fashioned a little thing and put it in the mouthpiece. You can't even see that. And now I'm gonna have to go out and do it again. You can see the indentation in the mouthpiece where it used to be. See that? And so it actually went into the mouthpiece like this. Well, it's not gonna be perfect, but there we go. Perfect. Perfectly like that. Wish you could see that. There, can you see that? It's in there. I'm gonna have to redo this sucker because when I was like screwing around and screwing the mouthpiece, it came out. So this makes the mouthpiece more efficient for me because my lips are inefficient. They're not equal. This is bigger than this. And when I put my mouthpiece in, I'm not getting the best compression I possibly can. And so I think outside the box, baby. And when I think outside the box, I do crazy stuff like this. You can see it. There it is. See it? It's in there. That's epoxy, ladies and gentlemen, and it comes in 2 little tubes, about the size of, well, probably about the size of my index finger, but a little bit thicker than that, a little bit longer, 2 of them. And what you do is you break them open. It's like Play-Doh. Put them together and you roll them, get them hot, and then you can just start playing around. If your lips are unequal now, like mine, if both of your lips are equal, you don't need to mess around with it. That's why these asymmetrical mouthpieces came into play, because of the inequality, like the wedge mouthpiece and some other ones, because of people's jaw structure and lips. So now I actually put the finishing touches with this on my mouthpiece, and the end result is, for me, extreme efficiency. And I'm telling you, when I'm running on all cylinders like a Lamborghini, I don't care who's playing with me. I'm going to be, especially if I'm playing lead, I'm going to be pouring out some sound, baby, and I can bury any band that I want to if I choose to. And sometimes at the end of a song, you want to bury the band because you want everybody to let that double C or that double A or that double G be dominant. Otherwise, you got to use your calibration and sound good and be a good tasting lead player. If I'm talking lead. So anyway, the purpose of this video was to kind of reveal a little bit more about myself, my way of thinking as far as efficiency in the horn, and also, I mean, heck, this is free for you. So if you're playing on a mouthpiece, this is extreme. Doesn't sound good, but I'm not a tuba player, so I'm not worried about it. But this would be very inefficient for me. And then there'd be everything related between this all the way to the most efficient. Most efficient, least efficient for me on the trumpet. Everybody has this spectrum. That my phone ran out of memory regarding the trumpet mouthpiece tutorial. So, kind of waiting here for right now. But anyway, you got the point. I exaggerated the discrepancies in trumpet mouthpiece all the way to tuba, and that was an exaggeration, really. So, fighting the good fight is one thing, but fighting inefficiency is tough. You might not win that one, and it might be a daily war that you wage and you never win. So my advice to you, and let's just put it this way, if you're doing it on your own, think about this. A surgeon knows how to cut into people and operate, right? But are they going to be any good operating on themselves?
Not really likely. An attorney with years of experience gets into trouble with the law. Are they going to really help themselves? They know everything about the law, and they've done it for a million years. But are they really going to do that well for themselves? Nope. Sorry. There was that saying about the attorney thing. Was that a person who represents themselves as an attorney at law as a fool for an attorney? You might just say the same thing about music. Really. So many people sound like shit, sound average, have problems, the same problems over and over and over and over again. And they're trying to do the surgery on themselves. They're trying to write that summons and complaint by themselves. I don't care how many years of experience you have. But the more years of experience you do have and the more that you keep failing, doesn't that say something here? You need someone who knows what they're talking about and can practice what they preach, hold your hand, and take you to the next level and turn that light bulb. Why aren't you doing it? It's usually cha-ching. Cha-ching. A little something about myself before I let you go. My freshman year in college, everybody was taking a half an hour to an hour lesson, right? And that was kind of included in the curriculum. What did I do? I got a job at Kroger in Tennessee. Started bagging groceries. They called it a courtesy clerk. I did that so I could pay for 2 hours of lessons every week for the entire freshman year in college. So I was doing double duty, and I paid out the you-know-what for that. Guess what? What I got in return, nobody has ever been able to take away from me. Gold in my pocket. Did I have to pay for it? Yes. Did I pay someone else who was actually like me? Yes. I paid a trumpet teacher to college. Did they make money off of me? Yes, they made money off of me. A lot. But I got good, I got educated, and I got what I needed. In fact, I've triple advanced myself by doing that. So if you're sitting there, it's the cha-ching. You'd rather have $200 in your bank account instead of get better at your instrument, and you're like 50 or you're 60. I feel sorry for you. Real sorry. Real sorry. Yes. Check your bank account and be happy that you got that $200 or $300 in your account, and it makes you feel warm and fuzzy. And then get out your horn and you play like crap. Or you go to rehearsal and you can't last. Or you can never play lead, or when you do play lead, you sound like shit. So yes, you do all that, and at the end of the day, you open up your bank account and feel all warm and fuzzy that you got those extra dollars that you never spent on your education. Extra education. I don't care if you have a PhD or DMA. If you aren't playing that well, at this point in life, my friend, you didn't spend enough on your education. Bar none. The way it is. And think about me, years ago, as a little bitty, skinny freshman, 18-year-old freshman in college, working my freaking ass off, bagging groceries, taking that crap out in the rain in Tennessee, so I could take 2 1-hour lessons each week for a year. Amazing, right? Now, you're probably thinking, what a tool. Well, this tool that you might be thinking of kicked everybody's butt, and now here I am right now, teaching people that got DMAs, PhDs, masters. So that extra hour of lesson each week when I was 18 has become gold. Big golden nuggets in my pocket. Would I have rather bought a new car? Yes. Would I have rather watched the numbers grow in my bank account to 500, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000? Yes. But would I have rather sucked it and been average. Mm-mm. No. You got a choice to make. And you can get on your laptop now and check your bank account and be warm and fuzzy that you have an extra couple $100 in your bank account, but you're going to go to your rehearsal this week and suck ass. Or you're going to flip-flop and actually do what you know you need to do. Come on now. Am I talking to a 40-year-old, a 50-year-old, a 60-year-old who still can't play? You should be playing better than me. You're a lot older than I am. But why aren't you? Priorities, my friend. You make the wrong choices in life and you kind of sow what you reap, right? Or reap what you sow. Good old Bible verse. You have a good night and you really think about what I said. Get out your horn. See if you can do what I did right off the cuff at the beginning of this video. Too hard? It really shouldn't be hard at all. It should be easy at this point in life. That's my lecture to you, especially to my older trumpet playing friend. You should not have arrived at 40, 50, 60, or 70 and be sucking it. I don't care if you have $1 million in your account. What's that worth if you suck it? Bye-bye. Hey, you won't believe this. One weird trick to solve your dizziness problems. I don't know too many tuba players that get dizzy from blowing high notes. It might, I don't know, could be there. Trombone, maybe more. But basically, it's your lead trumpet players that are playing above high C. They get dizzy. I'm not going to go into the entire medical delineation of why you're getting dizzy or maybe not. But basically, it works like this. You have a certain amount of blood in your body, right? Gravity makes a lot of your blood go down to your lower torso. Now, when you blow hard, you see the veins popping out. What's going on? You're blowing, you're spreading the blood away from your brain and your heart. It's going away. Okay? Now, if you happen to have a lot of blood hanging out in your lower extremity, your feet and your ankles and your thighs and your calves, and all the stars line up right, you will get dizzy. And in fact, if you keep blowing high notes, you're going to pass out. Passing out is not a bad thing because basically the body wants you to go prone. It's your body's way of having you actually pass out, to go prone to save yourself, so all the blood can immediately be pumped back to your heart and to your brain. So in case you didn't know why you're getting dizzy, that's what's going on. Now, a lot of factors come into play too. Your age, your weight, your height. Chemicals like, do you smoke? Drink a ton of caffeine or coffee, Red Bulls and things like that, 4-hour energy. Your water intake, how hydrated are you? Your stress and your sleep. So these factors all conspire against you and give you that feeling that you want to pass out. In fact, if you don't acknowledge that feeling, you will pass out. So I used to be afflicted by that when I was, well, I guess let me go back one more step. Also, if you're playing loudly and for a long period of time near your max range, that will also tend to want to make you pass out. And when I was a younger guy in college, I did notice on some of the lead trumpet charts that I was playing on that were top tier back then when I was 19 and 20, I would kind of like do this thing. Whoa. After I got done, I was like, oh my God, I'm just about ready to pass out. Well, the reason for that was because back then at 19 or 20, I think I had a good double A, double B flat, double B, double C max range which is not bad, right? But when you play and butt up against that max range, you're going to probably feel dizzy and pass out, because that was my max range, and I was playing at it using the maximum mouthpiece pressure, blowing, and what was going on is the blood from my brain, my heart was being pressed away, and my heart, no matter how good it was, could not pump blood from my feet and my ankles fast enough back up to my heart and my brain, and that's why you get dizzy. Your body really wants you to be forced to go prone. Standing up, prone. So it's not like you're in bad conditions. Your body wants you to do that, saving yourself. So one weird trick that solves this problem. Also, I forgot to mention other factors like heat. I remember I drove from Santa Monica to Fullerton to play at Steamer's Jazz Cafe. It was 93 freaking degrees out. And I was stressed out. Took me an hour and a half in crappy LA traffic. Why was I stressed out? I hadn't played in a couple of years. At that caliber. And I got called in to sub the lead chair. And I actually ended up doing pretty good, but it was stressful. I had some anxiety. It was hot. I don't know if I was hydrated enough, but I did take one precaution because he said there would be several Maynard charts on there. So here's the one weird trick, folks. Compression socks, baby. They look like women's nylon hose, right? But these guys are medical grade 30, I believe it's 30 milligrams of compression. When they go on really, really tight. There's two of them. On that particular day, just because I knew that I hadn't played, I played in a couple bands before, but it was easy for me. Old-timey white tie, wood choppers, ball kind of stuff. I don't really count that as, for me, playing. It was okay playing. But this particular band had a lot of pros in it, and they were going to be playing some really tough charts. And I wanted to go there mainly to be recorded and be able to put those up on my YouTube channel and other sites, and I've done that. And you can see me playing some different stuff on YouTube with that particular group. I think the guy's name was Don Kubik. He's also a friend of mine on Facebook from like 4 or 5 years ago. But he runs a big band in the LA area and made up of mainly working professional LA players. Now, I got called in and played the lead book, baby. Sight read it and nail it down. That's when, the pedal hits the metal, right? And because of the temperature, because of my stress, anxiety, because of what I knew was coming for me, I wanted to make sure that I could go through the whole book and hopefully my chops would hold up. But if not, I didn't want to pass out. And that's why I was actually wearing these. So that particular day, what I ended up doing is right before I got in the car and got in that hour and a half of traffic from Santa Monica to Steamer's Jazz Cafe in Fullerton, which is Orange County, I got on my bed and I put my legs up on the wall like this. So if you can imagine me, I'm laying down and my heels are hitting the wall like that. And I'm letting all the blood drain back down to my torso. And after about 15 minutes, because due to gravity, that's when I put these guys on. And that's when I, dress with my black pants and my attire for playing. So what this does, it grips and is so tight that it does not allow a lot of blood flow back to your lower extremities. And it enables your heart to keep pumping blood at a closer rate and a closer distance from where your heart is and where your brain is. And as a result of that, that is the one weird trick, my brass playing friends. Get yourself some compression socks. Now they make all kinds. They make it looks like socks, like ankle socks, socks that go to your calves. These are actually thigh high.
They go up to your mid-thigh, and they actually make compression pants that go up to your waist. And I first got turned on to this by ultra marathon and triathlete competitors. Believe it or not, if you see them wearing all black tights when they're running, now that costs a lot more than this, but those are compression tights, and so what that does is it gives them a lot better endurance. Their heart is not working so hard to pump blood from their feet back up here, because those compression tights from their ankles all the way up to their waist is forcing the blood to stay more in their mid-torso. And so I got turned on to this idea that if that works that way, what would it do for people who have a tendency to pass out? So there's no site out there telling you that this is working for trumpet players and trombone players that are playing extreme high lead stuff and getting dizzy. You heard it here. Let me toot my horn on that one. You heard it here right now. I'm the one that discovered that. It's a quirky idea. It's a quirky, weird tip and trick and technique, but it works. And you know what I'm talking about. If you get dizzy, it's a horrible, impotent feeling, isn't it? Impotent. You got the chops to blaze away on that note, but dang it, you can't, because you're going to do this. And that's a very impotent feeling. To know that you got this and you got this, but you can't do it that much because you're going to go, you're going to fall out. Now, with this one weird trick, and it is weird, baby. Compression hose, compression socks. Get them online, because when I first checked this out, I bought them at CVS. Man, it was like 80 bucks for these. I returned them when I found out I can get them online for about a third. These were about 28 bucks. So, yeah, you can go to CVS or Walgreens or Walmart or whatnot, and you're going to pay about, it is expensive. You're going to pay about 70 or 80 bucks for thigh-high, 30 milligram compression, medical grade socks. Don't do that. Save your bucks, go online, order them, the same damn thing, and just wait a little bit, and you're going to save yourself 50 bucks. You might as well put that $50 and buy a nice trumpet lesson for me. There you go. Yeah, that'd be better use of your money than give it to Walgreens. You got to give it to starving and low-income teachers, right? You got to give something back. There you go. So try it. If you're a lead trumpet player, or you're just a guy playing around but you can't have that much fun playing because you're getting dizzy, try this one weird trick and prove me wrong. You won't be able to. This is the real deal. Compression medical grade socks. These are 30 milligrams. They come in all ratings from, I think, as low as 15 milligrams up to 50. I would recommend somewhere in the 25 or 30 milligram range. 50 is for people that have had vein surgery and people that really have a horrible, horrible problem with, let's see if I can remember what the term is. No, I'm not going to remember what it is. It's a, dang it, I wish I could remember that name of that term. It's a syncope disease that affects some Americans and some people in the world, where they're always getting dizzy. They're not playing trumpet. They're getting dizzy when they stand up, when they go up from bed and they stand up. They're really getting dizzy, and they really do have this medical condition. Oh, I just thought of it. It's vasovagal syncope. Vasovagal syncope. That's when your heart is not able to pump up blood from your lower extremities quick enough and you're getting dizzy all the time. Not because of trumpet or trombone. But for us, we're not concerned about that, and I'm not a medical doctor. It's a weird trick. Go spend $30, $40 on some medical grade compression socks, and you're going to be amazed that when you go out to your gig or your rehearsal, you can blow your brains out and you will not pass out.
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day. Hey, can you do this? Can you do that? Does it matter if you can? Is it a trick? How about, that's going to get harder going higher, but no, that was a lot harder. Okay. This is mainly just for giggles, but there is something to it. Try it. What about when you get an octave higher? This is going to be almost impossible. Woo! That's like going up a mountain with a 800-pound girl on your back, folks. So, and I'm not going to try the octave after that, you know, no way. But anyway, kind of suggests something, doesn't it, about the ease of vibration of your lips in the set and placement of your chops. I wouldn't recommend doing much of that, but you know, once a week or twice a week, you could certainly do what I just did here, and you actually feel it in your lips. I mean, I'm kind of feel that the muscle just kind of got pumped up from doing that. So without the buzzing. There's a real vibrancy to the tone. I actually think my low C is sounding better today than my middle C, and that's usually not the case. So anyway, try it. Think outside the box, ladies and gentlemen. So you're navigating from a pure free lip buzz to immediate transition and tone on your horn, back to the lip buzz. Low C. Go up to middle C. Can you do it? Back and forth. The most squirrely one, of course, is high C. I mean, even I wasn't didn't have the continuity as much as I would have liked, but it's just kind of wacky after you get above the staff. I think some other dynamics are at play, you know, with the compression of the air and also the pressure of the mouthpiece and things like that. Hope you enjoyed that little bit of fun. Catch you in the next one. Another very, very good reason why you should be practicing roll in and roll out, and accompanied by your lip buzzing. Lip buzzing not only builds up strength and flexibility and responsivity, depending on what you're doing, but it is also a practice in real time roll in and roll out. And I'm going to demonstrate that right now. So if you're having problems going up and going back down on the horn, although lip buzzing is not exactly what we're doing into the mouthpiece, so don't think that lip buzzing does not equal exactly what we're doing when we're playing the horn, but it's an approximation. And so if you can get the roll in and roll out with your lip buzzing, you're just going to find it much easier on the horn. So why don't you watch the real-time roll in and roll out on my lips without the horn. I've already demonstrated in another video on the horn. So I'm going to play a tester note of low C. I'll do a couple of these so you can kind of get it. Concert B flat low C. I'll buzz it. Now I'm going to roll out. You can see the slight roll out and roll in as I'm going back and forth from low C to pedal C. What if we take that up an octave? Middle C. Let me get a better breath. Run out there. So there I was rolling out and rolling back in 2 octaves on my lips. And I'm not going to try to set any record here on how many octaves I can do, but you're seeing the real-time roll out and roll in. And if you're having trouble doing that on the horn, you might consider doing a little bit of lip buzzing. Now, if you haven't done a lot of lip buzzing before, or you have and you haven't had good success, you really need to go to my YouTube channel and search lip buzzing,
or just put in lip buzzing Kurt Thompson, because I have a plethora of lip buzzing tutorials, most of them cautioning you to not do too much lip buzzing, keep it as soft as you can to get the tone out, and taking lots and lots of breaks, because you do just a little bit more lip buzzing than you really need, and it can actually backfire on you and screw you up. And so you don't need to get gun-ho on lip buzzing and do a half an hour of this a day and find that a couple of days later you can't even play the horn, because that's what will happen to you. So what if we went a little higher? That last one was middle C. That should be a high C with a little chip in there. Take a breath, see if I can get that back up. All right. Hopefully you were able to see my lips rolling in and rolling out. That's what we mean by roll in and roll out. For those of you who still find it ambiguous or murky or foggy or unclear or theoretical, it's not theory. We're talking about something that's really going on in the horn when you're playing this guy. So if you've been having trouble with the roll in and roll out, which is really essential for you to be able to maneuver all around the horn, whether you're going higher or whether you're going down lower, it's really essential that you have that down. If you don't have that down, what ends up happening is, well, it's the result of why most people sound the way they do. They sound choppy and brittle and stiff, and they don't have that really fluid, flowing cantabile singable sound, and instead they're choppy. And the reason that is because they have to reset their embouchure as they go high, and they have to reset their embouchure as they go lower. So the roll in and roll out in real time allows you to maneuver through the various ranges of the horn without having to stop and start with the tongue, stop and start with the air, or constantly reset your embouchure and embouchure positioning to be able to accommodate the different ranges you're playing in. That's the whole reason for it. And so it's not just a talent or a skill set. It's a combination of just about everything: strength, flexibility, skill set, and some talent. Where I made mention in the 4-octave glissando tutorials I did that's pretty much a result of brute strength and power, not a lot of talent. The roll in and roll out does require a skill set. It's not about brute strength. It does require some talent, some skill set. You need to have practice on that. And of course, it does take a little bit of strength and flexibility. So one more time, see what we can get here. Yeah. So the high C, and I'm just going to keep it high C and under, for that way, that's just for everybody, okay? That should be a middle C. That was, I'm actually kind of firing on all cylinders this morning, because that actually came out pretty decent. That was real-time rolling from high C down to low C and all the way back, that last couple that I did. So it might look easy to you on the video here, but when you start trying that lip buzzing, you're going to go, oh my God, it's tough. So lip buzzing in general is tough. It's actually the hardest thing that we can do in regards to our horn, as far as embouchure and as far as playing. So the lip buzzing the hardest, mouthpiece buzzing is about moderate, and then of course playing the horn is the easiest. So that's how it goes. So anyway, I'm Kurt Thompson, and if you want some embouchure coaching for all brass instruments, what I just did is applicable to all brass instruments, not just trumpet. If you got a pair of these, and you're playing to something that's metal like this, a lot of what I do applies to you, regardless of what brass instrument that you play. So hopefully you found this video about roll in and roll out and lip buzzing, and another reason why lip buzzing can be quite valuable in your practicing regimen. Until next time, keep the faith, buddy. Hey, I'm Kurt Thompson, and I'm here to give a little bit more in-depth tutorial on the most difficult technique on the trumpet, which is the 4-octave glissando. Bar none, it's the most difficult. I don't care who you are, where you live, and how good a player you are. The 4-octave glissando is the most difficult technique to execute. That said, this does not take quite a lot of talent, folks. This takes brute strength, power, and chops. And that actually means something good for just about everybody. We all have varying levels of talent that we were born with, and that we've cultivated. But this particular technique, even though it is the most difficult to perform on trumpet and certainly any other brass instrument, can be developed. You can make yourself stronger. Yeah, so it's not a matter of how talented you are. It's a matter of going through the process. And for most people, they don't know what that process is. You have to go through the process in order to gain this type of enormous strength and power, and being so resilient to be able to go 4 octaves and power off the way I'm going to be demonstrating in these videos. Now, I have a pretty fun video that I've had out for about 8 years, rocketing up to the double C with the 4-octave glissando, but that doesn't really resonate with a lot of people because they can't play double C anyway, much less to do the 4-octave glissando to it. So, I decided to go ahead and record some 4-octave glissandos that were lower. So the lowest one that I got is D, going to high D. I also threw in an E flat or an E and an F. I believe also double high F sharp, and then finally the last note in upper register for trumpet, which is a double high G. And just for giggles, I threw in a 4-octave glissando going to double high A, and also double high B flat. So somewhere in there, you can start working. Now, the thing about it is, you're not going to be arriving to the land of milk and honey as far as range and endurance just by working this one technique only. In fact, if you've even looked at my website, trumpetsizzle.com, you'll see right there in big red letters, 75 techniques, upper register program. This is one of them. This is one of them. 4-octave glissando is one of them. It's the most difficult. But think about it. If this was the only technique that anybody ever needed to reach the stratosphere on trumpet, well, then I would have a program with just one technique, the 4-octave glissando. And that should tell you that increasing your range, flexibility, endurance is not a matter of a quick tip or trick or something that I can say, here, just try this for a little bit and you're going to be playing like Maurice Andre or Maynard Ferguson. No, it's a process that you have to go through. It's going to take time. You got to have the right roadmap. You got to have someone that can actually show you and demonstrate what you want to accomplish. Not some teacher that's just telling you what they think they know, but they can't demonstrate it. You need to go through the process with somebody that actually can walk the walk. Not just talk the talk, walk the walk. If you've made that decision for yourself, and you actually want to do something and change the way you play for the better. And let's face it, any kind of brass instrument is a physical instrument. It's a physical instrument no matter what anybody else tells you. Why don't you practice music? You know, why do you spend your time working on range? Why do you spend your time working on your sound? Why do you spend your time double tonguing? Well, the thing is, this instrument doesn't come with all the notes that you have on a piano. A 3-year-old can take their little tiny finger and play the highest note on a piano. We cannot do that on this instrument. We have to spend time on the physical part in order for us to actually make music. You spend all your time just making music without working on the physical part, you won't be sounding too good on that music at all. So I hope this made sense to you. enjoy the tutorials, and what the heck, go ahead and get your horn out and try one or two. Why not? It's not meant to just watch and put your feet up on your recliner. Get out this guy and start working it. I'll see you in the next one. Try the 4-octave glissando on a starting on a double pedal E flat up to high E flat. Double pedal E up to E above high C. The 4-octave glissando from double pedal F up to F above high C. Okay, we're going to try the 4-octave glissando from pedal F sharp, which is the lowest tier 2 pedal tone that we can get, which is pedal F sharp, before we go into the third tier, which is where I was before when I was on the lower high notes. So pedal F sharp to double high F sharp. Four-octave glissando on the last note in upper register before you cross over into extreme upper register. So that will be going to a double high G, a pedal G to a double high G. All right, we're going to try the 4-octave glissando on pedal A, rocketing up to double high A. So now we're out of upper register, we're a little bit into the extreme upper register. Hey, I'm going to do the 4-octave glissando from a pedal B flat up to a double high B flat. I'm not done. I can't leave you guys with that tension and that chord of what I was playing. I forgot 2 notes. Hold on a second. See if I can get him out. Oh yeah, here we go. This should do it. There we go. Doesn't it make it all better now? Yeah. Okay. So I often get asked, look, we know that trumpet is the superior instrument for the entire brass family. We know that, that's obvious. But Kurt, why do you really feel that the trumpet is the best of all the brass instruments? And we're talking about tuba, French horn, euphonium, baritone, trombone. And I'm going to lump cornet and trumpet kind of in the same category, so they're about the same. Pay attention, okay? Pay very, very, very close attention. I don't know if I really want this to get out, because if I did, we might have a lot of converts from the bass clef up to the treble clef. And maybe even a French horn player might convert. But here's the main reason that trumpet is the superior instrument of the brass family. Ready? And you're not going to believe this. Yes. You know, how many times have we had an itch on our back? And look at, I can get way on down there. Isn't that nice? Oh yeah. Get way on down there. You're looking at it, folks. This is the reason that trumpet is superior and the best instrument of the entire brass family. Just try doing that with the tuba player. Well, not a tuba player. Have the tuba player try doing it with his tuba or her tuba. Try doing that with a trombone. French horn? Yeah, French horn's iffy. It might be. What if you dropped it? There goes a $5,000 con down the drain. So, you heard it from me, folks. Trumpet is the best and the most superior instrument of the brass family. One more time, you said? One more time? Sure? One more time? Okay, here we go. You just cannot do this successfully with any other brass instrument except for trumpet. That is why when you see a tuba player practicing and you see a trombone player practicing and others, you know that little wooden back scratcher that you can get at 7-Eleven or Circle K, looks about like that long. That's why you see a lot of them with those little makeshift back scratchers, and that's another reason I think trumpet players are actually quite independent. We don't have to depend on another device to scratch our backs when we're practicing. You heard it here first, I believe, folks, because I haven't heard anybody else talk about this. It's a secret that's been kind of on the down low, kind of hush-hush until now. But still, just keep it among your friends, okay?
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day. Hey, the traffic is moving. What am I doing? It's called kicking ass and not making excuses. Keep your horn with you all the time. I'm in the Houston traffic right now. It's flooding like mad, crazy. But I bring my axe with me wherever I go, so when I get in traffic, or for when things are slow and crazy, I can whip out my horn and keep it going. No excuses. Okay, class is in session. And you should just know that there's just a lovely, 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 huge oil painting that I got from my place a couple months ago. Just absolutely love it. Yeah, it is on oil on canvas, but we're not here to study art. At least not this kind of art. We're here to study this kind of art. Ooh, did you catch something there? What did that say? Can you correctly name these notes for trumpet? Can you? By the way, I've noticed some of you on Facebook aren't subscribers at my YouTube channel, and I'd love for you to go over there and show your support. It's very easy to do. Just go to YouTube, and you can click on a link, or you can put my name in it. And anyway, I come up pretty decently at YouTube, and once you get to my channel, just click on subscribe, and you'll get notifications instantly when I put stuff up online, or seen on my website. Okay, there's a problem all across the planet, and most of the problem lies with professional classical trumpet players, symphonic and orchestral trumpet players, and university professors. They can't name the right notes. And we're going to find out why that is. Why even somebody that's 80 years old, or looks it, and he's a university professor, or maybe even she, and they can't get the name of the damn note right. So this is going to be some brutal logic for these people. First of all, you know what a trumpet looks like. And let me go get my trumpet just for fun, because I just want to make sure. Okay. I want you to look at the bell of the trumpet here. Do you see a piano growing out of the end of the bell of my trumpet? Do you see a piano in there at all? No, this is a trumpet. Now here's going to be a pop quiz for anybody. But really, if this is being shown in a classroom where there is a university professor, you got 5 seconds to give me the ultimate definition for the question I'm going to pose. Here you go. You ready? I'm going to count to 5 and then I'm going to answer it. But just like getting these notes wrongly labeled, the university professor and even the classical symphonic trumpet player is going to get this wrong. We're not going to be able to come up with a good answer. Give me the simplest and most accurate definition of music. 3, 4, 5. Music is the organization of sounds through time. That's it, folks. You can't get more accurate and more simple than that. It's not music as an organization of sound and piano and how all the other instruments and voices on the planet relate to that instrument. No, ma'am. No, ladies. It's not. Let me repeat. The definition of the word music is the organization of sound through time. That means I could cough or burp and make it music if I wanted to. It would have nothing at all to do with piano. Zero. Got that straight? Now, we don't play piano. I'm talking to trumpet players. We happen to play an instrument called trumpet. And we have our own notes. and I'm a trumpet player and speak to trumpets. Now, if I was a band director, I might have to give you a code word to let you know what you're going to be playing. Or so I'm speaking your language, and you know that code word is, everybody, right? Concert. So the band director would say, I want everybody to play concert, whatever, concert B flat or concert F. Well, the trumpet players know that they're not going to play B flat. They're going to play their C. Okay. Big deal if the piano happens to have the C note come out when you strike a C, and we happen to have a B flat. We're playing a different instrument, folks. Not trying to be like piano. Now let's go to this little tutorial. Let's find out what we're dealing with here. Let's find out why so many of the advanced players in the hierarchy of academia get this wrong. Okay. So, what's the name of this note, anybody? Right there. It is, I'm holding the camera, low G. Okay. You agree with that? You agree with that? Or is that pedal G? Look carefully. It's actually low G, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now think about this brutal logic that's going to kill a lot of people. Now we're playing our instrument. That's a low G for trumpet. I don't care what it is for bassoon, didgeridoo, piano, harpsichord, color to a soprano. I don't care what it is for anybody else but for me and for people who play trumpet. Now what do you suppose the next note above it is? Right here. Is that also low G? No. Folks, that note right there is a middle G. It's not another low G. So some people get confused because they think of it as low. You know, because it's a relatively easy note for us to play, isn't it? But a G set on the second line, the trumpet clef staff, is definitely not a low G. We already have a low G. There it is. There's low G. There's, middle G. You following the logic here, folks? I know it's tricky. Now, what do we got coming up right there? The little goose egg sitting on top of the staff. What is that note? Come on, you can get it. If you said it's another middle G, you'd be wrong, because this is actually high G. Boom. That looked like a G, kind of. All right. So, no, that is not another middle G. You got low, middle, high G. Now, the reason people get this confused too is because when they play that G on top of the staff, they don't think of it as that high. Ask any alto or soprano, or let's be more specific, alto or mezzo soprano in a choir, if that note would be considered a middle note or a low note. They're going to say, no way, that's a high G. Right? Of course they will. They're not going to say that's low or that's middle. Now what about this note here? Way right there, way up there in the clouds. Way up there in the clouds. What is the name of that note? Is it high G? Kind of, but no. When you already got a high designated note like high G, you are confused to say that's also high G, so there has to be another wording there. So high is in the name. But folks, that's what we call a double high G. There's high G. If you take that an octave over, we double the highness of it. We can't call that note right there a high G, way up in the clouds, because that's a high G there. So to make it simple, we call this note double high G, and some of us jazzers call it double G, double G, double G. Does any of this make sense? I bet there's someone out there with a PhD or DMA right now who this does not make any sense. But for the rest of us, it should make sense. There might even be some principal trumpet player that's been playing in an orchestra or a symphony for the last 30 years, about ready to retire, who would look at this and say, no, that doesn't make any sense. How does he coming up with all this? It just can't be. The G on top of the staff is not high. It's got to be middle. And therefore the G way up in the clouds, that's got to be a high G. Wrong. We got low G, because that's not a pedal tone. Low G, middle G, high G, an octave higher, double high G, or double G. You getting that, folks? Now, why do you suppose so many classical players, especially, and university professors, and let's just face it, folks, probably 90% or more of all university professors, trumpet professors, are mainly classical trumpet players. Let's just face it. There's not too many crossover lead trumpet, jazz trumpet, and classical trumpet players at the higher education level. Not really that many. So more than 90% will be mainly classical. So why is there such a problem? Well, one reason is most classical trumpet players do not play in that range all the time. They don't play too much above high C and high D. And when they do play those notes, what are they using? They're not using a big B flat trumpet. They're using their piccolo almost 100% of the time. If they're playing Fs and Gs, it's on a piccolo. Okay? So you have to consider they are definitely not the expert in upper register pedagogy, upper register speak, or notes in the upper register. And that's one reason that they get it wrong, because they're just not playing up there that much. But let's give you the other reason why. Let's go over to this. Now, what do we got here? We got kind of almost the same deal, except it's lower. Okay? So, let's take a look at that. These are all G's. What are these notes? What is that note? We know what that note is, right? Let's just start with that note. What's that note? A couple more seconds. That's an F. In fact, folks, here's where people get screwed up. It's so close to our middle G, but because of our instrument, is that a middle F or a low F? If you guessed a low F, you would be correct. And that's why it's confusing. Low F, oh, wait a minute, that's middle G. How could that be? They're so close. It's because the acoustic of our instruments. Now or the trumpet, the acoustic of the trumpet. Let's go down to this note. What's the name of that note? Well, we know it's F. Okay, sorry for my fingers. We know it's F, but is that low F? No, folks. And this is why some jazzers also get this note wrong. When they call this top note double F, double high F, it's not. So this is where I think people are getting confused. That note is not a low F. It's what we call a pedal. If I can get this to stay still. There we go. Pedal F. The acoustics of the trumpet are like this. I'm not going to, actually that's a whole nother tutorial, I'm not going to go into it. Bottom line, the lowest natural note on the trumpet is low F sharp, fingered 1, 2, and 3, low F sharp. Now, that's a half step higher than this F natural. What happens if you go below the low F sharp, fingered 1, 2, and 3, you actually go into the range of the pedal tones. And pedal tones, although they are legitimate in some respects, for the natural harmonic acoustics of our instrument, the trumpet, we start counting at the low F sharp, not at the pedal notes. Therefore, the first F that we come to is what? That one. So the F in the staff, see if I can get this going here. That's actually a low F. Ooh, are we clearing some of the confusion? Now that's a low F. It really is confusing because there's a middle G, there's a low F. We don't have any low F down there in this range where the low G is because that's a pedal F and not a natural note of the trumpet. If we go up an octave higher, now what do we got there? Middle F. So that's middle F. Let's see if I can get this paper to stay still. Middle F. Now, would a lot of altos and mezzo-sopranos call that high? Yeah. A lot of them would not say that's a middle note in their middle range. They're singing up to F. Of course, you know, most of them can get that note. They can go higher, but they would not call that a low note or a middle note. They would definitely say that's on the higher side. But for trumpets, we call it middle F. Now, what's that note above those ledger lines, still way up in the clouds? And here's where a lot of lead trumpet players and commercial trumpet players get this wrong. The classical guys do not get this wrong. They're going to call that the classical guys and the professors are going to call this the right note. It's actually called, if this paper would just stay still. Okay. So that note is high F, and most university professors and principal trumpet players in orchestras and symphonies and classical trumpet players all around the globe would call that high F. And this is one reason they make the mistake. They go right over there and they go, well, ooh, that note right there is a high G. Because look, high F, high G, high F, high G. Wrong. Look, I've outlined the whole structure of everything for the benefit of people who've been doing this for a long time in telling their students. Can you believe that we're getting spurious facts about what the name of notes are, the real accurate names are? And I've just outlined why. Isn't that crazy? I had someone email me. Someone left a comment on one of my YouTube videos that said, why are you so up in arms about university professors? It seems like you're bashing them, and you must not like academia. The truth of the matter is, maybe one day, who knows? I might like to have a DMA suffix after my name. That'd be pretty cool. So no, I'm not knocking the degree. I'm not knocking the intelligence. Most of the time, it's the people behind that degree and their attitude
and their ability a lot of times doesn't really fit that degree, in my opinion. It's like they almost got that degree just to make themselves feel better about their own playing and their own talent. I believe that the intelligence and the playing and the talent come first, and then the degree. So no, I mean, who knows? I'm going to have to get a lot older and more balder and a lot more grayer, but once that happens, I could definitely fit into the higher education and have, doctorate of music arts right after my name. That'd be pretty cool. And I'm still kind of considering that. But I don't need that to play at my level and teach other professional players. I don't need to have the suffix to have the intelligence and the knowledge of my instrument. So, you heard it here, folks. Let that stick in your brain just for a little bit. Look at that. There you go. This was called Can You Correctly Name These Notes for Trumpet? Not piano, not soprano, not didgeridoo, or zither, or harmonica, but for trumpet. We play trumpet. Let's not confuse things. And if you're a student, you really ought to share this video to your university trumpet professor. I'm Kurt Thompson. Hope you enjoy this on-the-house trumpet lesson for you. It didn't cost you anything, did it? I'll see you in the next one. So long for now.
Hey, just a short little talk about why I do what I do and the importance of building your range and your endurance. Kind of the endurance will follow the range. Believe it or not, I do get quite a lot of haters. Some of them will comment right on my post and some of them will email saying that all I care about is playing high notes and being cocky and egotistical and all that kind of stuff. And there's more to this instrument, there's more to music than playing high notes. People got me wrong. That is not correct. What a lot of people fail to recognize is you will not be playing too much music if this is weak, if you don't have all the notes on this guy at your disposal, as many as that you can get. Not only that, life is difficult. And this thing can start to hurt after a while if you use too much pressure. And you're also limited on what you can do as far as the different styles. So I just happen to have this natural knack when it comes to upper register, but instead of being born with the talent like some of the celebrity trumpet players that have a fantastic range and seem to never get tired, I actually had to work at it. I had to figure out how to build my range up. There was no high note trumpet teacher when I was growing up teaching high notes. So as far as just building, you see my stuff and it says, increase your range for 4 notes, or learn how to play a little higher this, or strengthen your lips or your chops. And some people are like, man, that's crazy. I want to spend time on making music. Well, this instrument is a physical instrument, folks, and I'm here to tell you, man, it is unforgiving. You can have a lot of fights with this instrument. It could also be a trombone or tuba, it doesn't matter. But a lot of times the instrument will win. And the reason is because you haven't developed this. And just because you increase your range and got all these high notes at your disposal, does that mean you got to be a screaming fool? No. So when I'm talking about adding high notes to your range, I'm not going around trying to beat everybody over the head saying you get these high notes because you're going to be able to scream and hang over at the end of songs all the time. No. Just because you have, if you're playing trumpet, if you have a double high C, doesn't mean you ever got to play it if you don't want to. It's just nice to know that you got it. And if you have a double high C range, even if you play in the symphony, everything else is going to be easier. Your tone's going to be better. Your endurance is going to be a million times better because you're not crunching out your lips with the mouthpiece. Your pitch center is going to be better. I already mentioned maybe sound and resonance. Tuning will be better. Your slotting and accuracy, everything gets better and it gets easier. Just imagine right now for most people watching this video how easy it is to play like low C up to second line G. But maybe when you were 4th or 5th grade it wasn't that easy. But right now, whether you're an advanced or a pro player, I mean, isn't that a ridiculous comment? Imagine how easy it is to play low C's and G's. The reason it's easy, or one of the reasons, is because your range is so far above that. Playing low C, E, G, and even middle C is a piece of cake. It's a cakewalk. That's kind of the premise behind my philosophy of wanting to keep building range and power, is that you don't have to hot dog all the time. If you do want a hot dog, you got it. It's there. You can use it. But you don't have to do that if you're not that type of personality. What's going to happen is if you have the extra range, all the stuff that you play now gets easier. Your endurance doubles and triples. Your tone gets better. I mean, just the stuff I just mentioned just a couple of minutes ago, that's why you increase your range. It's not about being a meathead and going to your gig and blowing a bunch of high notes for your warm-up and being that guy or that girl. It's not about that. It's about the ability to really enjoy your life and be fulfilled on your instrument and make it as easy and as fun-loving as possible. What would be the other reason for the range? I'm kind of drawing a blank now. But what I said previously, that's pretty much really what I want to share with everybody in this video. You see my stuff, I'm saying, hey, you got to build up your range. Come on, let's do it. I'm giving some incentives here. Let's do this. Because people have told me, and I kind of feel the same thing, I kind of am good at taking information, especially when it comes to range and upper register, and passing it on to students. So anyway, so you see me trying to get you involved in some of the stuff I do. And in case you didn't know it, I've made a post recently. I'm not all about the dollar, the almighty buck. I got over 400 videos on my YouTube channel. Just search my name or search your brass instructor. I got a ton of free stuff that you can even get your horn out and start practicing with. Yes, go check it out. You're just not going to run out of videos. I got demos that you can play along with. I got tutorials that you can learn from. You're going to have a lot of stuff to work on there, all for free. And just recently I was offering some free weeks from my course. If people would, let me know how many, for example, C's they could lip buzz or they could do in their mouthpiece. I guess that was too hard for most everybody, so we'll scratch that one. So bottom line is, I basically don't care who's watching this and how good you are. I feel like if you're the best professional lead player in the world, guess what? I think that you're probably still working on your range. I really do. You may not want to admit it. I believe that the best, strongest brass players in the world that have arrived, they got maybe a great gig or whatever, or maybe they're one of the top call A-list session players. I believe they are still working on their range and endurance and their sound. They didn't stop it. So what should that tell everybody else? It's a lifelong pursuit on this instrument. You're going to keep working on your range. You're going to keep working on your sound and your tone and your power and getting better and better. It really doesn't stop. So I'm Kurt Thompson. I wanted to give you a little bit more insight about me, why I do what I do, and why it looks like so far people have gotten some pretty good value for the information that I've been passing along. So if you got extra time, go to youtube.com/yourbrassinstructor and dig in. You won't get done with it anytime soon. There's a ton of information there. It's all free. And anyway, then you know about my other courses that I'm always throwing up here on Facebook and LinkedIn and other places. And so those are always there for you too if you really want to get serious and pull the trigger and be totally wowed as to what will happen with your range. Remember, you got this much range, and if you play down here, life is easy. If you got this much range and you play here, life isn't so easy, folks. See you. So you want to play like Maynard, huh? Yeah, you and about a million other people do too.
So we're going to talk a little bit about the desire to play like Maynard, and then the reality, and some people's very close attempts to play and sound like Maynard, and some people's attempts to sound like Maynard thinking that they do, but they really don't. And we're talking about some of Maynard's most famous lead trumpet players. And some of these guys are some of the A-list players in LA and New York and Chicago. We're going to find out what the difference is. First of all, if you're listening to this and you don't have your range up to a pretty good level, I would stop this video and immediately go to my website, trumpetsizzle.com, and get enrolled in the 16-week upper register program. You're wasting your time. Maynard is about having the acumen and the facility and the power in the upper register. And if you don't have that, then this video is just a waste of your time. It might motivate you to get busy and start working on your range. But frankly, I'm talking to people that either have already developed their range, or thinking about playing lead, or they already play lead, or they've already even tried to play some Maynard before in rehearsal or at a concert. We're going to be talking about some of the things that cause people to not sound like Maynard. In fact, I guess it was about a year ago, I had some hater idiot that said that you sound like Maynard, but why don't you play your own way? Why don't you be yourself? Why don't you do your own thing? Why are you trying to copy Maynard? And my response to this individual, without all the explicatives, like F you and mother effer and, all that kind of stuff, was pretty much this. Maynard is a style. He's not only an individual and a player, but he created a style. So that would be like asking some organist on Easter morning or in the holiday season, what in the world are you thinking? You're trying to copy, Handel. Why? Why don't you just do your own thing? Hey, what are you thinking? You're sounding like Bach. Hey, what are you thinking? That symphony's, No, it sounds like Beethoven. What are you thinking? Why don't you just play your own way? It is because some of us musicians like the style of a particular composer, era, or individual. And we want to play in that style. We want to sound like that. That is a style. So who in their right mind would play Brahms and try to sound like Scott Joplin? Right? Ridiculous. So when we're talking about trying to sound like Maynard, trying to play like Maynard, what we're really saying is we want to play with his style, in the style of Maynard Ferguson. Can anybody ever play like Maynard? No. Even the people that come closest still do not play exactly like Maynard. It's impossible. He was a one of a kind. So no matter how hard you try to copy Maynard, the best that can happen to you is you become better because you have some of the essence of his playing in yours, but you will never be a Maynard clone. Nobody is. Let's get that out of the way. So when we're trying to play in a particular style, we can call player Maynard Ferguson a style. He had a style, and his style was very smooth, rounded, singable, powerful style, and which is not a lead trumpet style, and that's where the problem is for you folks that already play lead, that already have range. And I'm going to do some demonstrations on what I've heard. People, and I'm talking about some high-powered, high-caliber people that came from Maynard's band, and one of them gets all the gigs in LA, seems like, gets just about every gig, and he's been featured on several Maynard. He's never done a Maynard tribute. A Maynard tribute means you got to get out there and face the audience, in my opinion, at least 8 Maynard songs by yourself. That's a Maynard tribute by one individual. So this particular person I'm talking about has never done a Maynard Ferguson tribute like I have, like Eric Miyashiro has, like a guy up in New York, Ron Reski, has. But this guy is a top dog in LA. I think we all know who we're talking about, but I'm not going to mention names. He's never done a Maynard Ferguson tribute. 8 songs on a concert at least. And no stand. If you're going to play in the style of Maynard, you do not use a stand and bury your freaking head in the stand. Hello? Are you kindergartners out there? Maynard was not only about his style, but he was about his connection with the audience. I think on some new charts you might have seen him go over there and glance at his stand, possibly, but on the songs that he knew well, he got right out there in front and wanted to connect with the audience. And being buried in a stand, like you're the studio sight reading fool that you are, you know who I'm talking about, Mr. LA guy, that's not Maynard. If you have to have your eyes locked on every note on a solo that you've been playing for 20 years by Maynard, that's not Maynard. Okay, you just totally missed it. So, playing Maynard is in playing a particular style. It doesn't mean that you're going to turn into a Maynard clone. You let me know when you find someone that's turned into a Maynard Ferguson clone that plays exactly like Maynard. I want to find out who that would be, because so far that's never happened, ever. So, now that you know what we're talking about playing in a particular style, the Maynard Ferguson style. We want to play in that style because he set the bar for having this ridiculously melodic, lullaby, cantabile type of sound in the upper register that almost sounded like he was singing on a lot of the charts, right? Yeah. So I'm going to pick out a couple of songs that are well known, not some of his more obscure ones, but they're well known and people try to play. And I'm going to try to differentiate on how the style would be correct for Maynard, the Maynard style, and how it would be incorrect if you're playing it as a lead trumpet player. There's a difference. So let's try to find something. You know, I have no music in front of me. Look around. I'm in a practice room. The only thing I have in front of my stand, I got some Clark, baby. So I don't have any Maynard music in front of me. It's going to have to come from my head. I got Herbert L. Clark there, but that's not going to help us out with a Maynard. So we can take what I consider one of his easier charts, and this is one that a lot of people can start working on if you haven't worked on Maynard Ferguson and the style, which would be My Funny Valentine. Now, we're not going to go through the easy ballad stuff in the beginning. We're trying to capture the part where people really screw up. Not necessarily screw up the notes, as far as missing notes or accuracy, but screw up the style, and they end up sounding like a lead player. So nearing the end, it's kind of like the push. Let me see if I can get my bearings. Okay, that's a very sweet singable part in My Funny Valentine near the end that Maynard just sounds wonderful on. And I've actually gotten pretty close of capturing the Maynard style myself on that particular section. And that's when people actually work with me and learn the Maynard, we work on that one of the first ones. It doesn't go too terribly high. Now, I've heard countless lead players and some from Maynard's band play it like this. Sorry. All in all, they're hitting the right notes, right? Yes, they are. What's the difference? And as we get into May 4th, we're getting very close to Maynard's birthday of 2016, which is on May 4th. You're going to hear people pop up playing some of the Maynard stuff. I'm confident of it. In fact, I heard there's a big shindig in LA with some of Maynard's alumni. Now, I want you to use this tutorial and listen to what they do. You're going to notice almost all of them, except for probably Eric Miyashiro and maybe one other person, is going to sound like the lead trumpet player trying to play in the Maynard style, not playing the Maynard style. Don't take my word for it. Watch this video right before you see some of these guys play, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. And no, they aren't trying to play in their own style or play with their own personality. That, like, again, that would be like playing toccata and fugue in D minor and you know, playing it like you're some kind of jazz piano player, right? Or playing it like Barry Manilow, right? No, when you play in the style of something, you play in that style. You can bring in whatever you want from your own personality, but you play in that style. You don't screw up the style, okay? And you're going to hear these lead trumpet players screw up the Maynard style. They're going to get the high notes, they're going to get the notes, but they're screwing up the style. Just like I did on My Funny Valentines. So, playing it like a lead player, you smack the notes harder than you normally would, just like you would in lead. That's a lead player mentality. Lead playing the Maynard Ferguson solo. No, you've just totally screwed up the entire style, my lead playing friend. So that's one example about why even people that are the top professional level lead players cannot seem to play like Maynard and play in that style. They're playing like a lead player, right? Lead player. Lots of harsh articulations and pops and percussive attacks that go right along with the rhythm section. No, we're not playing that way when we're playing Maynard. Lead trumpet player. Turn on a light bulb. Think. Let's go on to a harder example now. What would be harder? Okay, a lot of people try to attempt this particular song, and most crash and burn on it, but the ones that actually get through it are not sounding like Maynard. So, again, you know I don't have the music in front of me, and I'm having to do this off the cuff. I'm just trying to get the song in my head. Let me see if I can get it. Okay. If you don't recognize that, that's from the Big Push, kind of in the middle of the piece of Danny Boy, from way, way, way on back, way, way, way back. I believe that probably was in the 60s. Or maybe, you know what? It might have even been in, could have been the 50s too, when he first started getting that one going. Well, you hear a lot of people trying that one. You can go on YouTube right now and see a lot of people doing that one. Will it sound like I just did? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. So, the lead player approach on this one, who hasn't thought about the Maynard Ferguson style, which is a style, is going to play it something like this. I got pretty much all the right notes, didn't I? Yeah, for the most part. But it sucks if you're trying to play it in the Maynard style. That's a lead trumpet style that I just did there. In fact, I could have even overdid it more than what I just did. So the singability in the Maynard style makes the solo. Not your high notes or how loud you can play or how rough you can attack stuff, lead trumpet players out there. That's another example, Danny Boy. Listen to everybody playing Danny Boy, except for Eric Miyashiro, and it's going to sound kind of like I did on the lead trumpet part of my demonstration here. Okay, let's move on to some other ones now. MacArthur Park. MacArthur Park is the one that everybody tries. This is one that features that top LA trumpet player who's got his, he looks like this when he's playing. He's in the stand, he's playing like this. played this a million times, but he's still got his nose and his horn buried in the stand. Yeah, totally not playing the style of Maynard. And then his playing is not in the style of Maynard. People go ooh and ah because he's hitting high notes. I don't go ooh and ah on his playing at all. Ever. Zero. Nada. So, what is he doing that's not in the appropriate style of playing Maynard? Well, let's see, what part of MacArthur Park are we going to pick? Let's see here. I guess maybe near the front of it. Okay, quite smooth, quite flowing, quite connected, right? Go back and listen to Maynard do that and listen to what I just did. It's about the same thing, right? Except when you watch some of his live stuff and he's getting a little bit funky. And sometimes he does when he's doing some of the live stuff, like the Maynard Ferguson stuff. Okay, so now how would you screw up the Maynard style on that one and make it sound more like a lead trumpet player playing that particular song and not playing correctly in the Maynard Ferguson style? You would do it like this. That's a lead trumpet player mentality coming at what could have been a gorgeous, beautiful, singable, melodic solo, and you're pounding it, and you're pounding it, and you're pounding it like a lead trumpet player. Almost like the whole agenda is just to get the high notes popping out loud. You totally screwed it up, Mr. LA studio guy from Maynard Ferguson. Old-timey band. You screwed it up. How come you can't play it like Maynard? Like I just did, because you're missing the important part of the style. Okay, it's not about playing lead trumpet with the Maynard solo. It's about playing the Maynard Ferguson solo style, which this person obviously, until now, still hasn't got. Let's go on to another one. Yet another one. So this one's one that is also very famous. You might even hear it on May 4th when they do the tribute. Let me see if I can remember how it goes. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Now, in all fairness, the Gonna Fly Now theme and the Rocky theme does have a little bit more punch, percussive, articulated tacks than, say, some of the other ballad solos that we were talking about earlier. So the lead players that are playing this, that were in Maynard's band, can somewhat get away with having that lead player mentality because that's just kind of the style, part of the style of this one. But still, there should be a flowing, effortlessness and connectedness with the solo. So how can I make this solo less like Maynard and more like a lead, more like an LA top tier, world class A group lead player? You could tell the difference in that it was a choppy, lots of taking air breaks and stuff like that to make sure you're getting the high notes, as opposed to the nice, smooth, singable style that should be in that particular piece. But like I said before, it is a rock disco piece, so there is going to be more punch to it than the typical Maynard Ferguson style. So that's why the lead players, if you hear this on May 4th, they're going to get away with being a little bit more punchy with it and still making it sound close to the style. But by throwing in all these air breaks and some of the things that they're doing, it totally takes away from the style, in my opinion. Okay, so let's see if there's any more Maynard Ferguson things to talk about. But maybe the Gospel John thing, right? Okay, that was pretty close to the Maynard Ferguson style. If you're a lead trumpet player playing that, just thinking it's all about the high notes, you're going to end up sounding like this. Okay? That would be a typical lead player coming at the Gospel John Maynard Ferguson solo and playing it as though a lead trumpet player would. Is he getting the notes? Pretty much. Is it loud? Yes, that was loud. Is it really in the style of Maynard? No. Maynard would never play. He would never play Gospel John like that. That's how a lead trumpet player would approach that solo, and not Maynard Ferguson. So anyway, I hope I've turned on the light bulb for you lead trumpet players that have thought about playing Maynard, or you already have, and then you go back and look, and you're thinking there's something missing in my performance. Why? I just don't sound like Maynard. I just don't got that style. What's going on? So just forgive yourself, because you'll never be Maynard, but you can sound and get the style like Maynard, because that's what we're after. Again, if we're going to play Fur-Elise, right, by Beethoven, we're not going to play it at those would be the right notes, but the wrong freaking style, because we're trying to play in the style of Beethoven, and here we're trying to play in the style of Maynard Ferguson. You're trying to play in the style of Maynard Ferguson, by God, play in the style of Maynard Ferguson, and not some lead trumpet player that's chopping it up with a big old hacksaw. Okay, that's my tutorial on playing in the style of Maynard Ferguson and trying to play like him, versus just going for the high notes as a professional lead trumpet player and being satisfied and all smug with yourself that you got the high notes. No, you missed it. And then this stand, if you got the stand in front of you and you're playing a Maynard Ferguson tribute or solo and you got your eyes buried in that stand, you have so freaking missed the point of Maynard and the connectedness that Maynard had with his audience. You just totally missed it. Watch on May 4th, if there's a tribute concert, watch how many people that played with Maynard, bink, missed it. Missed it. Maynard never came out hunched, with his eyes and his horn buried in the stand, playing a solo. Never did that. I mean, come on, folks. So if you're trying to play Maynard, rewind this video and watch over and over and over again, and you just might be able to get some of this into your playing and sound better. For those of you who have the range and have some lead but would like to start venturing out playing Maynard Ferguson stuff, I'm telling you, it is the hardest part that you can do on the horn. Playing Maynard Ferguson or another written high note solo, whether it be Doc Severinsen or Bill Chase, really doesn't matter. When you are playing the written high note solo, folks, there's nothing else. There's no other harder music for you to play. And I know this for a fact. I got a video I'm going to put up where I made my living playing the Carnival of Venice all summer long, 5 shows a day. Okay? I've done that. I played all the toughest Empire brass and Canadian brass quintet music. I've done it all. I played all the hardest piccolo pieces, Michael Haydn, Brandenburg, the toughest Vivaldi piece on piccolo. I've warmed up on the Hindemith. I played the Hummel and the Haydn. I've done the Tomasi. I played Alan Vizuti's Cascades. I've done it all. And then I played the hardest lead trumpet parts known to man. What's the hardest thing? None of that. The hardest thing is to stand up, pick up your horn, walk out in front of the band. It's you in the mic or you in the audience, and to play that known written high note solo that everybody knows. So second book jazz player, there's no finger wiggling your way out of this one, my friends. There's no taking the horn off and listening to the rhythm section do a little something while you're resting your chops. When you play the written high note solo, it's game on. It's you play to the end. You make it or you don't. It is the hardest. I've done it all. It is the hardest. Don't believe me? Let's put you to the test. I'll pick 2 Maynard Ferguson solos for you, and we'll go to a rehearsal big band, and we'll make you step out front and play it. Got to play it from memory, too. What's the point of burying your nose in the stand? That's not Maynard. Then we'll see what you think. It's tough love, baby, and you need it. Page 48, number 184. Herbert L. Clark says, the following is my daily endurance test. It should be practiced 4 times in 1 breath. All right. 184. Wow, Herbert.
Lip buzzing is a poison, so you really have to be careful. This is a lip buzzing tutorial, Lip Buzzing 101. And I'm going to get some close-up shots here of my chops while we lip buzz. Lip buzzing can really cause you a lot of consternation. It could set you back. It could destroy your chops. It can make you have the inability to even get a tone out on your brass instrument. This tutorial is for all brass instruments. A lot of people think it's only for trumpet, because that's my main instrument, but it's trumpet, trombone, French horn, baritone, tuba, euphonium. If you buzz a metal mouthpiece into an instrument, this tutorial is for you. First of all, lip buzzing is a poison, and that's why some people have tried it and then issue it, because it really screwed them up. You know, some people take nitroglycerin for heart problems. Think about it, folks. Nitroglycerin explodes. That's that little liquid that if you have a certain amount of it, you throw it, it will really explode like dynamite. So nitroglycerin is a poison, but yet people take it for their heart problems. Zoloft and Lexapro and a bunch of other drugs are good for people that have depression and bipolar disorders. You take too much of it, you're really going to be screwed badly. Anything you can think of that can help you in small doses could also kill you. Let me think of one other thing. Well, let's just pick Vicodin. You know, Vicodin, the painkiller. You know, you take a little bit of it, it makes you high, gets rid of the pain. If you take too much of that, man, it will definitely kill you. So poisons can really be beneficial, and they can also kill you. And lip buzzing is a poison. It's not like doing lip slurs, and it's not like doing other stuff. I mean, you can do lip slurs all day long if you wanted to. It's not going to kill you. If you lip buzzed all day long, you won't be playing for the next week or two. I can guarantee that. So lip buzzing is a poison, but it's a necessary evil to incorporate, because it does focus on one thing. Here. Lip strength. A lot of people confuse all this as embouchure. Not true. You really need to investigate this for yourself, but if you happen to see a cadaver and you peel back the skin, and I know it's kind of gross, the tissue fiber here in your lips is different than the embouchure, the feather-like muscles that surround your lips, the corners that we all work on real hard, right? The corners, all these muscles here that are real tight. Well, the lip flesh and tissue is different, and so you can actually work on strengthening the lips. And the reason that you want to do that is because the lip muscle in the aperture is the final stage of compression. You have your diaphragm. That's number one. You have the tongue arch and the bottleneck that happens with the tongue arch and the squeeze, number two. And then you have the aperture, which is the third and final stage of compression. The aperture is just a fancy word for the little hole. That's the aperture right there. The little area where the air comes out and goes into your mouthpiece. That's the aperture. Excuse me. Those are the three stages of compression. And you must work on all of those if you want to get a good tone, good power, and of course good range and endurance. If you fail on one of those, you're going to be lacking. And a lot of people tend to fail on the aperture part. Basically what happens is, if you don't have a strong lip strength here, when you blow enough air through the mouthpiece, your lips will blow apart. What happens when your lips blow apart? When your lips blow apart, you have more air going through the aperture, but at a slower velocity. So think about that. Your lips blow apart slightly. It's not exaggerated, but they blow apart enough to slow the air down. You get more air through the aperture, and your range goes down. Okay? What happens? You end up cramming the mouthpiece against the horn. Cramming the mouthpiece against your lips, and your lips start swelling. Your endurance goes out the window, and you end up having a bad night of playing. So, lip buzzing 101. You really need to get involved with lip buzzing. But the thing about it is a poison. So if you lip buzz 30 minutes, 45 minutes, or an hour, like some college professors told me a long time ago when I was in high school, I couldn't play for a couple of weeks. It screwed me up. I lost range, endurance. It's horrible. It took me years and years and years of experimenting with lip buzzing to find the right mix. So I would recommend that you check out my website, because lip buzzing and several techniques related to lip buzzing actually is incorporated into my 16-week brass upper register course. So the bottom line is, you have to be able to lip buzz. Almost a double C there. I wasn't warmed up. You have to have the strength in your lips to buzz without the horn to really magnify your range and endurance, and really increase the compression that happens in your aperture. So this is Lip Buzzing 101 tutorial, just basically telling you why and the hows, and hopefully that you'll pursue it further. But last word, and I've said it several times, and I know it's repetitive, it is a poison. So you go beyond a certain time limit with your lip buzzing, or buzz too loud, and you will make things really, really bad for yourself. Maybe the inability to play for a few days or a couple of weeks, so be careful. If you want to know more about lip buzzing and how to incorporate it in your practice and the different various techniques that you can employ in your practice to help that last stage of compression, then go ahead and click on the link you see below. You have to click on the description and open it up, and you'll see my link there. Go there and you can email me, or simply email me at kurt@trumpetsizzle.com. KURT@trumpetsizzle.com. So I hope this video tutorial made a little sense to you. If you don't employ lip buzzing at all, I'm convinced you will never gain and master the range on any brass instrument. That I can guarantee. You must master the lip buzzing. I will see you later, my friend. Bye-bye. Conundrum and dilemma of finding an appropriate brass teacher to help you with your high notes and your endurance. So, conundrum, dilemma, big words, right? Not really. It just means that there is an irony when it comes to playing this instrument and teaching it. So if you spend your whole career playing this guy, you're actually probably going to get very, very good at it. But what did you not spend time doing? You didn't spend time teaching. And teaching is not just a craft, it's also an art. And you actually have to do a lot of it, and unfortunately cut your teeth and make your mistakes hopefully early on, and not screw too many people up before you start getting things right. So what is the conundrum and the dilemma of a student, typically an advanced student or maybe even a semi-pro, wanting to increase the range on their brass instrument? Doesn't matter if it's trumpet. Tuba players, have you heard of Roger Bobo? Hello? I would bet the whole bank that you can't play as high or as powerful or as great or as long as Roger Bobo. I'll just bet the bank. I'll bet your bank along with it. So it doesn't matter if you play this instrument or if you play the largest brass instrument, tuba. You're going to have to, at some point, want to strengthen up the chops and increase your endurance. So you start looking for a teacher that can help you do that. So you're going to make two mistakes. The first mistake is to look for a high-profile celeb type brass player, and since I focus more on the high brass, I can just throw off some names. Some of these people already passed away: Maurice Andre, Maynard Ferguson, Bill Chase. Alive ones would be John Faddis, Wayne Bergeron, Arturo Sandoval. Let's go as far as, how about Gary Grant? How about Chuck Finley? How about Bobby Shue? So I just mentioned a bunch of names of people that are living and passed away that are known worldwide for their multifaceted abilities on the trumpet. And all the people that I mentioned have one thing, at least one thing in common, regardless of whether they do classical, commercial, or jazz. They have fantastic chops. Fantastic chops. Amazing chops. Especially when you consider the best trumpet player in the world, Maynard Ferguson. You can't beat him at all. And I have another video coming out where he actually plays along with Clark Terry and Clifford Brown and kind of clings their clock. I mean, he is right, in my opinion, right now, the best brass player ever, and no one has beat him yet. So, but here's the thing. Here's the one side of the equation. If Maynard was alive right now, he's not going to be a good choice for your teacher to show you how to increase your range and your endurance. Give you an example. Maynard's would, you can watch clinics on YouTube, and I've even talked to Maynard a couple times after his concerts at Jazz Alley in Seattle, which is where I saw him most of the time. That's also where I saw Arturo and some other people. Well, he's just going to tell you about breathing and his yoga breath, and he's going to talk about an energy demand. He's going to talk about making sure that your feet are shoulder width apart and you bend your knee. That works for him because he's Maynard Ferguson. It won't work for you. I will guarantee it. And so all the people that I mentioned, they've spent their whole career playing a tremendous amount. And what have they done very little of? Very little teaching, very little teaching, very little teaching. I say out of the ones that I mentioned, probably Roger Ingram seems like he really knows what he's doing when it comes to teaching. So not taken away from his playing, but he's obviously spent some time working with people, and he's able to convey some of the techniques that helped him get to where he is to students. But still, Roger has a tremendous amount of natural talent, and when you have that kind of talent, you can't convey all that to somebody who doesn't have the talent. So as far as just studying jazz, I think I haven't met Bobby Shew, haven't talked to him personally, but I've had some people come through my course that have actually taken jazz lessons from him, and it seems like as far as learning jazz, or even lead trumpet style, and you can't really go wrong with Bobby Shew. Has he really developed a crazy, amazing upper register and endurance program? I haven't heard about it. So, but if you wanted to really put the spit shine on your jazz and your lead trumpet playing, I think he's the man. All the other people I mentioned are some of the best trumpet players in the world, either living or now deceased. There's no track record there. There's no experience of teaching and really being able to convey the techniques for the student, mainly because these people have a tremendous amount of natural talent. When you can just play long tones and start playing a couple high notes, and all of a sudden you get, to be fantastically better than the average trumpet player, that's talent. The rest of us actually have to work on strategy and do a bunch of different things to really increase our range and endurance. And I'm one of those guys. I feel like I have a little bit of talent and a huge work ethic, and then a brain that thinks outside the box, and that's how I got to where I am right now. And when you hear me play, you need to keep in mind, I'm spending most of my time teaching. I mean, if I played full time, watch out, baby. I'm going to be on fire. When I played full time, I was on fire. I didn't feel like anybody could really touch me. So I'm not joking about that. But when you hear me play, even the last thing I did with recently with Maynard Ferguson's Ole, you're watching a guy who's not playing full time. I spend most of my time teaching you, and that's quite rewarding. Now that may switch. The pendulum swings back and forth, and just depending on how things go, I may get back into playing. And personally, I'd like to get back into doing my own thing, which I did before, and I want to branch out into doing smaller ensemble jazz stuff. So, but right now, I'm still focusing on teaching. And so, now the other equation. So, you're smart enough not to go to the best player in the world because they just play. They mainly don't teach. So you decide to go to a guy who teaches but doesn't play. Or if he does play, he doesn't exhibit the extraordinary amount of flair and pizzazz and sizzle up in that upper register. So now you got a person what's wrong with that? Well, you got a person who's operating on theory. Use your noggins here, brass folks. If the person you're studying with can't demonstrate what they're teaching you, then how good is that teaching going to be for you? Not that good. They're going to be rehashing stuff that their trumpet professor, for example, trumpet, was given them when they were pursuing their DMA, okay, or they were pursuing their MM. So these people tend to rehash and regurgitate stuff that their teacher before them, who also really can't play, except for the typical classical orchestral excerpts and stuff like that. Well, they're regurgitating that for you, but they can't really demonstrate an exceptional ability in the upper register. Case in point, I had a college instructor like that when I was getting my bachelor's. Probably one of the best all-around trumpet players in the Nashville area, but when it came to doing the stuff that I wanted to do and playing Maynard, Bill Chase, and executing extremely well in the upper and extreme
upper and extreme upper register, my particular instructor could not do that. And so, I had to figure out this stuff on my own. So where does that leave you? You can take lessons from somebody local. It's usually going to be somebody that was recommended. Maybe he or she is a teacher at the community college, or maybe he or she is the principal trumpet in some major metropolitan orchestra or symphony. Yeah, those kind of teachers are going to be good for working on your musical phrasing, your style, your tone, your sound, maybe even your power to some extent, your technique, your fingers. If I didn't mention accuracy and sight reading and etudes and all this kind of stuff, they're not really going to help you too much in pursuit of upper register endurance. And so the reason I mention that is if you already feel like you got some decent technique under your belt, you've already gone through some of the classical orchestral excerpts, maybe you've even played in an orchestra, you've played in a big band, you've done this, so you already kind of feel like you have a decent foundation there, then you don't need to be studying with your local instructor who's just going to be going over the techniques I just mentioned. You're going to have to find somebody who can do both. And unfortunately, that's the conundrum, the dilemma. That's your plight, is to find somebody who can do both. And that's very difficult to find. You're either going to have to be lucky enough to live in a city where someone has demonstrated the fact that they can play extraordinarily well in the upper register and really sound good. Not sound like, someone squealing or a stuck pig or a chainsaw. They have to really, really sound good and execute accurately and flawlessly. You have to verify that. Either you go hear them in a concert, you go hear them at a rehearsal, or you check out their videos that they did. And you want to see a video of them performing live, not a video of them recording an MP3 and putting it to pictures in a YouTube video. You'd like to see them performing live, on a recorded video. So that would be one way. And then you want to find out who have they been teaching and what do those students have to say about them. That's the other way. So I've given you two strategies to find out the teacher that you need to be studying with. So written statements and written testimonials and reviews are decent, but let's face it, folks, those can be forged and made up. If I wanted to, right now I could stop this video and I could sit down and make up about 20 or 30 written testimonials about myself and put in a bunch of names and just throw it on my website, or throw it out there on some blog. So you don't really know if that's authentic or not. What is authentic? An individual making a video and either talking or playing or both about that particular instructor. That is the real deal. So when you're looking for an instructor to help you with the physical part of this and improving your chops and your endurance, you need to look for the instructor that can demonstrate they actually have the facility and expertise in the upper register. And that's not just in some studio. They got to have been out there on stage and doing it. The second thing is you want to make sure that they can teach. And the way you ascertain that is by video reviews and video testimonials of that particular teacher. The less video reviews that teacher has, the more I would be skeptical and the more that I would doubt that particular individual. How do you know if he can teach? Maybe he can play well, but he's in that other camp. He can't teach. The reason this is all very important is for two reasons: your time and your money. So either you're going to waste both of them, or if you're rich, well, you're going to at least waste your time. So if you get with a local instructor or somebody in the symphony or the DMA and trumpet professor at your local college, university, or a guy that has his MM at your community college, well, the reason, if you didn't do your homework on this right, you might study with this person for 6 months and pay them $50 a lesson once a week, so that's $200, right? 6 months, now you spent over $1,000 on this particular instructor, and you realize after 6 months you've gone nowhere. You've gotten nowhere. But then you've also wasted 6 months. 6 months that you could have spent with the right teacher and really got somewhere. So use your noggin on this one, brass players. You have to do a little bit of homework. A little bit of homework will save you a lot of grief, a lot of time, and a lot of money. And for you rich people out there, and I get some of those in my courses, you know, that are businessmen and they have a lot of money. You don't, I mean, even if $1,000 doesn't matter to you, you still don't want to waste 6 months, do you? I mean, we all have, you know, a value on our time, and you don't want to waste 6 months studying with somebody who's really not going to help you out, regardless if you don't care about the money. So these are things that you need to really think about, investigate, and do your homework. So to recap, there is a conundrum, a dilemma for most brass players, most advanced brass players seeking to improve their range and endurance on the instrument. And we already notated that the celeb trumpet players, the most fantastic brass players in the world, have spent their whole career playing and not showing others how to do it. There's a whole world of difference in playing and teaching, folks. Just because you can play this like Maynard Ferguson doesn't mean that you can teach little Johnny who just got into college, you know, how to improve their endurance and range. It doesn't work that way. You might think it's logical, but no, it doesn't work that way. The other thing is finding the teacher that can actually teach you and who can also walk the walk. And we already mentioned that most teachers that you're going to go to, your local teacher, the guy or gal at the community college level with their masters, the university professor who has their DMA, the guy that's playing your major city orchestra, they're not really going to be able to teach you unless you follow the homework steps I gave you. Watch them in concert exhibiting amazing abilities in the upper register and sound and tone and accuracy, or watch videos of them doing it live when they were recorded live on a video. Hope this helps out. This video is an important one because it could save you a tremendous amount of money and a tremendous amount of time. People don't really think too much when they're taking an hour lesson once a week and they're just given 50. It doesn't seem like a whole lot, you know. Or let's just say you got a deal of 40. It doesn't matter, 40 or 50, and you're doing that once a week. You do that for 6 months. You've given somebody over $1,000. I mean, over $1,000, and all your time. And so a lot of people are just not thinking about that, and then it catches up with them, and they realize that they've spent over $1,000 and they got zip to show for it. Think about it. You're smart. You can do this.
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
But it's a tongue arch. With a tongue arch, you can do quite amazing things. So if you can play high B flats, B's, and C's with the perfectly executed and advanced tongue arch, that those high C's automatically turn into E's and F's with no change in the musculature and the strengthening of the embouchure here. Tongue arch works wonders. That's the second reason that you can't play. And if it's the second reason, or it's the second place why almost all brass players can't get altitude and can't have good endurance. It seems to be mystical and ambiguous, foggy, murky, unclear what the tongue arch really is. But basically, if you can take the tip of your tongue, that's the tip. Take it and put it under, behind your teeth, your lower teeth. There's upper, lower. Take the tip, Go down. Yeah, anchor it. I have the tip anchored right at the bottom of my lower teeth, where the teeth kind of almost turn into the gums, you know, right at that gum line, or you run out of teeth and you can feel the wet gum. That's where you anchor the tip of your tongue. Yeah. And then the tongue arches up, like you're saying in, or E-I-N-G, swimming. Mm. Yeah. So that's when you're at maximum tongue arch. And here's a good test for you. Now, I made another tutorial about this, but it was kind of shorter. So you can try this on different things. Here's me going from second line G to C on purpose. Okay? Okay, you're seeing movement here. I'm also adding a little extra tension when I'm going up to give it push. The way to really get the feeling of tongue arch, so it's not theory, is actually something real that you're doing, is to purposely try not to get the top note, yet raise your tongue in an arch position. So right now I'm going to take a big breath, and I'm going to hold a G, but during that time what's happening inside my mouth is this. My tongue is arching up. You already know the tip is placed behind my teeth. So it's going here, up. And I'm purposely going to try not to get the C. Watch what happens. Hear that? Of course it didn't sound good, but I'm purposely trying not to get the C. I don't want the C to come out. Watch again. Again. You notice no movement going on here at all, right? And I'm really trying not to let the C come out. That's your assignment. If you can get that to happen, you've executed the tongue arch quite perfectly. Now, it doesn't stop there. The tongue has to be developed, and you have to be able to hold the tongue arch under a lot of undue pressure when you're above high C. That pressure will flatten down your tongue, and your range will drop. Not because you don't have chops, because you're not maintaining the tongue arch. So the tongue arch, you got to get it, but then you have to develop it to withstand the pressure that will be inside your oral cavity when you're really playing in upper register and beyond. Your tongue arch drops just a micromillimeter and you've lost 2 notes on your range, just like that. That's how easy it is. So let's try it on a different note. Low C. I'm trying to do that, right? You can tell. What if I take a big breath and purposely stay on that low C? Don't let that G come out. Take a bigger breath this time. The first one came out air because I didn't have any air left. Even low C to G, which is a wider interval, isn't it? It's another note wider, so you're going to fifth. Now, a lot more air is coming out on low C than it is on G because you have the placement of your jaw and your tongue even lower. But still, you could hear that something was happening. In fact, the air started to cut off. On that first one, did you hear that? It was almost no air. I mean, it was just air coming out. But the low C would not come out. So don't think that was a mistake. The low C would not come out anymore. Let me just see if I can go for the air again because that was pretty important. I'm raising the tongue up to the point where the low C will not vibrate anymore. Well, now that time the note came out. No, hold on, I tried again. Trying to keep the low C down, but I'm raising my tongue into a tongue arch. No, it's not going to do it this time. I guess it was kind of a fluke, but still, that was important um, to realize I'm trying to play the low C, which even beginners can get. So you know something was going on inside here. I mean, if I can't play the low C, something really is bad. And something bad's going to happen. Maybe the end of the world tonight. I can't play a low C, and if you can't play a low C, it's probably the same thing. Now, if I'm playing a low C and I do something inside my mouth that causes the low C not to come out, you know I'm doing something. You know something is going on. You just have to know that. So I was probably speeding up the air too fast for the low C to come out, and it was in the little twilight zone area right before the G was going to snap out. So I'm not even sure if I've even tried this on C to E. Now, I'm thinking that as you get more narrow in intervals, it's probably going to come out easier. So I'm not sure if this will be the best demonstration or not. Let's find out. So middle C to E. Well, normally, now without, I'm going to try to keep it at middle C and not let the E come out. Oh no, okay, it gets easier as you go higher actually. Yeah, okay, so that's why I was experiencing that error at the low C to G. So this demonstration is actually perfect for you at G to C. And if you do have range up to about an A to a high C, you might want to try it from middle C to E because it's actually easier. But it might be so easy that you don't really get the feeling of it. So you've heard me do 3 different ones. G to C is commonly what I show students. Low C to G is going to be harder, and C to E is going to be easier. So you got 3 different intervals that you can slur to using the tongue arch. And remember, you're trying not to let the top note come out. You're trying not to let the top note come out. That's what you're trying to do. But you're arching up, you're trying to arch the tongue as high as it will arch, but with the goal of not getting that top note. Because if you have the goal to get the top note, then you might add a little bit more pressure here. You might blow harder. You're going to be doing some things unconsciously that you've just already trained yourself to do to get the note to come out. That's why it's important to really, it might go against your ego, but really do not let that top note come out. Just keep arching the note up and hope it doesn't come out. And when the top note does come out, if it does for you, then you know that you've got the tongue arch decently perfected, but just not strengthened. I mean, the tongue arch, you either get it or you don't, right? There's not really a gray area. You got to perfect it, you can do it, or you don't have it at all. There's not really a middle ground. You either got it or you don't. After that point, it's about developing your tongue and the tongue arch to really be refined and just amazingly versatile when you're playing. That's where I come in. Have you ever heard that I got a website called TrumpetSizzler.com, and then I teach a lot of people, especially a lot of advanced and professional players that want to get better with endurance and range? Well, if you haven't heard about it, you're just hearing it now. I actually do that. That's kind of actually what I'm good at. And I do I'm good at some other things too, but I kind of have this natural knack for helping people out with that. So if you'd like to learn more, you can definitely look at more videos here. And if you're watching this, why not go ahead and subscribe? You can support me. You're going to get an instant email when I put up new videos like this. And I don't know, I think that you're going to learn something and become a better player. But if you really want to take the horse by the reins and run with it, you got to do something, and that's called going through the process, which I alluded to earlier in the video. So, but this tutorial on tongue arch
should help you. And now if you're not getting the note to come out at all, even though you're trying not to, but it still doesn't come out, that's where, again, you need a coach, you need someone to work with you on that, because that is the second reason you're not able to play high, play with power up the upper register, or even have great endurance. If you're constantly playing in a low C position in the upper register, you're gassing out all the muscles here. You're just putting such a load on them, and that's why you don't have any endurance. So you might even have a little range, but you have no endurance. You got to get the tongue arch. It's the second reason people have problems in the upper register and with endurance. Since you've already heard me say that, you might, it's a no-brainer. Work on it. Get it going. It's worth the investment in time. So that's a wrap, folks. Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson, and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
Say hello to my little friend.
Yes, folks, I found this little contraption online, and I'm going to be doing an experiment, so I'm going to make a couple of subsequent videos on this to let you know what happens. I'm actually doing this just to increase my power and volume. I don't know if you figured this out. I don't really need to increase my range, and I definitely don't need to increase my endurance. But power, I'm all for being the most dominant, powerful brass player anytime, any place, anywhere, baby. And let's just see what this does. I just did like, what, 10 reps of that, and feel a little something going on. Now, this is an isometric activity, kind of, because you actually have a device. So, I mean, you're actually doing, you know, an exercise, where isometric means you're kind of like tensing muscles against themselves. You know, kind of like if you just kind of grip your fist, go like that, that's kind of isometrical. Where if you had something that you were squeezing, that would be just more of a regular type of calisthenic exercise. So for those of you who follow my stuff, I think you might get a kick out of what happens. I like to give things a decent amount of time, so I'm going to give this little contraption here about a month to see what happens and see if I notice when I get ready to blow. In fact, I might get out my old trusty decibel meter. Remember that one from a couple years ago? And the threshold of pain, if you remember watching that one and the new one I just put out, the threshold of pain for your ears is 130 decibels. Now, if you watched that one from a couple years ago, which I just recently kind of edited, I got my double A up to 126.5. Folks, now that's trained whistleblowing loud. And then I included a couple examples where, you know, I buried the band with that note. What I would like to see is if this guy can get me up to that 130 mark on my double A. Yes, that would be cool.
That means anybody that I don't like would experience the threshold of pain at 130 decibels on my double A. Yes, it will become a legitimate weapon of vengeance. And you too can be able to exact revenge on people that rub you the wrong freaking way. So, for those of you who play trumpet, watch my progress on this little contraption. And by the way, I'm thinking that even if you don't play trumpet, guys, this could be a wonderful Christmas gift for your girlfriend or wife. You know what I'm talking about, baby? Yes, so even if she doesn't play trumpet or is not a musician, you still may want to order this for her. Get my drift? Let's exit with a little bit more exercise here. Ready?
Thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
This exercise is meant to increase your endurance, in a huge amount, and your range, and you have to actually work. And that's one thing a lot of you are not willing to do. So what you're going to see is me doing the Cat Anderson whisper quiet middle C for 5 minutes. Trust me. You do that for 30 days in a row and you're going to notice something big time happens to your endurance, and you'll probably get a half step pop in your range. That's not a bad trade-off for doing your 5 minutes of practice a day. So let's see if we can put this, hold on, I got to fix the phone here first. Yeah, so I have this set at 5 minutes. I was just trying to adjust the screen so it won't go off. And this was set at like 30 seconds just to go to sleep. So let's do it for 5 minutes. In fact, once you know what I'm doing, why don't you get out your horn and go right along with me, and let's kick some butt together. Okay? So let's start the countdown. By the way, if this note sounds pretty on your horn, you are doing it the wrong way, my friend. Listen to how I do it. This note does not lock in. And the closing your teeth stuff is optional in my opinion. I'm going to just do it normally without my teeth shut. But it's going to be at the threshold of where the tone quits. The tone should be kind of bad on this one. The pitch should waver around because you're never locking it in. You're playing at about 4 Ps. Here we go. 5 minutes. cat. All right, cat. Folks, you want to get some serious range and endurance, then you need to man up. Or if you're a gal, you need to woman up. I mean, you need to work your butt. You try that exercise I just did and watch how it exhausts you. Basically, you're not breathing for 5 minutes. That is the Cat Anderson Whisper Quiet 5-minute C. It's an advanced technique in my course. And I'm here to tell you, you do that once a day, like I did, 5 minutes for a month. You might double your endurance and you might throw a half step on top of your range just for 5 minutes a day. But you're going to work. Did it look easy? You do it. And you do it for 30 times in a row for a month. But when you have that extra range and that double of endurance, then you got to come back and thank this guy right there on this video, okay? You make a comment. If you haven't subscribed, you should subscribe right now. And you come back in the middle of January with more power, a little bit better range, and a lot more endurance, and you make a comment right there for everybody to see that it does work. Kurt Thompson, trumpet.Sizzle.com, and I was just doing the Cat Anderson 5-minute Whisper Quiet C. Well, I'm just going to give you a few tips here. I've already given you one. Number one, don't be that person that is mouthpiece buzzing a half an hour to an hour a day before you practice. That's a no-brainer. You're going to end up being a more anemic, weaker player. Maybe your ear training might be better, but everything else is going to be worse. So don't be that guy or gal that buzzes on this thing for an hour before you do anything. You're going to be worse range and power-wise. Like that, I'll guarantee you. The second thing is a couple things you might want to consider in the mouthpiece buzzing would be scales, arpeggios, and then being able to pick out some certain notes. And I think you already heard me did that. But just a simple one I think that's doable for a lot of people is just to do the C major scale. Concert B flat. Surprisingly enough, a lot of people that come through my course, not everyone, but a lot of them do have trouble just doing something like that. The scale up, the arpeggio up, hitting the target notes. So my advice to you, if you don't do any mouthpiece buzzing, start doing a little bit every day, maybe a couple of minutes. Try doing a couple of scales. Try doing some arpeggios and maybe just picking out some notes, in the upper register. If you're already doing mouthpiece buzzing and you're one of those persons that wakes up and does this for a half an hour to an hour, I'm telling you, if you want to play something else besides brass quintet or a third cornet part in your concert band, you're just going to have to stop that. You really are. You got to tone the mouthpiece buzzing all the way down. Use this as a tool to build and not as your meat and potatoes. I'm Kurt Thompson at trumpetsizzle.com, and here on YouTube, you're a brass instructor. I'm a professional trumpet player and teacher, and I want to ask you a question. Would you like to learn how to skyrocket your range, improve your endurance, and reduce mouthpiece pressure? At the very least, you should discover that improving range and endurance is a process. It is not one book you're going to read, not one ebook. It's not one lesson you're going to take with a celebrity trumpet player. It is a process that you will have to go through. If you're willing to go through this process, I can almost guarantee that you will get fantastic results on this instrument or any brass instrument. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel, Your Brass Instructor. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Barely. Got the triple C on this. So the mouthpiece. Should you be doing some mouthpiece buzzing every day? Of course you should. In many ways, the mouthpiece is definitely harder than playing the horn. And go further, lip buzzing by itself is harder than mouthpiece buzzing and the horn. So the mouthpiece is kind of halfway in between. Problem for most people is they don't know exactly what to do on this. And if they were a classical player, more than likely they're doing way too much mouthpiece buzzing, and that has a tendency to thin out the lips, reduce your endurance, reduce the cushion in your lips, and actually reduce your range. So I know a lot of classical players that will say that they buzz their mouthpiece a half an hour before they even touch their horn, or they buzz their mouthpiece an hour before they even touch their horn. Ooh. Yeah, that's going to keep you right in the classical arena permanently. I mean, you're not going to ever be able to do jazz or rock or lead or do recording sessions or be that A-list player, because it's going to keep your range down. A lot of times it thins out your sound, so you don't have this big brassy sound. But yet, so where's the fine line in mouthpiece buzzing? There is a fine line. So you can use this as a useful tool. It also is a little bit of an ear trainer. Enhances your flexibility, and if done properly, you can start to use it to bump up your range just a little bit. Like lip buzzing, I wouldn't really call this a poison. Lip buzzing can definitely be a poison if you do way too much of it. I mean, it can just totally kill you off. Mouthpiece buzzing, to some extent, yes, it's not near as potent as the lip buzzing, but the sweet spot is where and how much. What do you need to be doing on the mouthpiece? Well, I'm just going to give you a few tips here. I've already given you one. Number one, don't be that person that is mouthpiece buzzing a half an hour to an hour a day before you practice. That's a no-brainer. You're going to end up being a more anemic, weaker player. Maybe your ear training might be better, but everything else is going to be worse. So don't be that guy or gal that buzzes on this thing for an hour before you do anything. You're going to be worse range and power wise. Like that, I'll guarantee you. The second thing is a couple things you might want to consider in the mouthpiece buzzing would be scales, arpeggios, and then being able to pick out some certain notes. And I think you already heard me did that. But just a simple one I think that's doable for a lot of people is just to do the C major scale. Concert B flat. Surprisingly enough, a lot of people that come through my course, not everyone, but a lot of them do have trouble just doing something like that. The scale up, the arpeggio up, hitting the target notes. So my advice to you, if you don't do any mouthpiece buzzing, start doing a little bit every day, maybe a couple of minutes. Try doing a couple of scales. Try doing some arpeggios, and maybe just picking out some notes, in the upper register. If you're already doing mouthpiece buzzing and you're one of those persons that wakes up and does this for a half an hour to an hour, I'm telling you, if you want to play something else besides brass quintet or third cornet part in your concert band, you're just going to have to stop that. You really are. You got to tone the mouthpiece buzzing all the way down. Use this as a tool to build and not as your meat and potatoes. This is the guy that you need to be playing. If you're going to be playing for half an hour, you play this guy. This one here, maybe up to 5 minutes, maybe 10, maybe 10 minutes. You're kind of pushing it. But somewhere right around there is a sweet spot. Yeah, my bet is if you haven't done the mouthpiece and you start doing a little bit, you will notice something positive happen in your playing. Could be that your notes lock a little bit better, they slot better. Could be your flexibility is a little bit better. On the flip side of the coin, if you've been doing too much of this, you back off down to 5 or 10 minutes a day and start doing some of the stuff I just talked about. You too might start to notice, wait a minute, my range is going up, my power is coming back, my tone's coming back. So there are some benefits. It just depends on what side of the fence you are on when it comes to mouthpiece buzzing. This is for all brass instruments, by the way. So Anyway, I'm Kurt Thompson. I hope you found this helpful. I guess one thing it just occurred to me is when it comes to mouthpiece buzzing, you can't really use a significant amount of pressure. I mean, you can, but not like the horn. I mean, even when I was doing the, see, we got a C there? Should be. Got pretty close. Well, that's a double C. Now, I really couldn't use too much pressure to get that double C to come out. You just the way you grab the mouthpiece and everything, you just can't. It was hard to explain, but you can demonstrate to yourself, put it in the horn, then try playing it and use the mouthpiece, and you'll find you just can't pull in and you can't really see the mouthpiece pressure as much as you might on the horn. So that's kind of another good thing about this guy. You're not going to really kill yourself on him. Anyway, try doing some mouthpiece buzzing. And if you've been doing it way too much, try cutting back. And I'm pretty confident you're going to start to notice some improvements in your playing. See you next time. Here's a close-up of my chops. You probably should be able to see the lip roll in the aperture. I'm buzzing right in the sun. Bum. I don't even know what note I'm buzzing. Sounds like a high C. So watch closely. Yeah, see if you can actually see it. Oh, the shadows getting in there. Yeah, right there. Anyway, that's a close-up, maybe closer than you wanted, but I'm right in the sun, so I'll have to go back later and edit this and actually see if things are a little bit more clear. They gotta be more clear because I'm right in the sun. You can actually see what part of my mouth I'm buzzing out of. It's pretty much center. And anyway, hope you enjoyed that close-up shot of my chops.
Thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
Okay, you're thinking you're doing pretty good, but in the pit of your stomach, you're kind of wondering if you're using way too much mouthpiece pressure. If you're wondering that, you probably are. But let's just face it, in case you didn't know it, we all use the maximum amount of mouthpiece pressure at the very last note that we can play in our top range. And that goes for everybody, anywhere, anytime, any place. And the way you could prove that, like if I wanted to go up to Mr. Arturo Sandoval and shake his hand and say, lovely playing, and it's just amazing what you're able to do in the upper register, wow, could I hear your triple G, or your triple G? And if he goes and plays it, like, that's great. Can I hear the A? He'll play the A. Can I hear the triple C? Play triple C. If I keep asking Arturo Sandoval to keep playing the next note, at some point a note will not come out. And the reason that note will not come out is because Arturo would have exceeded the maximum amount of mouthpiece pressure, and at some point he'll press so hard that the lips will no longer vibrate. even the little small aperture right here will no longer vibrate because he will have exceeded the maximum amount of mouthpiece pressure for himself. So that's just the way it is for everybody. We all have a max range. Of course, we can increase that, but wherever you are right now, when you can't go any higher, you're actually at your maximum mouthpiece pressure because you've actually stopped up the lips.
Thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
Okay, so if you want to increase your power and your dynamic level in the fortissimo direction, you might want to kind of follow my path here, kind of follow my role, and that is a couple times a week. Now, you can't do it more than a couple times a week because it will start to screw up your intuition. It'll start to screw up your intonation and your ability to center notes. If you practice on a mute all the time, I already learned that lesson when I lived in San Francisco, it will screw you up a little bit. But now if you take a good hmmmm and you allow yourself a half an hour to 45 minutes twice a week and just blow your freaking brains. Do you realize how loud I was just playing there, folks? I mean, I'm in an apartment. I mean, if I didn't have that mute, I'm here to tell you, man, it wouldn't be long before I'd hear sirens. I mean, it was that loud. I mean, really. So my shirt looks kind of funny here. Or maybe it's because I got the little black thing going on. I actually have two arms. It looks it kind of looked like my arm was cut off or something in this picture. But no, I still have my other arm there, so don't worry about that. But seriously, folks, man, I can't tell you how loud I was playing. I mean, it had to be in the 4F range. It would be plenty loud. I would cut through any Blue Devils horn line. I will freaking tell you that. You know, give me the Blue Devils and give me the best sopranos from years past. I'll tell you what I was just playing right there. That double A would cut through them. And you'd hear me bury that fucking horn line to the Blue Devil. I'm not joking about this. But the thing about it is, having the mute in there, it kind of empowers you because you can blow and you're not going to hurt your ears, and you don't have to wear headphones and earplugs, and you don't have to worry about, you know, anybody in your house or apartment getting upset by it. So if you, I mean, you need to add all the stuff up that I'm telling you, folks. If you do it, man, you're just going to turn into a pretty awesome trumpet player, at least on the physical side. I mean, so you get the hmmmm, you got to get a good one too. Don't get one of the little crappy plastic stone-lined ones. It's got to be a great hmmmm. You know, mine is that's all copper, and I think years ago it cost me about $175. Maybe it came down in price. I don't know,
It's a pretty decent hmmmm. It's heavy too. So my advice for you, if you want to increase your power, you need to blow against resistance from time to time. Resistance, think of resistance as resistance weight training. If you want to increase your power for pushing and pulling, then you use resistance. A resistance as in like a pull down machine, or dumbbell curls, right? Or dips. And that will increase your power that way. Well, here's what we're using the hmmmm, because the hmmmm creates resistance. Why? Because we have to blow hard. It makes it not so easy to blow right through the bell of the horn. So the hmmmm is in, what's the best way to say it? Impediment. There we go, an impediment to the air. So you have to blow against that obstruction at the bell of your horn called a hmmmm. And when you have to blow against it, you're working muscles and you're working your chops in such a way that you're going to be able to build power. This is just one way to build power. There are several others that are in my 16-week upper register course. Thought I would give that a plug. And you can't just build power with one technique. So this technique won't be a miracle pill for you, but it all adds up. So you need to go back and rewind this and check out how loud I was playing. You won't be able to tell, I don't think, through your speakers, but I'm here to tell you, man, I was burning it up. I mean, it's just good that my the music that I was reading off was not flammable, because that music would have started on fire, baby. Thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day. Hey, this tutorial deals with roll-in, something that is confusing a lot of people out there. So let's just be clear what this is. In fact, here's an exercise that you can practice. Doesn't really matter if you play tuba or French horn or trumpet or trombone. You want to be able to make your lips disappear. Okay. That's a double C roll-in position. I did a tutorial going over this, but I'm just doing it again. Practice. This is a technique. Just practice rolling your lips in. If you can't do that, you're not going to be able to play in the upper register that well or with a lot of ease. You got to be able to roll in. Teeth are shut. Don't be confused and think that you're doing this. That the lip is over the teeth. And here too. No, we're right here. See, teeth were shut. They're open for me to roll in. Open, roll in. Now they're over the teeth. I shut the teeth. So, a technique for you that would be of value is to make sure you're getting the roll in. And if you can't do it this way, you're not going to be able to do it on the horn in real time. So this is kind of a bike with training wheels right now. You're not using the horn, you're just practicing the roll in. Double C, that's a double C roll in right there. High C probably be, well, for me anyway, would be probably high C. Double C. Hope you enjoy this close-up of my lips. I'm Kurt Thompson at TrumpetSizzle.com, and here on YouTube, you're a brass instructor. I'm a professional trumpet player and teacher, and I want to ask you a question. Would you like to learn how to skyrocket your range, improve your endurance, and reduce mouthpiece pressure?
At the very least, you should discover that improving range and endurance is a process. It is not one book you're going to read, not one ebook. It's not one lesson you're going to take with a celebrity trumpet player. It is a process that you will have to go through. If you're willing to go through this process, I can almost guarantee that you will get fantastic results on this instrument or any brass instrument. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel, Your Brass Instructor. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Ah, that new mouthpiece. That new mouthpiece. This one cost me a pretty penny. I wonder whose initials those are. Let me take it out of the box and I'll be right back. New mouthpiece fake out. What's that all about? This is my new one. Don't really intend to use it until if and when the other one breaks down. But I got a duplicate of my custom. And okay, so what's this video about? The new mouthpiece fake out. It happens just about every time you fall in love with a new mouthpiece. It could happen, not it could, it does happen to the most famous, most accomplished players on the planet. You don't have to be just a trumpet player. This could be a tuba player, trombone player, French horn, baritone, you name it. You guys all know what the bell curve is. You know, like when it comes to scoring and test. Looks like a bell, like a, you know, like a Liberty Bell. Well, when it comes to the new mouthpiece fake out, all of us brass players will fall on an inverted bell curve. In other words, it's not going up, but what happens is you get your good spot here, then it goes down, kind of like a trough, and then it comes back up to where you were. It's like the inverted, like the opposite of a bell curve. So what happens is you try several mouthpieces out, you like it, and you're going, oh my God, you know, I got an extra minor third on my range. This plays great. I can play louder, I can play softer, it responds great. I'm in tune, it slots well. Ooh, or it's darker or brighter, whatever you love, it's that. You get it, and lo and behold, within usually 3 to 5 days, that mouthpiece ain't feeling all that great. In fact, you're right here, and you don't realize it, but it's at its best right here, and you're starting to go downhill, that inverted bell curve. Happens every time to everybody, even if they don't admit it. That's how it works. It's called the new mouthpiece fake out. So what happens if you keep going down this trough, it has a way to go. It has a progression, so you just have to know that. Most people don't know that. Once you get down to the bottom of this inverted bell curve, you're down way in the dungeon. People, this is usually about a week and a half to 2 weeks into your new mouthpiece. People start going, dang, I don't know what happened, man. I screwed up here again. I thought I had the perfect mouthpiece for me. Lightning strikes again. I screwed it up. Dang it. And so at that point, you begin things like returning it, exchanging it, or selling it on eBay used or whatever. And you look for your trusty old mouthpiece that you've been using for all your life, or at least for many years, and put it back in. You play a little bit, and you're like, well, it's not as good, but it's old tried and true. And so another mouthpiece bites the dust, another new one, and that's why people have shoe boxes full of mouthpieces and drawers full of mouthpieces. What you didn't know is that as you're at the bottom, now here's this inverted bell curve. As you're at the bottom, if you just would have stuck with it another week to maybe 2 weeks, you would have come out of that, because your chops, everything's getting used to the new angle, the new width, the new backbore, the throat, the cup, the sharp, what kind of taper it has, all that kind of stuff. How far is the receiver is going into the lead pipe, all that kind of stuff. So this is all adapting, and when you're at the bottom, it's not feeling good, and you're thinking you made a mistake. You didn't. While this is adapting, it's finally growing accustomed to your new mouthpiece, you're actually coming out of that trough. You're coming back out of the inverted bell curve. So, my friends, if you had only waited just another week, maybe 2 weeks, in extreme cases, it could be 3 weeks, but usually it's 1 to 2 weeks when you're kind of at the bottom. When you come out of that, you'll be going, okay, this thing is on the money again. I mean, I'm loving it. So what you just experienced is the new mouthpiece fake out. And the new mouthpiece fake out is so good that it causes people to take their new mouthpiece after usually between 1 and 2 weeks and say, screw it. It's toss it in their shoebox or drawer or try to resell it. And that's the fake out. The reason it's a fake out is because that mouthpiece is still an awesome mouthpiece for them. They just don't know it. They just don't know if they hung on another week or two. And plus, practice the right things. That also helps. Things would have been back to where they loved it. Now, this affects everybody except for maybe the most minority of players. Bob Reeves told me about Bud Brisbois one time, that Bud Brisbois was wanting a new mouthpiece, and I guess Bob was making him one. And Bob called him and said it was ready. He said, "Great, man, because I'm on my way to a recording session." That's something I wouldn't do. So Bud Brisbois could do that. I mean, Mr. Chops of Steel. So I guess he took the new mouthpiece, tooted a few notes, got back in his car, and went on his way to a recording session. And that's something that he could do. And maybe for someone like Bud Brisbois or Bill Chase or these type of phenomenal, maybe even Maynard, I don't know. Maybe the mouthpiece fake out doesn't hit them as hard. It probably hits them a little bit. But for the rest of us who aren't Bud Brisbois and who aren't Bill Chase and Maynard Ferguson, and let's even throw Cat Anderson in there because he's got chops still too. It probably didn't bother him that much either. But for most of us, the new mouthpiece fake out is real. It does exist, but the key is knowledge. You've heard that before recently on YouTube, haven't you? Remember, it's not for me. It's that guy that goes, "I'm here in my garage. Yeah, these are my 2 Lamborghinis. You know, it's not really about money, but money is freedom. And you got to have knowledge."
Here in my garage, just bought this new Lamborghini here. It's fun to drive up here in the Hollywood Hills. But you know what I like a lot more than materialistic things?
And also, I want to let you know that you need to have a mentor. Everybody needs to have a mentor. And you got to have knowledge. It's knowledge. It's knowledge. Now let me go out into my, that guy's, what's that guy's name? Oh, it just hit me. Ty Lopez. Every time I turn on just to edit one of my YouTube videos, there he is right there. He's in his pool, or I'm out in my garage with my 2 Lamborghinis, and it's not all about money. It's about happiness, wealth, and love and relationships. That guy's hilarious. Maybe I need to take some lessons from him. Maybe think of that. But actually, it is about knowledge in this new mouthpiece fake out. If you know, it's going to feel great. It's going to feel bad, but then it's going to feel great again. You just hang in there, bide your time, and keep doing what you're doing. I wouldn't take any high-profile gigs that focus on you and in the situation where it would be very conspicuous. For example, playing very tough lead stuff, or doing recording sessions and jingles and stuff where you're likely to do a little spiaz and cracks and blips and some intonation things and sliding problems because it's new. I wouldn't do that. But just about everything else you probably could. So anyway, I gotta say thanks Bob Reeves for the new mouthpiece. And I guess this is the KT model, so I got my own little model there. And yeah, I'm happy with my new mouthpiece. The same thing happened to me on that one, even though it's a custom. I fell in love with it. I was roughing it for a couple of weeks until I came back out of that inverted bell curve. So now you know the rest of the story when it comes to the new mouthpiece fake out. I'm Kurt Thompson, and I think you're going to find this knowledge really, really valuable for your brass playing needs. Bye-bye. I'm Kurt Thompson at TrumpetSizzle.com, and here on YouTube, you're a brass instructor. I'm a professional trumpet player and teacher, and I want to ask you a question. Would you like to learn how to skyrocket your range, improve your endurance, and reduce mouthpiece pressure? At the very least, you should discover that improving range and endurance is a process. It is not one book you're going to read, not one ebook. It's not one lesson you're going to take with a celebrity trumpet player. It is a process that you will have to go through. If you're willing to go through this process, I can almost guarantee that you will get fantastic results on this instrument or any brass instrument. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel, Your Brass Instructor. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. This is a test of endurance for the classical trumpet player. I'm positioning myself in front of a clock, so that will keep me honest. You can focus on the clock the whole time. That ensures that there's no break in this video, and it's honest. The test of a professional caliber principal trumpet of any symphony orchestra in the world is to be able to play through the third variation of the Fantasie Brillante 3 times in a row. Let's give it a shot. One down. Catch my breath. The clock is still keeping me honest. The tape is still rolling. Okay. That was one down. Now, let's just cut to the chase. I am not striving for perfection here or for style or anything like that. I'm just simply trying to go through this 3 times, almost back to back. So that was one time. Here we go. Still watching the clock. Tongue's on fire. Whew. Okay, remember this is a test of your classical trumpet playing endurance. This is only a test. This is not for style. This is not for a recording session. This is not for perfection. This is not for even pointed and clarity of attack with articulation. This is a test, a physical test. And I'm not allowing myself to rest too much in between these. Last time, 3 times, is the ultimate test for any professional principal trumpet player of any celebrity well-known symphony. That goes for Mr. LA, that goes for Mr. Chicago, that goes for Mr. New York, that goes for Mr. Boston, okay? It's the ultimate test for a classical trumpet player, likely an advanced, extremely advanced, or professional. All right? I just bought myself a little time. 3rd time, folks. Now, what will happen is if you can't pass this test, your tongue will bog down like a cold engine out of oil on a 20-degree night. It'll just bog down. You won't be able to go. That's just the nature of this particular test. 3rd time. You see the clock? Everything's still rolling, baby. There we go. Let's see if we can make it through the 3rd and final time. As a reminder, this is page 312 in the Arbin's book if you got the big, complete conservatory method. There we go. Crossing my fingers on this one. Wow. It was touch and go at the very end. As you could tell, I really felt like I was bogging down. And when you bog down, folks, on something like this, you can't make your tongue move. That's just it. You might still have some chops to play a little bit longer, but all this, gone. So this has been Kurt Thompson. I brought to you the ultimate classical trumpet player's test of endurance. And it came from the Fantasy Brillante in the Arbin's book. The back of the Arbin's book, and in my book, if you have the real thick book, kind of looks like this, about the size of a Bible or an encyclopedia. It actually is on page 312, at least in my book. And this is what it is. Tough. I'll probably take a little snapshot and put it up at the beginning and the end. And for everybody else who's not primarily a classical trumpet player, and you mainly do jazz, or you mainly do commercial or Broadway or lead trumpet, I'm here to tell you, don't even fool around with this. Don't even attempt this. You're going to hurt yourself. I'm not joking. I'm laughing, but I'm laughing if someone were to try this. If you're primarily a lead trumpet player, or you're a commercial player, or you're a session player, you mainly go in and read little ditties and little jingles, or you're in Seattle and you're playing lead trumpet for the Broadway shows there at the Paramount or the Fifth Avenue, the Pantasias down in LA, and that's primarily what you do. Don't even think about doing this. You're going to hurt yourself. You're going to hurt yourself bad, real bad. At the very least, it'll screw up your tongue so bad that you can't do your tongue arch and your range will go kaput. And you will be a very ineffective lead trumpet player. This is for serious classical trumpet players who make their living playing and teaching primarily classical trumpet. Test yourself. The clock has kept me honest. I have not made any cuts. I have not edited this out. Even the couple little stutters that I've done, I've not edited that out. Nothing's been edited out because the clock has kept me honest. I went through it 3 times, and see if you can do that. Test yourself. And if you can't do it, hit me up with some comments or questions, probably questions, and I'll give you some pointers on how to best accomplish that. Otherwise, if you found this of value, if you liked it even a little bit, go ahead and go down there and click the like button, give me a thumbs up. And if you're a classical guy or gal and you're not a subscriber, why not subscribe? Just to let you know, behind this video, there's over 1,000 videos similar to this. And you might just get something out of it. At the very least, you're going to be entertained on some of the stuff that I do. You might even laugh at some of the stuff that I do. But mostly, you'll probably find quite a lot of value in the stuff that I do. I'm Kurt Thompson. Please like, please subscribe, and I'll definitely catch you in the next one. So long for now. Hey guys and gals, I've been using a cool little tip, shortcut. Again, this is not a substitute for the process or for enrolling in lessons, and specifically we're enrolling in some of my pedagogical specific courses like upper register, technique, lead trumpet playing, breathing. But I have found that this is a very potent and quick results producing technique. And I call it the frozen lip bend. I've scoured Google, YouTube, even that crappy little site called Vimeo. No, there's nobody else that has come up with this, so the date of this video will be the copyright for this particular technique. It's the frozen lip bend. We could almost call it deep frozen lip bends. And so you've seen people demonstrate lip bends almost in a half-step fashion, and it looks impressive. They're doing things like right. Well, that wasn't a lip bend. Okay. I was doing that in 9th grade, folks. I mean, come on. So when you see someone, a pro that's screwing around, lip bending like that, that's kindergarten stuff. You want to go up to the heavyweight league with the big boys, then you do deep lip bends on any brass instrument. Not this little half-step bullshit jargon that's not going to get you anything. So here we go. I like to play the F sharp in the G progression down. So play the F sharp. Now no valve. Soft and increase dynamics. Control, baby, back it off. Okay, now that is the half-step lip bend that you hear all the time, except that was a frozen lip bend, not quite deep, but now it's going to get deeper. Now let's go to something that you don't hear anybody doing unless you've watched another of my tutorials on lip bending. We're going to go down to F natural, which is going to be the whole step below G. Control that baby all the way back to triple pianissimo, baby. All right, this is the big boy league, and you might not even be able to do what I just did, but that doesn't mean that you couldn't do it with a little bit of practice with trying this. This takes incredible, resilient, flexible, strong, powerful chops to be able to accommodate what I'm showing you now with this technique, the deep frozen lip bend. Let's go even deeper. Now, you'd never hear anybody, I haven't heard anybody lip bend down to an E in this part of the range of the horn on the trumpet. So G to, now we're going down a minor third. Lift the belt up. Incredible amount of control there and finesse to be able to accommodate that. You have a favorite celebrity trumpet player, and if you're friends with them, ask them to do what I'm doing. The odds are very considerable and stacked against them that they won't be able to do that. So now we're going to get into the extreme minority of all professional. Actually, this is not even professional. This is way above professional level playing. And you have to have worked considerably on the physical aspects of brass playing to be able to accommodate this, to go down a major third and control it. So G down to E flat. Down to quadruple piano, ladies and gentlemen. Again, quite an exhibition in resiliency, malleability, flexibility, powerful. What other kind of adjectives can I come up with this? It's just, you really have to have excelled way above the typical professional, commercial, or orchestral player to be able to do this. But with this technique, you can. It's not going to happen overnight. But what is going to happen is, as you keep working on this, you're going to notice that your sound opens up. Your flexibility just becomes like a hot knife through butter as you go through all registers of the horn, and the facility of the horn is just going to be a piece of cake. Of course, your range is going to improve. I think that this would be especially good for orchestral players. Because I have a feeling that you're going to be able to open up and get that more brassy resonance on the mid and lower middle register of the horn, which is where a lot of this orchestral music is played, especially if you're not principal trumpet. So this could be very beneficial if you totally don't like the commercial and jazz idiom of playing and you're more into the classical. This could really benefit you in this particular register. Now, let's go to no man's land. We're going to go down to perfect fourth. Man, this is like super deep. This is like the 12-foot deep end of the pool where the high dive is. So here we go. Very difficult. In fact, you even heard me falter a little bit. I'm not perfect. I'm close to perfect, but not. No, just kidding. Just kidding. Well, when it comes to looks, yeah, that's been pretty close. But when it comes to playing, yeah, I have my problems, just like everybody else. So I guarantee you, most of you are not going to be able to do that, but you do not need to be depressed, because you can start just on the F sharp in this progression down from middle G, second line middle G for trumpets. Everybody else you can transpose to the notes in your instrument. That would be practical. I've just thrown it out here. For example, probably for trombone, I probably would be playing first position F. That's fourth line F in the bass clef staff. For trombone people, I would probably start right there, first position, and then of course you're going to have to bend it down without moving the slide, right? So you're going to find it very, very difficult. But that's just an example if you're playing another brass instrument. Now let's go for the quintessential granddaddy gold medal Olympic winner. If you can get this one and control it, and I gotta be honest with you, sometimes and some days I can't get this one. That's how difficult it is. But that would be going down the tritone from G down to C sharp, D flat and harmonic. This is almost a nightmare to try to do on a regular basis and be consistent, but I'm going to go ahead and give it a shot right now. So we're playing our G down to D flat. Oh, almost didn't get it. Folks, that was rough and tough. Rough and tough and tumble. If you can do that and control it, you just certainly have to have chops. I would almost bet without hearing you playing anything else that you probably have a good core to your sound, amazing dynamics in all registers, and just great facility all over the horn, whatever brass instrument it is. So this was Kurt Thompson with another amazing proprietary and unique tip, trick, and technique for brass players that you've never heard before, and the date of this video will be its copyright. No one else has done the deep frozen lip bend. Try it, you'll like it, comment below. I'll see you in the next one. Are you playing on 2 or more mouthpieces on a regular basis? Bad idea. Throw one out. Learn to play on one for everything. This guy right here. Do you think he was a jack-off and fumbling around with a bunch of mouthpieces all his life? This dude over here, same thing. The best of the best choose one mouthpiece to fit the bill. Maybe 1 or 2% of the time that you have to play something that's so whack out of your normal playing style, maybe for that special occasion. Give you an example. I almost always play above the staff wherever I play. I mean, that's what I got to be good at. But if someone called me in to play Come to Jesus in whole notes at the New York Philharmonic sitting third trumpet, I might have to get me a Bach 1.5C. I might even get me an old Bach Strat 37 bell and just hunker down and go through all those whole notes. I mean, come on. Because maybe the equipment I have might not be the best. But in general, you want to find the mouthpiece and the setup that's right for you. Now here's why you don't want to be the fool that plays on 2 different mouthpieces. Number 1, at the very least, even if you're as good as this guy, and even if you're as good as this guy, guess what's going to happen to you? Even Maynard or Maurice, their accuracy is going to suffer, at the very least. And that's if you have the talent of Maynard or Maurice. As I look to you right now, I'm just betting you don't have the talent of Maynard and Maurice. Sorry, them's the facts. So if that could happen to them, it's going to happen to you. Your accuracy is going to go out the window. Number 2, air in your tone. Your lips gravitate towards a certain position and a certain expectation. The minute you throw them for the loop, bam, with the different mouthpieces, you start to develop inefficiencies in your chops, the vibrating surface of the lips, and you begin to notice, yes, air in your tone, all over the place. High, medium, low. Now, because I don't spend my career playing below low C, hear a little air there? A little bit. That's just the name of the game for me, because I position myself for playing much higher, usually above the staff. However, the people that switch up mouthpieces tend to have that air in the tone all over the horn. Accuracy out the window, air in your tone. The other thing is chop problems. People that tend to have 2 or more mouthpieces that they play on regularly every week tend to have chop problems. And I don't know all the facts of this guy. I think you heard about him. His name is Mr. Beresharon. I mean, I don't know all the facts about that guy. I don't know too much about him at all. But I did hear in the wind that there were some chop problems that he had a long time ago. And if I had to bet a dollar bill on what was going on, is he was jumbling up the mouthpieces, my friends. He was playing on more than one mouthpiece. Maybe a host, maybe he had a flugel mouthpiece for this and a pick mouthpiece for that. And maybe he had a mouthpiece for a big horn to get a larger, warmer, darker sound for some classical session work, and then maybe he had a normal setup. I bet you if I had to roll a dice and bet $1, it would be because he was playing on too many mouthpieces. You start playing on too many mouthpieces on a regular basis, and you're going to have chop problems at some point. If it doesn't come for you this week or next month, it's going to come for you 3 or 4 years from now. Come on. So the word is, what are you going to not do from now on? You're not going to play on 2 or more mouthpieces regularly. If you have to, get a shallow mouthpiece because you need to play a pick part and you normally don't play in that register, then by all means go ahead and do it. If you're a normally lead player and you get called to play third trumpet or second trumpet in the Messiah, yeah, you might put your horn equipment, your lead trumpet equipment away, and you might get out your, dust off your old box Strad, pop in a Bach 1 1/4 or 1 1/2 and go to town on those low notes. So otherwise, you want to stick to one mouthpiece. The request should be to find the absolute best mouthpiece that you can play almost everything on, and that's what you stick with if you don't want to have the problems I mentioned. Hey, I'm Kurt Thompson, and you are at my channel, your brass instructor, TrumpetSizzle.com. This is a channel that helps you in all areas of brass and trumpet playing with a special emphasis on range and endurance. In this particular video, the message is for all musicians.
Vocalists, singers, string instruments, bass, guitar, keyboard, piano, drums, brass instruments, woodwind instruments, double reeds, all musicians.
All musicians. Today, we are going to be talking about the 5 top reasons that keep most musicians, you, from turning pro. Number 1, can you become a professional musician just by watching YouTube videos alone? Number 2, how much drum corps experience is required to become a professional musician? Number 3, do you need a music degree? Number 4, how much practicing is required? Number 5, how much natural talent is required? If you like these kinds of tutorials, I have over 1,000 tutorials for most musicians. And you might as well subscribe. You'll get alerts and notifications when I post a new video. Go ahead and comment on this video. Give it a thumbs up. One, can you become a professional musician just by watching YouTube? Sorry, but the short answer is no. The long answer is also no. You cannot become a professional musician just by watching YouTube. Watching tutorials is a passive venture. You're not interacting with a professional musician, and you're not interacting with a teacher, and that teacher is not giving you feedback. You're probably entertained by some of mine because you've already watched a couple of them. You may have also gotten a little bit better by some of the tips that I've offered, but YouTube and videos do not take the place of a live interaction between you and the professional teacher. Sorry, YouTube is not going to do it for you. 2, how much drum corps experience do you need to become a professional musician? None, 0, nada. Absolutely 0, nada. No drum corps experience required to become a professional musician. Think about this. All the time you spend in drum corps is focused on 3 or 4 songs for an entire year. Ooh, not good. Not good if you want to become a professional musician. The professional musician has to adapt quickly to new music, new environments, and be very flexible, especially at site. Drum corps and marching and playing 3 or 4 songs for the entire year that you're going to be in drum corps for that season is not going to help you become a professional musician. Sorry. Think about this. Quickly now, think of 5 names, 5 people that are professional musicians that made it by first going to drum corps and using that as a springboard into professional music. Go ahead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Time's up. The bottom line, don't go into drum corps thinking it will help your career, because it won't. 3. Do you need a music degree? The quick answer is yes. The long answer is double yes. Now, before you go, wait a minute. Hey, I know there are exceptions. There are always exceptions to everything. And you might be able to find a handful of people across the globe that didn't get a music degree. And really, if you want to know the truth, if you go back to the 1970s and before, the answer to this question would be no. Most professional musicians likely did not have a music degree. But in 2018 and going forward into the future, most musicians will need to get that music degree. Why? Because the competition is amazingly keen. Jobs are scarce, gigs are scarce, and there's a whole lot of competition. Music school will prepare you for things outside your comfort zone. If you are a classically trained singer, vocalist, opera singer, string player, concert pianist, brass or woodwind player, percussion, any musician at all, if you're classically trained, you will need to broaden your horizons to compete in the real professional arena. Music school will help you do that. You'll learn arranging, jazz and commercial idioms, and you'll be more marketable, more flexible to support yourself. Further, if you go to music school and get that music ed degree, music education, you then can have a day job of teaching school, teaching band or teaching music, and at night go out and gig, go to rehearsal bands, and gig on the weekend. So do you need a music degree? Yes, you do. 4. How much practicing is required to become a professional musician? That's a question that's often asked. The quick answer is about 5,000 quality practice hours. Ooh, sounds like a lot, and it is. 5,000 hours of good, intense, quality practice by yourself will bring you up to the bottom rung of the professional caliber ladder. Pat yourself on the back or on the shoulder or somewhere, because being at the bottom rung of the professional caliber musician level is quite an accomplishment, as almost all musicians are not at this level. Let's just say, for example, that you started music in 5th grade, whether that's drums, piano, band, choir. You started in 5th grade and you practiced an hour every day, every single day until you graduated high school. Would you believe that you would have only got to around 3,000 hours of practice? Somewhere along the line, probably in high school as a junior and senior, you're going to have to up your practice time. And maybe even as a freshman or a sophomore in college, you're going to have to up that practice time to 2, 3, maybe even 4 hours of practice every day to get closer and closer to that 5,000 hours. Practice, perfect practice, and high quality practice is required, and 5,000 hours at a minimum is required to reach the professional status of musicians. 5. How much does talent matter? Like the old adage, genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Same is true for talent. The same is true for music. There are a lot of talented musicians out there who don't achieve professional status. There are a lot of lesser talented musicians that do become professional musicians. What's the difference? Many times the very gifted and talented musicians early in life, in elementary, junior high, and high school, tend to be early bloomers. Also, things are very easy for these people. What happens to these highly talented people is that once things begin to get hard at the college level and beyond, a lot of times they may not have the work ethic to continue practicing and doing the required practice necessary. For people that don't have as much talent, are doubling and tripling up their practice and lessons and eventually surpass the more talented individual. So, yes, talent is required, but not as much as you think. You need just a little bit of musical talent and a whole huge heaping of work ethic, and you can still become a professional musician. Don't feel bad. You don't need the talent of a Mozart or Bach. What's more important is you have discipline, Remember what discipline really is. Discipline is the ability to make yourself do something you really don't want to do, but make yourself do it and enjoy it. And a lot of these people with extra talent don't have the discipline necessary and required to become a professional musician. So now you know the 5 top reasons that keep most musicians, maybe even you, from turning pro. What were they again?
Just watching YouTube videos and tutorials alone will not allow you to become a professional musician. Drum corps, DCI, will not help you in your career and to evolve into a professional musician. Yes, you are going to likely have to get that music degree. Forget about it. You are going to have to practice, and you are going to have to arrive somewhere along the line at 5,000 hours of quality, intense practice or above. Yes, you do need to have a little bit of musical talent. Again, like I stated previously, you don't need to be Mozart and you don't need to be Bach to become a professional musician.
Alright folks, that's a wrap. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. I hope you got some value out of it. Hit the thumbs up, smash the like button, comment down below if you like, subscribe. I'll see you in the next video. Hey, this is a trumpet lesson video on how to expand your range and flexibility with some good old-fashioned lip slurs. In this particular trumpet tutorial, these are often overlooked lip slurs, 3 lip slurs that are overlooked, and I would actually call these a stealth technique. Now, why am I coming up with this? Well, I have taught now in 2018 just barely, but over 1,500 private individual students. That's individual different students over the years. One common theme that I noticed, even amongst those who could play high C, high D, high E, and then others, of course, that had difficulty playing those notes, all these players had trouble with 3 lip slurs on the horn, from D to F, E flat to G flat, otherwise known as D sharp to F sharp, and E to G. We're not talking about the super duper high ones. We're talking about right near the top of the staff. You might want to use this to check yourself. If you have problems with those lip slurs that I just mentioned, you really need to watch the rest of this tutorial. In fact, I want you to play along with me. Use the metronome. The metronome is very critical because it will show you if you are increasing your speed or not. And of course, we do want to increase our speed cleanly. So now enjoy working along and expanding your range and flexibility. All right, here we go. This is going to be the sheet starting on D to F. So the whole thing, all the exercises here will be in first valve. And I have the trusty metronome set to 120. The quarter note equals 120. Now, in your own practice, you can do the repeats as many times as you feel like. For right now, we're not going to adhere to the repeats just for time. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And you can go back and repeat this on your own if you like. Now those were half notes, then quarter notes. Now we're into 8th notes. Second line. 1, 2, 3. And again, you can go back and repeat that as many times as you wish. Now those were all slurs. The first line, the second line. Now you'll notice that there's no articulation delineation on the third line. They're all 16th notes with a big arc over all of it. And that is going to be our lip trill section. So it's not interrupted by any kind of articulation. And it's that ah-yi movement back and forth. 1, 2, 3. Or you could go back and you don't really have to tongue on the second measure. So let me just do several of them in a row. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 16th notes. Now for you advanced and pro players, you could ratchet it up
one more notch, right, to 30-second notes. And this is just a bonus. That should be pretty close to 30-second notes. But for everybody else, you'll just stick with the 16th notes that we have written on the page. Let's move on to the next sheet, which would be D sharp to F sharp. Again, these are the three most troublesome lip slurs on the horn. And if you can really work on these and get them down, I promise things are going to be so much better all over the horn, but especially in the upper register. So now everything here will be second valve. If you happen to observe on the first sheet, everything was first valve, right? So now everything here will be second valve. Here's the first line. The metronome has still been banging away at 120. 1, 2, 3. 1, 3. And there you got a couple measures of rest, and you can go back and repeat this as many times as you want. Moving on to the second line, 8th notes. 1, 2, 3. Okay, you got your 2 measures of rest. And the third line are good old-fashioned lip trills. And you could, I personally wouldn't break up the 2 measures here with the tongue, although that's the way it's written, isn't it? But personally, I would just sail on through and probably go as many times as I could in one breath. 1, 2. Oh, by the way, you notice a 2 below the exercise and a bunch of dashes, and then a 2 and a bunch of dashes. That just simply means to play everything second valve. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then for you advanced and pro players, 1, 2, 3. Should be pretty close to 30 seconds on those. Moving along to the last sheet. And this is the last one. And the highest of the 3. Starting on E, and I already told you the second sheet was all second valve. Well, this last sheet is going to be all open. And we still have the metronome banging away at 120. Quarter note equals 120. It's the same format, so let's go ahead and tackle this one. Starting on E to G now. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then you got your rest there. You go back and repeat. And second line. 1, 2, 3. Rest a couple measures, go back and repeat. And the last line, our good friend the lip trill. 1, 2, 3. And for you advanced and pro players, the bonus round, 30-second notes. 1, 2, 3. All right.
I hope you really enjoyed working along with me on these 3 different lip slurs. You're going to get something out of it. I guarantee for the investment of practice time on these 3 lip slurs, you will see an increase in your range and a big bump up in flexibility and facility all over the horn. Keep track of your metronome progress. Give this a couple of months. Make it part of your normal routine. Leave your fantastic positive comments as to what happened to your playing down below in the review. Give this video a like. If you found value in this video, you can go over to Patreon, and I'll include a little way to do that right now. Please go over to Patreon, become a supporter, support my channel and my work and what I'm doing. I really need your help. Thank you so much. This is Kurt Thompson. Fast. Whew, fast.
That I hadn't played for over 25 years. When I was playing in my early 20s, quite a bit, I did not know a lot of the things that Kurt has taught me. So there's upper register aspects of this that I am absolutely a school child learning how to do it. So I am definitely what I would call a work in progress. I'm getting there, but I'm not there yet. But I have really enjoyed it. Kurt is a terrific teacher, and I really encourage you to pony up and make the commitment to get better.
Comeback players. These are people who've been off the horn typically for longer than 10 years, or you could be maybe 2 years. But the typical people that come in that are comeback players have been off the horn for 10 years. And if you look at some of my comeback player reviews, as much as 50 years. Can you imagine that? 50 years of not touching this guy.
Hi, I'm Dr. Gerald Dowling. I just recently finished the upper register course with Kurt Thompson. I haven't played my horn in 50 years. Enjoy making music. I would highly recommend Kurt. If you are younger, at any level, whether you be in school, whether you're at the university, whether or not you're professional, or you, like me, just enjoy music, give Kurt a try. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
So I also offer a free consultation over the phone or Skype. So that means no matter where you live in the world, you could kind of pick my brain about this course. So the consultation is about that, about the logistics, when we do it, how long the lessons are, how you send in your tuition, when to get started, when to get in the schedule, all those kinds of things, and what you can expect to get out of investing that kind of tuition in yourself for the next 4 months. If you're serious and you're about ready to take that step to really change your playing, it's a life-changing moment really after these 4 months, it really is. And just to have range and endurance and sound and just not be stressed out when you go to rehearsals, I mean, it just is just well worth it, folks. It really is. Just to have that off your head and just to be able to enjoy having fun with this instrument. I'm Kurt Thompson, and I'll see you, my friend, in the next one.
And if you're a trumpet player who'd like to get back in gear, you could do nothing better than taking Kurt's comeback player course. So I really recommend that you check it out and take lessons with Kurt. He's a terrific guy. He's a great teacher. He really cares about his students. And what more could you ask for in a teacher? So Dave Aronson signing off, and thanks again for everything, Kurt.
Kurt's program has given me the ability to do that. He's helped me improve my playing, but even more importantly, he's helped me improve my enjoyment in playing, because I'm not focusing so hard on whether or not I can play a note. Now I'm looking more at how do I play that note. So again, do I highly recommend Kurt's upper register program? You bet I do. Thank you, Kurt, for what you've done for my playing ability and my playing enjoyment. And folks, I want to thank you a lot for watching. Now be well.
I'm a comeback player, and I just completed Kurt Thompson's 16-week upper register and endurance course, and it was really great. But actually, I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about Kurt and his brand new course, the Ultra Comeback Player course. I think it would be perfect for any comeback player, regardless of their goal. In my case, I'd like to be playing back in a rock group, Latin group, or a jazz band, but a player who's just interested in playing for their own enjoyment, wants to make progress, or they want to join a community orchestra. I think it's the perfect structure to get you back into it in the right way and start feeling confident about yourself and enjoying the whole process. So I highly recommend you give Kurt a call, check out the course, and good luck to you getting back into playing again.
The top 2 reasons you cannot play high. Well, I just demonstrated one of them. This, the meat, the muscle, right? But you already knew that, right? Yeah. You know you got to have chops. You got to build this. Everything. All these muscles, everything. It's all got to be built up strong. So you know that one, but maybe you didn't. Maybe you thought it was talent. Okay? A lot of people think it's just talent. Can't play high. I was just born to play third chair. Just the way it is. Don't get mad about it. Don't beat yourself up over it. You just weren't born with the talent to be able to play high. Actually, some people feel that way. But that is 100% wrong, 100% incorrect. That's your belief system, but it's not reality. Your belief system, but not reality. So the top reason that you can't play high is you haven't gone through the process of training this and the whole mechanism from diaphragm to here to out to the horn. You haven't gone through that process. Now you can look at video, YouTube after YouTube. In fact, I just crossed over the 600 mark on my YouTube channel. Videos available to the public. You can watch them all. You're not going to get that miraculous improvement in range and endurance just by watching videos, even though I'm giving you some good advice and others are giving you good advice. You have to go through the process. The process is systematically applying so many different angles at your chops, your breathing, your tongue, strategically over a period of time, infused with momentum. That's what the process is. And you're not likely to have gone through that process if you're watching this video, or maybe you're just watching it just for giggles. But you have to go through the process. It seems like a lot of teachers that can actually play decently high are not taking their students through the process. And as a result, the students don't end up playing as well as a teacher, and they don't even make that much improvement. It's about the process, not about one or two techniques or a routine that you're going to do. About the process. So, if you watch my stuff, you will get better, and you are certainly going to play a little bit higher, a little bit better, a bigger sound, a bigger tone, more accuracy, better endurance, yes. But you're not going to get that miracle, amazing, oh my God, I was playing high C's and D's a few months ago, and now I'm zinging out double high G's. Now I can actually do some Broadway shows if I wanted. No, you're not going to get that by watching just individual random videos on how to play trumpet better from anybody. You have to go through the process. I happen to know what that process is, by the way. And according to most of the people that have been working with me, it seems like they know it now too, and they can demonstrate it. So let's go on to number 2, or the second reason, the second top reason that you can't play high. That. Tongue and tongue arch. Now, you can still play high without the tongue arch. I'm going to play high right now, leaving my tongue dropped in a low C positioning. And now it's not going to sound good at all. Okay? How am I able to still get up there even though it sucked? I had the chops. But having the chops is one part of the equation. If you don't have the tongue arch, my friend, you can have the range. F, G, weak, kind of brittle sounding, stiff sounding, not that powerful. But I can get those notes. That proves to you right there that if you're still not doing some things right, that you can still gain some altitude just by developing your chops. But that's not going to be the panacea. And what you're thinking about is an end result of how you want to play. So the tongue arch, the less space you have in your mouth when the air is coming out, you're going to zing out higher notes because the air is going to be speeding past the lips, vibrating them faster, vibrating the air that goes into here, coming out here, it's going to all be faster. Okay. So how do we do that? It's the tongue arch. And it's kind of one of the most elusive techniques on the trumpet. It really is. I get people that can actually play pretty decently up to high C, D, even E, and they're not using tongue arch, but they're so used to not using tongue arch that they can actually play sometimes at the professional level or as a professional in a symphony. It's quite amazing how they can do that. They're making things in life very, very hard by doing that, but yet they've accommodated not knowing about the tongue arch or not being able to do it. So what if you had a screwed up embouchure, or what if you thought you didn't play correctly? Well, here's my natural setting. What if I played poorly? Let's move this mouthpiece over a little bit. There we go, see it? I'm way off my embouchure. In fact, I'm over. What about the other way? Well, now I'm back to center. Move it over. Now I'm really playing not where I want to play. I can still do it, but it sucked that on that one side compared to the other. So I've showed you that with no tongue arch, I can still play high. Playing on a totally screwed up embouchure, one side to another like that, I can still play some, actually into the upper register above high C. So it's the tongue arch. So So quit looking at whether or not you got a bad embouchure, a defective embouchure, whether or not you think that you're playing a little off center and your teacher's on you for that. If you play too high, play too low. You can work on that stuff later, but that's not your problem. The problem is tongue arch, especially if you've got the other part handled, the musculature, the embouchure, and the strength. But a lot of people don't got that handled either. But it's the tongue arch. With the tongue arch, you can do quite amazing things. So if you can play high B flats, B's, and C's with the perfectly executed and advanced tongue arch, that those high C's automatically turn into E's and F's with no change in the musculature and the strengthening of the embouchure here. Tongue arch works wonders. That's the second reason that you can't play the, and if it's the second reason, or it's the second place why almost all brass players can't get altitude and can't have good endurance. It seems to be mystical and ambiguous, foggy, murky, unclear what the tongue arch really is. But basically, if you can take the tip of your tongue, that's the tip. Take it and put it under, behind your teeth, your lower teeth. Here's upper, lower. Take the tip, go down, anchor it. I have the tip anchored right at the bottom of my lower teeth, where the teeth kind of almost turn into the gums, you know, right at that gum line, or you run out of teeth, and you can feel the wet gum. That's where you anchor the tip of your tongue. Yeah. And then the tongue arches up, like you're saying in, or E-I-N-G, swimming, yeah. So that's when you're at maximum tongue arch. And here's a good test for you. Now, I made another tutorial about this, but it was kind of shorter. So you can try this on different things. Here's me going from second line G to C on purpose. Okay? Okay, you're seeing movement here. I'm also adding a little extra tension when I'm going up to give it push. The way to really get the feeling of tongue arch, so it's not theory, is actually something real that you're doing, is to purposely try not to get the top note, yet raise your tongue in an arch position. So right now I'm going to take a big breath and I'm going to hold a G, but during that time what's happening inside my mouth is this. My tongue is arching up. You already know the tip is placed behind my teeth. So it's going here, up. And I'm purposely going to try not to get the C. Watch what happens. Hear that? Of course it didn't sound good, but I'm purposely trying not to get the C. I don't want the C to come out. Watch again. Again. You notice no movement going on here at all, right? And I'm really trying not to let the seed to come out. That's your assignment. If you can get that to happen, you've executed the tongue arch quite perfectly. Now, it doesn't stop there. The tongue has to be developed, and you have to be able to hold the tongue arch under a lot of undue pressure when you're above high C. That pressure will flatten down your tongue, and your range will drop. Not because you don't have chops, because you're not maintaining the tongue arch. So the tongue arch, you got to get it, but then you have to develop it to withstand the pressure that will be inside your oral cavity when you're really playing in the upper register and beyond. Your tongue arch drops just a micromillimeter and you've lost 2 notes on your range, just like that. That's how easy it is. So let's try it on a different note. Low C. trying to do that, right? You can tell. What if I take a big breath and purposely stay on that low C? Don't let that G come out. Take a bigger breath this time. The first one came out air because I didn't have any air left. Even low C to G, which is a wider interval, isn't it? It's another note wider, so you're going to fifth. Now, a lot more air is coming out on low C than it is on G, because you have the placement of your jaw and your tongue even lower. But still, you could hear that something was happening. In fact, the air started to cut off. On that first one, did you hear that? It was almost no air. I mean, it was just air coming out. But the low C would not come out. So don't think that was a mistake. The low C would not come out anymore. Let me just see if I can go for the air again, because that was pretty important. I'm raising the tongue up to the point where the low C will not vibrate anymore. Well, no, that time the note came out. No, hold on, let me try it again. Trying to keep the low C down, but I'm raising my tongue into a tongue arch. No, it's not going to do it this time. I guess it was kind of a fluke, but still, that was important to realize I'm trying to play the low C, which even beginners can get. So you know something was going on inside here. I mean, if I can't play the low C, something really is bad. Something bad's going to happen. Maybe the end of the world tonight. I can't play a low C. And if you can't play a low C, it's probably the same thing. Now, if I'm playing a low C and I do something inside my mouth that causes the low C not to come out, you know I'm doing something. You know something is going on. You just have to know that. So I was probably speeding up the air too fast for the low C to come out, and it was in the little twilight zone area right before the G was going to snap out. So I'm not even sure if I've even tried this on C to E. Now, I'm thinking that as you get more narrow in intervals, it's probably going to come out easier. So I'm not sure if this will be the best demonstration or not. Let's find out. So middle C to E. Well, normally. Now, I'm going to try to keep it at middle C and not let the E come out. Oh no, okay, it gets easier as you go higher, actually. Yeah, okay, so that's why I was experiencing that air at the low C to G. So this demonstration is actually perfect for you at G to C. And if you do have range up to about an A to a high C, you might want to try it from middle C to E, because it's actually easier. But it might be so easy that you don't really get the feeling of it. So you've heard me do 3 different ones. G to C is commonly what I show students. Low C to G is going to be harder, and C to E is going to be easier. So you got 3 different intervals that you can slur to using the tongue arch. And remember, you're trying not to let the top note come out. You're trying not to let the top note come out. That's what you're trying to do. But you're arching up, you're trying to arch the tongue as high as it will arch, but with the goal of not getting that top note. Because if you have the goal to get the top note, then you might add a little bit more pressure here. You might blow harder. You're going to be doing some things unconsciously that you've just already trained yourself to do to get the note to come out. That's why it's important to really, it might go against your ego, but really do not let that top note come out. Just keep arching the note up and hope it doesn't come out. And when the top note does come out, if it does for you, then you know that you've got the tongue arch decently perfected, but just not strengthened. I mean, the tongue arch, you either get it or you don't, right? There's not really a gray area. You got it perfected, you can do it, or you don't have it at all. There's not really a middle ground. You either got it or you don't. After that point, it's about developing your tongue and the tongue arch to really be refined and just amazingly versatile when you're playing. That's where I come in. Have you ever heard that I got a website called TrumpetSizzler.com, and that I teach a lot of people, especially a lot of advanced and professional players that want to get better with endurance and range? Well, if you haven't heard about it, you're just hearing it now, I actually do that. That's kind of actually what I'm good at. And I do I'm good at some other things too, but I kind of have this natural knack for helping people out with that. So if you'd like to learn more, you can definitely look at more videos here. And if you're watching this, why not go ahead and subscribe? You can support me. You're going to get an instant email when I put up new videos like this. And I don't know, I think that you're going to learn something and become a better player. But if you really want to take the horse by the reins and run with it, you got to do something, and that's called going through the process, which I alluded to earlier in the video. So, but this tutorial on tongue arch should help you. And now if you're not getting the note to come out at all, even though you're trying not to, but it still doesn't come out, that's where, again, you need a coach. You need someone to work with you on that, because that is the second reason you're not able to play high, play with power up the upper register, or even have great endurance. If you're constantly playing in a low C position in the upper register, you're gassing out all the muscles here. You're just putting such a load on them, and that's why you don't have any endurance. So you might even have a little range, but you have no endurance. You got to get the tongue arch. It's the second reason people have problems in the upper register and with endurance. Since you've already heard me say that, it's a no-brainer. Work on it. Get it going. It's worth the investment in time. So that's a wrap. Today we're going to talk about trumpet high notes, trumpet lessons, and trumpet mouthpieces. Now, a lot of people think that if you can play high, it's because you're playing on a shallow mouthpiece. In fact, a lot of people that are unable to play high, when they hear someone play high, will say that they're using a cheater mouthpiece or a shallow mouthpiece to be able to get those notes. That's not necessarily so. There's the right tool for the job. So what I wanted to point out today, I wanted to dispel a couple of myths. I do happen to play on a shallower mouthpiece. It is a Neil Sander 17S. But is this the only reason why I'm able to play high? Is it the only reason why other trumpet players who are quite adept in the upper register of the trumpet, their mouthpiece, is it the only reason why they can play high? I don't think so. I think that you have to practice the right techniques in the right way for the right amount of time to be able to get your upper register the way you want it. Now, I wanted to go through a couple of mouthpieces that are quite common. Let's pull out, this is the Bach 1.5C. And I'll see if I can get it up there in the camera for you, so you know that I'm really showing you the real deal. Probably can't really see it. Let's see if I can turn it a little bit. There we go. Take my word for it. That's a Bach 1.5C. Now it's a little bit cold. Now, according to a lot of people who can't play high, I shouldn't be able to hit a double C on this one. Now I will tell you that the mouthpiece I play on it for a reason. I like the sound I get, I like the tone, I like the accuracy, I like the volume I get out of it. Otherwise I could just play on any mouthpiece, right? So this one here will probably not sound as good to me and have the projection and some of the other qualities that I love in my Neil Sanders, but will I be able to play a double C on this one like I do on mine? If the people who can't play high that put out this myth that you can only play high with a cheater mouthpiece are right, then I should not be able to play much, maybe beyond a high C on this one. So let's find out. This is a Bach Bach 1.5 C. Now I'll just play a middle C here. No problems there. It does seem a little bit harder than mine.
double C? It was on a Bach 1.5 C mouthpiece. Well, it looks like I just broke that myth that you have to be able to use a cheater mouthpiece to be able to play high. Now there's a lot of people that play on this one, a lot of symphonic players that poo-poo high notes, so they play on this one. They don't really have to play much more than a high C or a high D in their symphonic and orchestral works, even the professional trumpet players I'm talking about in major symphony orchestras. This is one of their favorite mouthpieces right here. Would I use this on a regular job or a gig for playing Maynard stuff, playing lead? No, I wouldn't, because this makes life more difficult. But you heard it right here, folks. I played a double C on this Bach 1.5 mouthpiece. See if I can show you it again. Well, before I put this one away, I got a couple other ones to show you. Let me put it right back in. This is the Bach 1.5 C mouthpiece. I'll put it right back in my horn. Let's just see if that was a fluke. Maybe it's a one-time fluke and I won't be able to get it again. Nope, it wasn't a fluke. I am able to play high on a Bach 1.5 mouthpiece. Let's set that one aside. Now, what is the most common trumpet mouthpiece in all the world? If you answered a 7C, you are correct. I'm going to see what happens when we get out the 7C. Now watch this video carefully because this is all uncut. There's the 7C. Can everybody see it? I'm going to leave it in the video. I'm coming back around. Coming back around. There's no cutting or editing. Here's the Bach 7C. This is what you get typically when you buy a new horn. Typically what beginners play on it. Very few professionals play on a 7C. There might be 1 out of 1,000 that would play on a 7C. Well, let me try it. Now, supposedly, I shouldn't be able to play on high on this one either, right? It's a 7C mouthpiece, not a cheater mouthpiece, not a lead mouthpiece. Let's see what happens. Now, if you watch the video, I've been going on continuously. There's been no monkey business. It's still in my horn. It's cold. Try to double C there. Well, lo and behold, I'm able to get a double C on this 7C mouthpiece. Shouldn't be able to do that, should I? According to the people who can't play high and who use typically the larger mouthpieces, I shouldn't be able to play high on that, should I? Okay, so I played on a Bach 1.5 C, played a double C. I played on a Bach 7C, played a double C. Let's get out just a couple more. This one here, this is the Bach 10.5 C. Now this is the mouthpiece that a lot of classical players who really can't play high will actually use in their piccolo. See if I can show it to you. Sorry, it's not coming in clear. There you go. You can see it's there. That's the Bach 10.5 C. I'll leave it in the frame so you can see me put it right on my horn. This is the one that a lot of classical players, professional, principal, symphonic players all across the country, the major metropolitan symphony orchestras will pop this in when they got to play something high, or they'll put it in their piccolo. And then they go back to their 1.5 C. They'll put the Bach 10.5 C in. It's cold. Let me warm it up. Middle C. High C. Double C. I'm going to pull right on my horn. You saw exactly what I was playing on. This is no trick photography here. It's a Bach 10.5 C. Well, what is this? This is a Bach 12. Bach 12 C. We'll try that one. I've actually never played on a 12 C before. I borrowed a couple of these mouthpieces just for this demonstration. A Bach 12 C, I have no idea how I would play this one. It is probably a little bit more smaller than the 10.5 C, I'm guessing. Middle C, high C, double C, and a Bach 12 C. Okay, last one. I thought it would be kind of funny. French horn mouthpiece. You know, I have no clue what I'm going to get on this thing. You can see it's a huge, huge, deep cup. French horn mouthpiece. What is it here? It's 11. It's a Vincent Bach 11. French horn mouthpiece. So I still have it here. Let me put it in my horn. Of course, you know, it won't fit properly, but it's in there. Let's just see what I can get with this. It's not going to sound pretty. It's going to be out of tune. Probably swim around. But it's a French horn mouthpiece. I really shouldn't be able to play too high on it. Most French horn players can't play too high, so let's see what will happen. Definitely a different tone. A lot warmer. High C now. Real muffled. It's probably going to be very difficult to get the double C out. You heard it right there. Got a double C on a French horn mouthpiece in my trumpet. So, let's go back to my mouthpiece. Neil Sanders, 17S. There you go, you can kind of see it there. There we go. Neil Sanders. You can tell it's beat up. This is the very mouthpiece that I played Gabriel, Maynard Ferguson's Gabriel on quite a number of years ago. So if you happen to see my video doing that one, or hear it somewhere, this is the same mouthpiece I used for that one. Now let's go back. You're going to notice that I can, of course, still play the high note. It's just going to have more of a punch, more power. That's your middle C. Here's your high C. Love it the way it comes out. You notice that in all these mouthpieces I was able to hit the double C. All of us have different dental structure, different facial features up here, and therefore what works for somebody, for example, this works for me, might not work for you. And that's why I would definitely recommend, and I recommend all my students, to spend some time going through different mouthpieces and making sure that mouthpiece is appropriate for what you do. This mouthpiece may not be the perfect mouthpiece for a symphonic player, but it shouldn't be the reason a symphonic player would say that they can't play high because they need a cheater mouthpiece. I've just broken that myth right here. You heard me play a double C on a Bach 1.5 mouthpiece. You've heard me play, that's a 1.5 C mouthpiece. You heard me play a double C on a Bach 7 C mouthpiece. That's the standard mouthpiece that every little kid gets when they take their horn right out of the case for the first time. So what can we learn from this? You, first of all, need to be taking lessons from someone like myself, or you got to take lessons from somebody who already can do what you want to do. That's number one. Number two, put the notion of mouthpieces allowing you to play high out of your head and actually do the real trumpet work. What does that mean? You actually got to practice, and you got to practice the right stuff in the right amounts. That's what we learned today. You don't need a cheater mouthpiece to play high. You should be able to play high on any mouthpiece you pick up. I just proved it here. You know, I want you to go to TrumpetSizzle.com. That's www.TrumpetSizzle.com. I have an array of trumpet video lessons. My main job is teaching trumpet from beginners all the way up to advanced and professionals. Yes, I do have a couple of professionals from time to time that come in that want to learn how to improve their range. Always remember, it takes about 5,000 hours of concentrated practice from beginning, whether you started in 5th grade or if you're starting as an adult, doesn't matter, log those hours in. It takes about 5,000 hours just to reach the very bottom of the professional caliber trumpet player. So if you're wondering where you're at or why you're not where you want to be, think about how many hours you've logged in since you began playing. And if it's not 5,000, chances are you need to put in some more practice time. And I'll repeat it again. You got to get with the right teacher. In fact, let me just bring that up before we close it. You know, if you go to Google and you type in trumpet lessons, you're going to see quite a variety of people on there, including myself. I come on page 2 right now. I'm trying to get on page 1. But you want to get with a trumpet instructor who not only can tell you how to play high, show you how to play high, but actually has been out there in front of an audience with different bands playing upper register trumpet music. Anyway, what I've noticed is that a lot of these trumpet players that you're going to find that pop up on Google on page 1 right away, if you try to search their name and find out what they've done, what they played, some of them you can't even find a live video of them playing. But their marketing is really good. So I would just caution you that as you're looking for somebody to help you out with your trumpet lessons and improving high range and everything else, you want to get with somebody who can actually play the trumpet, play the way you want to play, and has actually proved it with bands and other live audiences. Go to TrumpetSizzle.com. See you there.
Messing around with the trumpet, I got a pretty good dental setup. Little overbite. A little bit, not much. Just a tad, like a fraction. So maybe I don't have to contend with some of the issues that you are contending with. So here I'm going to offer you some trumpet lesson advice, and it may be applicable to other brass instruments as well. What do you do if you have more of an overbite than I do? What happens if you have an underbite, more of a bulldog kind of set? You're going to have to make some adjustments in the pivot of your trumpet. Otherwise, you're going to keep fighting the good fight, but not getting anywhere. So, I found a cool little gag gift for teeth. I started playing around with it, and I came to some conclusions. I mean, this is an exaggeration. In fact, if I put this in my mouth, it's not going to be exactly as you would feel and play if you have an extreme overbite or underbite. In fact, this makes it very difficult, because what it does is a scoop underneath there causes air to get trapped, so I'm not able to really blow out the way I normally would. My lips don't vibrate the same. It's an extreme proposition here, but I'm here to tell you, you can work around any limitations you may perceive about yourself. In other words, we all like to point at Maynard Ferguson and say he had the natural perfect teeth, lips,
jaw, muscle, everything, the perfect setup to play a brass instrument. And you can point that out to several other stars, probably Harry James, Rafael Mendez, Maurice Andre, even John Faddis. And John Faddis, actually, I noticed he has a gap here between his teeth, and so it seems like that may assist his playing. Perhaps you want him to say like Wynton Marsalis, other great trumpet players. Who else could we put in there? Oh, maybe Al Hurt before he had his accident. What else? Maybe Cat Anderson. There you go. The poster boy for probably the perfect muscular and jaw setup for playing a brass instrument. He probably could have played tuba just as well as he could play trumpet. So you can rationalize and say, well, these people were just blessed, and therefore I'm always going to be a third chair player because I just didn't have the genetics that they did. There is a small little truth to that, but it's small. It's like 0.5%. The real story is you can overcome any limitations, most of them, unless you have a severe scar or accident or malformity in your chops, like a cleft lip, where your lip is just really severed and you can't get the vibration. Might be one of those reasons you could really rationalize why you're not playing a brass instrument. Or if you're like Al Hurt, I guess a chunk of brick got thrown up when he was a maitre d' in a parade, and a chunk of brick threw up and it smashed him right in the mouth. It just really messed up his playing for the rest of his life. He never was the same. Those kinds of things, would affect your playing, and you could rationalize why maybe you want to switch to piano or guitar. But for the rest of us, it's just an excuse for where you are right now and why you're not getting any better. Got to get rid of that excuse, get on the horse, start riding again, and try to figure this stuff out. By watching this, you're going to figure it out, part of it. The overbite person, what is that overbite person going to have to do? Let's just put the teeth in. I got an overbite, and this is going to be silly. This is an exaggeration. If you have an overbite, it won't be as bad as what I am encountering here. But let me just put the teeth in. I can't, it doesn't even feel the same. I mean, of course it wouldn't feel the same, but I mean, it's real freaky. So, put it in. If I play it straight on, there's some limitations I experienced already, and it's probably because of this. It's not the true representation if you had a decent overbite. I mean, this is much worse. So what if we try pivoting the horn up a little bit and see if that would matter, or if it would be the same or worse? Let's try it. Is this in? Whoa! Okay, now I got the double G. And a lot of you might be shaking your head saying, that's ridiculous, Kurt. We just heard you play a triple G. Well, it's not ridiculous because most of you cannot do what I just did. Okay? I just picked up the horn and did it. And you can see I wasn't sweating bullets and passing out. Let this be a lesson to you. I just pivoted the horn up and it helped me out a little bit, even though I'm using something funky. Now, what happens if I left it straight or went down the other direction? Now, this is an overbite. Look at extreme overbite. I'll do it straight on. I'm just not getting the buzz happening in the inefficiency the way I did when I tilted and pivoted the horn higher. I'm guessing if I go pivot the horn down, it's going to be even, it's going to be a deal breaker. Let's try it.
worse. Okay, so this is an extreme, almost unrealistic representation of any of you that have an overbite if you're a brass player. But what can you learn from this? Now, this is extreme. You learn that if you have an overbite, that's where your top teeth hang over your bottom teeth. A little bit or a lot. That the more that you play straight on or you're pivoting down, you're going to be worse. You're going to be a worse player. At the very least, let's just say that you can play everything fine, but your range is going to be in the gutter, okay? You just heard. Straight on and down, you got an overbite, it's bad news for you. Therefore, you can take, you can pay heed to this free lesson that I'm giving you and experiment with different levels of pivot from center to a little higher. Now, I'm not talking about an extreme pivot. I'm just talking about you're playing on. If you have an overbite, you might want to experiment with just a fraction, a couple degrees north. Are you getting that here? Maybe a little bit. Maybe just a little bit more. So you're going to have to experiment with a little bit of a pivot and see where your sweet spot is. I'm guessing it's not going to be an extreme pivot because that's just going to be just as bad as maybe your current setup. So you might want to experiment a week or two with just a small pivot of the horn upwards if you have an overbite, little to extreme. Now, if your overbite is about like mine is, which is almost a nil, just a little bit, you may not need to worry about this. I mean, I don't consciously try to pivot my horn up or down. I feel like I play straight on, but there may be a little bit of pivot there, but I don't consciously try to do it. Okay, now for you folks that are bulldogs. Hey guy, come here. You see little Johnny over there? He's looking kind of cute. Yeah, no, I'm making fun of you, you underbite people. I think of like the dirty old man, that you see in those old sitcoms, from the 50s or something like that. But anyway, I digress. Let's get back to what we're doing here. If you have an underbite and you have that bulldog kind of look, either a little bit or a lot, that's people that do this. Now that's extreme. But some people, when they shut their teeth, they shut and their lower jaws is the teeth here like that. Is that you? See that? If you shut your teeth and naturally your lower jaw is a little bit more out, you have an underbite, more of a bulldog look, and when if someone were to look at you, and you're going to have to probably, I'm going to guess, pivot down. So let's put this in reverse. We'll put it down here. So it's down here. Now I got an underbite. See, lower teeth coming out. So let's try this again. Straight on. Not bad. I'm going up. That was easier than the overbite, but now let's try. I'm just coming up with a couple of equations in my brain. Obviously, I think if you have an underbite, you're more blessed than if you have an overbite. It could be that underbite allows you to have more of an upstream air delivery into the mouthpiece, causing you to be an upstream player, and you might have an easier time with range. You can understand by this coming out, when you blow, the air comes up, it's hitting the upper part of the bowl of the mouthpiece in here. The air is coming up this way. And traditionally, most brass players and academics would probably agree with me that you're likely to have faster air and be able to have an easier time in the upper register. So it appears that by having an underbite, maybe that predisposes you to an upstream air position. But now let's go ahead and work our way down, pivot down, and see if the pivot up was good for an overbite. Let's see if the pivot down is good for the underbite. Okay. Dramatically better than what you just heard when you thought it was coming out pretty good when I got the double G, when I had a straight on to a slightly pivoted upwards. Yeah, that was not bad. But with the underbite, as I pivoted down lower, things magically got easier for me. So what can you get from this free trumpet lesson? And if you're a baritone player or tuba player, you can maybe even take stock in this, or trombone. The moral of the story is, if you look in the mirror and you shut your teeth, don't try to manipulate anything. And if the top teeth naturally come over the bottom teeth a little bit or a lot, you have an overbite, and you're going to want to experiment with a little bit of an upward pivot. If you shut your teeth and you notice that the lower part of your jaw, these teeth are out more than your top teeth. They stick out more. You have an underbite. If you don't know what I'm really talking about there with an underbite, look at a picture of a bulldog. They tend to look like this. Right? Just go on Google and search images for bulldogs. They have a severe underbite. So if your lower teeth tend to stick out more than your top teeth, you have an underbite. And we just learned that a downward pivot, experimenting with that, might actually help you have more ease and comfort in the upper register. So I like doing these little experiments, and now I made it hard on myself. This is crazy, unrealistic. I doubt if anybody is having to fight the good fight I just did with these fake teeth. So in other words, I went extreme, but you heard that's another point to back up my fact that nobody is born to play third part. How could I put in this crazy contraption in my mouth, something that none of you are going to have to deal with, and no matter how bad your upper bite or underbite is, it's not as bad as what I experienced, yet I was able to go up to double G on the upper bite and up to double C on the underbite. That just proves my point. But you might be saying, well, Kurt, how were you able to do that? Improving, strengthening your embouchure tends to blow past any limitations that God gave you naturally. That's how I was able to do it. And you notice it didn't have anything to do with air. I've created a super strong embouchure by practicing what I preach. I practice the 75 techniques in my course. I've been doing it for years. I don't want to give away my age, that I'm going to be turning 40 pretty soon, but I've been doing it for more than 1 decade. So anyway, yeah, I know that's a long time, right? Well, it is what it is. It just means I have some experience, right? And you get at the cliff and you're almost 40, you're looking off, and it looks like a dark abyss down there you're about ready to step off into. It's pretty scary, guys and gals. So it just is what it is. But I can still play and I can still think, and so that's your answer. Chops will overcome any limitation that God gave you. It'll overcome if you only have one lung. If you only have one lung, I can still make you play first or principal trumpet or principal trombone, because this will overcome that. That and the other concepts of air and compression will overcome if you only have one lung. So if you have screwed up teeth, if you have an overbite or an underbite, thin lips, medium lips, fat lips, the strengthening of your embouchure, the systematic approach infused with momentum that's in my course, with 75 different techniques. One technique, one routine might likely not work for you guys. And I have to say this over and over again, but can you hear this? If one approach, Claude Gordon, worked for everybody, we wouldn't be talking right now. I wouldn't be talking. I wouldn't have a course. We would all, like disciples of Jesus, be doing the Claude Gordon. Okay? If the spit buzz and TCE worked, if that worked, we all would be doing that. Why would we do anything else? You hear what I am saying. Think. Right? Think. Carmine Caruso, if all we had to do was just
tense our lips up and do isometric contractions and hold out notes for half an hour. If that worked for everybody to build range for brass players, we would all be doing it. That's one technique, one approach. Doesn't work for the majority. It works for just a small amount. And that's why you know about those methods. You know about those methods because one or two people have spouted how great it is. You need a course and approach that has a multifaceted, shotgun, macroscopic approach with techniques hitting you from all kinds of different directions infused with momentum. That is the holy grail to brass playing. You cannot argue it against that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be listening to me, and we would have already done that one method that worked for 100% of everybody. And that one method didn't exist until now. My course, the Holy Grail to Trumpet and Brass Playing, is a 16-week upper register course with 75 techniques. You go through the process, and you'll have the strength, regardless whether you have an overbite or an underbite, or some things are screwed up and God didn't bless you the way he blessed Maynard or Cat Anderson or those guys. You're still going to overcome a lot of limitations, and you don't have to be stuck at third chair. So, I'm Kurt Thompson, and I approve this message. I'll see you in the next one, folks. Bye-bye. Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson, trumpet player and brass coach. And if you're a comeback player, that's someone who's just restarted playing again after quite a long time of hiatus from the horn, I want to talk to you. And you could be a trumpet player or a trombone player, French horn player, baritone, euphonium, tuba. If you play one of those and you haven't played in a while, then I want to talk to you right now. I teach and play music full time. I pretty much have done that almost all my life. But I bet you didn't take that path that I did. At some point, you found a more lucrative career and you went that direction. And you put down your horn because you had to, because you had other obligations. Now life is a little bit easier. Maybe you're even retired or semi-retired, and you've decided you want to get back on the horn and start having a lot more fun. But there's one thing that really nags you, and that's playing your horn and enjoying music is much more difficult than you remembered.
My name's Don, and I learned about Kurt's course from a trumpet player in one of the bands I play in. I called Kurt. He told me he had some low brass students, and I decided to give it a try. Since taking Kurt's course, I've been able to play it to a fourth above D, that is to a G.
Hi, I'm Bob. I've been practicing the trumpet since 1936. I've always had an upper range problem. I just finished Kurt's 3-month course and happy to say that I've not only increased my range but have added considerably to my endurance. I would heartily recommend Kurt's course. Thank you.
High school senior trumpet player plus horrible, weak high C's and D's, or even worse, range below high C equals stupid. Stupid. Stupid.
Why? First off, let's define stupid. Stupid is when you do something and you already know there's a better choice, a safer choice, or a smarter choice, yet you choose to take the action that is the worst, or the dumbest, or ends up being stupid. So, how do I know that you are stupid if you are a high school senior and you can't play high? It's because you've commented on my videos before and I've looked you up. You've commented on my videos, hey Kurt, you know, I'm a senior in high school and I really want to be able to play high C for a marching band, but I'm having lots of trouble. I play on a 3C. Is this a good mouthpiece? Mouthpiece for me? Or, yo, Mr. Thompson, I'm thinking about taking trumpet lessons from you, but I just want to ask you this one thing. Should I get the Wayne Bergeron Eric via Shure Yamaha trumpet? Would that help out my range? Kurt, my band director said playing high is all about air, but you say it's more than air. Can you please help me out, Kurt? In all these situations, I've given you advice. Now, when someone gives you advice and you choose not to take it and you end up suffering, that's stupid. And I'm going to show you some people that are doing other stupid things that are unrelated to trumpet, so I can drive home this point to you of stupidity. High school senior trumpet player plus taking my course equals smart. The course has proven itself. You take my course, you get better, you get stronger, you get better range. You don't take my course and you suck at high C and high D, stupid. Are you telling me that you can't pick up your trumpet and do this? Wow. You can't do that? Stupid. If you already know the right choice, now if you haven't heard about my stuff, and you haven't heard about me, then that's not stupid. If you already know about me, and you already know about my stuff, and you've already seen my videos, but you sound like this, and you know you do, stupid. 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 Why are you being stupid? You already know my stuff works. It's proven by hundreds and hundreds of players. So you have a choice to make. And I'm going to put some really cool examples of people being stupid that is not related to playing trumpet. People taking chances with their life. I've been watching all these people lately over the last couple of years die taking selfies. I mean, how freaking stupid is that? I'll show you some statistics about that, of stupidity. I'm trying to drive a point home about stupidity during my 2019 back to school year promotion specials. Okay, now, let me give you a chance to be smart. I'm going to put a link down in the description of a couple of proven courses and proven exercises and devices. Proven. It's actually not even a matter of my opinion. Proven to help you become a better brass player. Could be trumpet, could be French horn, mellophone, trombone, euphonium, tuba, cornet. Could be any of those instruments, but proven to help you become a better player. I'm going to put some discount links below. Or maybe I might put a discount code. You go to my site, you use these codes, you get some of these courses at a significant discount. So let me give you a way to reconcile. If you were being stupid, let me give you a chance to change that. Okay? Now you get a chance. Go ahead and go back to my site and get my course and get it for a discount. Hello? And stop playing like this. Here you are again, right? Here you're a high school senior, or almost. It's the middle of August. I know you're doing marching band camp or marching band rehearsals, but when you go high, it sounds like this. Quit being stupid. 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 Quit being stupid. Quit being stupid. Wouldn't you rather pick up your horn? Let's rewind. Be smart. Be smart.
Herbert L. Clark Cam. Herbert L. Clark Cam. What is a Herbert L. Clark Cam? Herbert L. Clark Cornet and Technical Studies for Trumpet and Cornet. Did I say cornet and trumpet? Trumpet and cornet. Cornet and trumpet. Let's try the easiest one in the book, okay? Here we go. Herbert L. Clark Cam. What? What? Wait a minute. What in the world? Yes. Herbert L. Clark Cam. Herbert L. Clark Cam, Technical Studies. I'm Kurt Thompson. It's the end of August, 2019. Are you interested in getting involved in the 2020 DCI auditions coming up? You know, you got those camps coming up that you got to sign up for, right? If you've never been in drum corps, it's kind of a big deal. You got to pay your money and get your audition packet, all that kind of good stuff. But most of the corps will force you to go to a camp. I mean, you can't just try out. I don't believe so. Maybe there is a corps that you can do that, but most of them will force you to actually go to a camp where they can kind of judge your character, your ability to learn, you know, all that kind of good stuff. It helps to be prepared before you get to these camps. Trust me, it helps to be prepared. Now, that said, you don't have to be Arturo Sandoval or Alan Mazzuti or any of these guys. You don't have to be that great to get into a drum corps, because they go a lot on your willingness to learn. So, in fact, some of the drum corps will actually train you. But, hey, trust me, you want to be prepared. You want to be firing off the best that you can be, whether it's fingers, whether it's tone, air, technique, endurance, power, range. And guess what? I actually teach all these. I have a Facebook page dedicated for drum corps. It's been on there for years. In fact, I help out, every year I help out at least 10, 15 sometimes. Some of these students are already my students and they decide that they want to try out for drum corps. And some of them come to me kind of at the last minute. If you come to me after Thanksgiving, I can still help you out, but you know, you're cutting it close, right? Now is the time to contact me and get specialized instruction. Specialized instruction means someone that knows how and why and where to hold your hand. Here, can I hold my hand? There you go. I'm going to hold your hand and get you to where you need to be. Now, if you've already been in drum corps, you probably don't have to, some of them you don't have to do all the auditions and stuff like you did before, but yet they're not going to just throw you lead soprano, and they're not going to just throw you the solo if there's some other people that can also compete for it. In other words, if there's 3 or 4 of you that can play great and have some high notes and things like that, you're just not going to walk into that. You're going to probably have to try out. So you need to bring your best game. That is what I'm here for. I hope you liked my Herbert L. Clark Cam. You know, did you see that? This is all uncut, folks. Go back and rewind. All uncut. All uncut. And I was joking when I said this was the easiest in the Herbert L. Clark book. My guess is if you take this to your teacher, if you have a private instructor, my guess is they can't do what I just did right now, off the cuff. Guaranteed. Kurt Thompson. I'll leave a link in the description. You better go check it out. Now is the time to get a hold of me and get started on prepping. And I will help you do that. I will help you be the best and walk in with your A game sometime in November or December, in just a few months. Kurt Thompson, over and out. Hey, it's Kurt Thompson here, and many of you have asked the question, where do I put the mouthpiece on my lips? A similar version is, how do I know if I have the mouthpiece on the right spot on my lips? And so today we're going to be answering the question, where does that mouthpiece go? And it's going to be more specific for trumpet players right now. I might do another one for low brass. And by the way, as soon as I came out here to do this impromptu video, within 5 minutes the neighbor had to get out there like an idiot and start doing his weed whacker. So if you hear a bunch of noise, that's the neighbor having perfect timing here with my video. So I'm sure he was watching the whole day for when I was going to come out, right? Just kidding. So now, what are you looking at there? You're looking at the world famous, the world's largest Bach trumpet mouthpiece. I don't know if you can see the one in there. Let's see if we can. It's hard for me to see with the reflection here. Let's just see. There's the one. See the one? Notice there's no A, there's no B, there's no C. This is the world's largest Bach trumpet mouthpiece. And I'm just using that. Most of you know Bach, and the Bob Reeves I have is a custom, and none of you really know that one. It's just a hybrid. So yeah, where do you, from beginners to intermediates, maybe sometimes even a pro, you might have a question like, am I in the right spot? And there's a simple way to find out where to put the mouthpiece on your lips. Okay, you ready? The first thing is, I'm gonna have to get up close and personal here, is to smile back your lips and put the mouthpiece on your teeth somewhere. It doesn't matter anywhere for right now. Now, listen. Can you hear that? Going across my teeth. There's going to be a spot in there where the mouthpiece kind of sits in a groove on your teeth. There's one right there. There's another one. And right there. 1, 2. Oh, there's like 2 right there. 1, 2. Actually, there's 3. 1, 2, 3. Was that 4? No, I'm way over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I got 5 spots on my lips where I could actually be playing. And 2 you saw are just really close together. So I guess I got to be introspective maybe in another video and find out, am I kind of hopping back and forth between 2 spots on my chops. Now, I didn't take the teeth into account too much. I mean the bottom teeth. I took the top teeth into account. Oh, look, we got Mr. Garbage Man coming by. It's like everybody knew I was going to be making a video out here. See? That's kind of narcissistic, isn't it? That I think the whole world revolves around me, but there goes a garbage guy. See? He knew it. There he goes. See? Well. Anyway, okay, I'm using the top teeth. Top teeth are very important where the mouthpiece goes. The bottom teeth, less so. I think of the bottom teeth as more of a leverage, more of a shelf, if you will. And the top teeth are going to be the most important. So this is going to be a quick video. I'm going to finish it up real quick. So now that you see where the different spots where I could put the mouthpiece, I want to get more close to center if I can. So here. Oh yeah, there we go. There's 1, 2, right there. I can either read right up there. And folks, look. I played just a fraction off center. I mean, from 10 feet away, you probably would think that I'm dead center on. But if you get up closer, if you've watched my videos, you've seen that I play just a little bit off center sometimes, especially when I go higher. You'll see me kind of torque it in. So here. Right there. Where's that quick one at? There. 1, or 2 together. See? I go here or here. Let's go here. Or am I here? So I guess I'm kind of comfortable right around here. That is going to be your sweet spot, and that is how you know where you put your trumpet mouthpiece on your lips. So, and this is going to contradict probably what your band director, your private instructor said when they said put it dead center and a little bit on the top lip. And that's where you got to be. Well, when you start off, that's kind of a general starting point for the parameters of where to begin. But after you get going a while, let's say maybe you played a couple years, if you really want to pinpoint where you need to be, you're going to find your top teeth and find where it just naturally fits in the grooves, and then that's where you're going to be. Hope this helped out. It's Kurt Thompson with this trusty, friendly Bach 1 trumpet mouthpiece. I hope you found this video tutorial very helpful for you and your trumpet playing. And this was just impromptu. I'm going to be doing a couple of these now between now and the rest of the year. This is October 4th, Friday. It's a lovely, what is it? I think it was around 91 or 92 when I came out here. Yeah, I'm in shorts, see? It is a lovely 92 degrees in Central Texas. Isn't that beautiful? 92 degrees, folks. I'm out here in shorts. October 4th, Friday. Happy Friday, everybody. That's it.
Hi, welcome to another review by me, Kurt Thompson, TrumpetSizzle.com, and I have here in my hands the amazing, the stupendous, the incredible Kelly Screamer mouthpiece. Kelly Screamer trumpet mouthpiece. If you're a first trumpet player, whether in high school or college, coming up soon, guys. I know for at least college, but maybe even for some high school. Pep band parades outside. I don't know if you're doing Veterans Parade and just Christmas parades. I mean, you're going to probably need to have a secondary mouthpiece that doesn't freeze up in the below 32 degrees of weather that some of you have to endure. I wonder if this is any good, so we're going to try it out. It's a pretty mouthpiece, though, isn't it? I mean, it's definitely attention getting. If you were playing with this in your horn. Okay, I'm a little bit surprised. I didn't even blip the that last little slurp in high C. How is it able to do that? Why is it doing that? I don't know. It's a little bit. I'm impressed on the positive side. For being plastic, the tone is decent. It vibrates very, very well. The slotting is good. I'm actually almost speechless here. I was expecting it to be a piece of junk, and it's $30, so it's a very low price for just any typical mouthpiece. I'm really not believing how well this sounds. Can you tell the difference? I'm just using my phone. I'm not using the venerable, this guy. I don't know if you can see it. That's my Neumann GLM 103. We're not engaging that today. And my new ribbon mic, and I got a review of this one coming out very, very soon from Amazon. I'm not using the nice mic, so I'll have to go back and watch this to see if it actually came out good. So let's see. We'll push the envelope on this a little bit. Well, let me think of an actual lead trumpet chart, not a solo, that I could get. I'm not warmed up for the high notes here, but so there might be a little blips and flips here. But first off, let me just see if I can get upstairs a little bit, and then I'm gonna play a lead trumpet lick, which is kind of what you would buy this mouthpiece for. I was able to push the accelerator down on the double G. That's right on my brake, as you know, folks. So whether or not this is going to be quite accurate, we'll see. But here's a lick from Satin Doll. It's the main Satin Doll that you would think of, and there's several versions. I think there's a bassy version. What is it? I think this is Duke Ellington. So this is the real Satin Doll. So let me think of the lick where the trumpets come in and they have to play high. That's it right there, yeah. Not bad. I mean, I wasn't dead center like I would be on this guy, but hey, I mean, it wasn't bad. Let me do a take two and see if maybe I'm slightly getting used to it, and maybe I can get those G's to come out. It's not bad. I mean, I'm not expecting a plastic mouthpiece to be able to scream out some real lead trumpet parts. This is off the cuff. I don't have any music in front of me. Let's try it again. Wow! Did you hear it got a little bit better as I'm slowly getting used to this Kelly Screamer mouthpiece? That was a real lick that many of you have probably played, and if you haven't, you will likely encounter this piece at some point in your career. I mean, it's a fun piece. The audience loves it. What's another one? Oh gosh, the notes are kind of coming at me in a blur. Okay, here we go. Let's see if I can get the right notes. I'm not even sure what the key is. I'm liking it. That was the last shout chorus on All of Me, which is, in this particular arrangement, is my favorite version of play. So, okay, I'm going to give it 2 thumbs up. I mean, I spent a lot of money on a holy grail quest for mouthpieces, and it's not as good as this. I mean, I can tell you, I guess on my quest for the best mouthpiece that I started back in my late teens until I got this one about 10 years ago, how much money have I spent on mouthpieces? Thousands of dollars? When I say thousands, at least 2,000? Could it be 3,000? Trying and playing different mouthpieces. So to have a mouthpiece, for me, come up very, very close. I mean, this is quite extraordinary. Let's leave it off with that. You're not buying this to play the Hummel. You're not buying this to play fourth trumpet part at the London Philharmonic, right? No, you're not buying that for that. So I'm not going to be going into stuff like that. You know, that's not really my specialty, although I can do some of it. But, you know, watch all my videos. How you can count on your fingers how many demonstrations I've done for stuff like that. You're buying this because you're going to do some commercial stuff with it, or jazz or lead trumpet, maybe some session work. Maybe you have to play outside from time to time, and maybe you're in a performance band that makes money and you play outside. So you're buying it for that reason, or maybe as a backup, maybe in marching band or college marching band. So let me see if I can punch out a couple of notes. You've heard the double G. What about the A? Again, I'm kind of impressing myself, not because of my playing, but because how this mouthpiece is responding to my playing. That was a dead center bullseye double A. Would you agree? I I definitely would. Let's see here. Oh, we can do one more little lick. Now I'm thinking of one that's one of my favorites. You've heard me do this a couple of different times. Okay, I ad-libbed at the end. My money's on the Kelly Screamer mouthpiece. It's a fantastic mouthpiece. It's purplicious, and I think that you're going to be, like me, impressed that it responds this well. So I'll put a link in the description where you can zip to it right away on Amazon. And November now, not a bad time. You might be watching this video in May, but November, you know, when you got a lot of gigs coming up for related to Christmas and the holidays and New Year's stuff, this is not a bad mouthpiece to go and take a look at. But if you're watching this at another time of the year, it's because of the price point, $30, you should just go out and grab it and give it a try. I'm Kurt Thompson, TrumpetSizzle.com. I will catch you in the next one. Now, Kurt, you can do better than that. Hit it one more time, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Now I'm happy. How to turn any trumpet mouthpiece into a screamer. You'd like to know that, wouldn't you? Well, a couple of key points. In order to do this, you have to have uneven or lopsided asymmetric lips. That means one lip is a little bit larger, a little bit thicker, a little bit wider than the other. So if you look at my lips, let me get into the camera a little bit closer. Did you notice that the bottom lip is substantially larger? Not just a little bit. It is, let me see if I can pooch my lips out. It's substantially larger than the top lip. As a result, there's some inequalities happening there when you put it into a typical mouthpiece. Now look at that, mouthpiece is uniformly round and everything about it is symmetrical. There's nothing uneven. I can get it real close. You don't see anything too asymmetrical about it, right? What happens when your lips are asymmetrical, not symmetrical? Let me try to break it down in case maybe you're in Italy watching this. Your lips are uneven. They are not the same length, width, thickness. They're not equal in size. You have a problem. There's a dilemma. Now some of you can overcome it, some of you can't. But even if you've overcome it, you can still sweeten the deal, baby, with what I'm going to tell you today and how to turn any trumpet mouthpiece into a screamer. Now let's look at this mouthpiece real carefully. I want to see if it's an old faded mouthpiece, and I want to see if you can figure out what kind of mouthpiece it is. Oh, there we go. Let me move it up closer to the camera here. You saw it was one of my least favorite mouthpieces, right? The Bach 7C. In fact, you probably have one. Whether you play on it or not, that's a different story, but you probably have one because the horn that you got when you were first starting was a 7C, or had a 7C with it. Or maybe you've just always played on a 7C and didn't know any better. Or maybe you have a band director or a private instructor who just slams their fist down and says you need to play on a 7C. So I want you to get all that garbage out of your head. That's all bunk, that's all garbage. You got to get that out of your head. That's number one. You should be playing on what mouthpiece, folks? No, not a 5C. Again, you should be playing on what kind of mouthpiece, folks? No, not a 3C. You guys aren't watching my channel very much, are you? Okay, let me hold your hand a little bit. You should be playing on a Bach 3E. 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 3 like Edward. 3E. 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 That's my go-to trumpet mouthpiece. If you have not invested a lot of money and time on getting a custom mouthpiece made for you, or you haven't been on a mouthpiece quest, you don't necessarily have to have a custom mouthpiece made for you, but maybe you're going to try several custom type mouthpieces that aren't the typical norm. For example, maybe Parduba, for example, isn't your typical mouthpiece. A Schilke 13A4A isn't your typical mouthpiece. I mean, people play it in marching band and lead, but it's not like your Bach 7C. So unless you have been on a mouthpiece quest and have tried all kinds of mouthpieces and found one that's just perfect for you, my go-to mouthpiece is the Bach 3E. It just tends to fix what ails you. You can play a little lead on it. You can use it for marching band. You can definitely play it in brass quintet. You can play it in wind ensemble, orchestra, pep band. It just has a lot of uses, solo and ensemble. It really does have a lot of uses that you back off on a little bit, open up your aperture slightly, and you get a darker, bigger sound. You roll it a little bit, you push that air and fire it up, and you get that brighter sound for jazz. It just is a great all-around mouthpiece. 3E. But you saw that I don't have my favorite mouthpiece, my go-to mouthpiece, the 3E. I got the one I don't like, the Bach 7C. And I got the Bach 7C to prove a point with this video. Now you're already saying, I can hear you right now. I can hear you. You know, I'm psychic and I also am omniscient, and I can hear a lot of people saying, Kurt, get on with the freaking video. I want to know how to make my mouthpiece into a screamer. Okay. First, you're going to need to pick up some epoxy that looks like this. They have all kinds of epoxy that you can get at your local hardware store, at the big box stores like Home Depot and Lowe's, even grocery stores. This one here I happened to pick up at Harbor Freight. It's not expensive, $4 or $5. So you want to get a tube of this. Now they have liquid epoxy and they have all kinds of different epoxy. This one has the consistency of Play-Doh, pretty much, until you start mixing it together, and then it can harden like steel. I've actually used this with emergency plumbing situations. I remember a leak under the sink in a rental house I used to own when I lived in Washington State. Middle of the night, had to go there and stop this leak. I took something similar to this, broke it open, wadded it up, made a little snake of a ring with this, put it around there and kept holding it, and this works even while wet. This stuff hardened, it stopped the leak until down to just a couple of drops, and I was able to sleep and call a plumber the next day. This stuff is pretty miraculous. So you might be thinking, well, Kurt, what has this got to do with me and becoming a screamer on my ordinary 7C mouthpiece or whatever mouthpiece that you play? Because this is going to help even the score. It's going to help make your playing and your lips more symmetrical while turning your mouthpiece into an asymmetric mouthpiece. Let me say that again. Your lips will go into the mouthpiece more symmetrical when you've made your mouthpiece asymmetrical. You're going to make your mouthpiece a little uneven to balance out the unevenness that's in your lips. What will the end result look like? What you saw inside my mouthpiece is epoxy. Here's my custom Bob Reeves mouthpiece with the Neil Sanders rim on it. Still beautiful on the inside. Here's the one I've kind of effed up a little bit. Same deal, it's the same mouthpiece. Bob Reeves cut off the Neil Sanders 17S, put that top on this bottom. But you can see I've gone to work and suffered some abuse. But this mouthpiece here is a killer. It allows me to get some meat on the bone with triple G's and even a little bit above. It's pretty miraculous. So let me put both of them together. What this has that this one does not is a little bit of balancing for my top lip, which is a little bit thinner and not as big as the bottom lip. You wouldn't think it would make that much of a difference, but when you put both lips in, now both lips in go in quite equally compared to before with this one, where more of the bottom lip will get shoved in, even if I don't want it to. That is just going to happen. So we're now creating a equal balance in the embouchure and a more equal vibration. And you're going to bring all that strength and power, and it's all going to sync up, and you are going to get higher notes. You're going to play louder. You're going to have more brilliance, and you're going to be more powerful when you do this. There are some negatives. I've noticed sometimes that the intonation here can be a little bit squirrely, especially the lower that you go. If I'm going to be playing something that does have quite a lot of stuff in the lower part of the staff or below the staff, I'll use this one. Or more lately, I've been using the big Bach 1. I don't know if you've noticed that. I have been pulling out the Bach 1, the largest of all Bach mouthpieces, more often than not. I really get a great sound in the middle to lower register on the Bach 1. So, but I'll use this one if I have to play something that goes all over the horn, the tessitura of the horn, but it does get down low. I will have to play this one just so I can be more in tune and the notes are slotting a little bit better. Another negative, should you do this, you will notice your accuracy goes out the window a little bit. We'll say maybe 10%. You'll notice the slotting is not near as good. Okay? You just have to be, there's the pros and cons. So you want to bury the band, you're probably going to do this. You want sizzle and fire and electricity and thunderbolts shooting out of your horn, you're going to probably want to do this. You want to be the man or the lady in your band. Yes, you're going to probably want to do this. Now, if you're going to play an orchestra or anything really legit, orchestra, concert band, wind ensemble, brass quintet, for the most part, there'd be a couple of pieces you could use this type of mouthpiece for. Trumpet choir, brass choir, maybe even solos. Like I've done a lot of these at wedding receptions. You're not going to want to pull this out. You do sacrifice a little bit of tone quality as well. Your tone will not be as good. Once you have turned your mouthpiece into a screamer, it will not be as good as before. It'll be a little bit less. To throw a percentage, how about 5 or 10%? You're probably pushing 10%. Your tone quality will be about 10% less. But who's really going to notice when you're in big band or jazz band or a rock band or a fusion band or some commercial thing, and you're powering out D's, E's, F's, double G's, and A's? No one will notice the difference in the tone, and you won't either, because it's going to come out as pure power and electricity to anybody in the audience. When you take it down into the staff, that's when people will know. You will know it too. Other people will notice. If you're playing this, I notice it myself. Now, how do we do this? So hopefully that you found the epoxy, and maybe you pause this video, or you've already watched this video, but now you're coming back to it for the how-tos and how to put this all together. So let me open this baby up. Let me read the warning here. It does have a warning, and yours probably does too. If you swallow this, I mean, if you took a bite of this and swallowed it, you might die or get very, very sick. If you messed around with this and then didn't wash your hands and then you had to itch your eye, you're going to be sorry. You're probably going to have some eye problems. How bad, I don't know, but it's not going to be good. I would just not want to leave this on your skin while it's in its moist, non-hardened state. Once it's hard, in my opinion, you're good to go. I mean, I've been using this in this mouthpiece. I've been using the epoxy in my mouthpiece for about almost 10 years. And I go to the doctor on a regular basis. I don't have any problems. My lips haven't fallen off. Everything's normal. When I do the whole health spectrum panel, I guess they call it like a panel. So I mean, everything's tested, blood and everything, and I'm good to go. Once it's hard, you're good. Once
it's in its moist state where it hasn't hardened, that's where you want to be careful. You don't want to be messing around on it too much until it actually turns hard. I've got it out of the package. It does have a pretty bad smell to it. So like I said, it looks like Play-Doh. So I'm going to pull a little bit out. Not like that much. Now sometimes you'll get an epoxy and it'll have a gray color on the outside, and then there'll be another part that's a whiter or a lighter tan color, two different colors, and that's fine too. And then when you mix them together, they become one color. This one, I guess, works once it hits air. So I can already feel it's getting tacky now that it's hit air. I can feel like there's a chemical reaction happening. What you want to do is get this into about the size of a little pea. Like that. And then it's just like when you were playing with Play-Doh as a kid, right? Okay, now here's my little pea-sized epoxy. Here's the mouthpiece. I'm going to put it in. Now it's hard to do this without really looking at it, but I'm going to put it in on the mouthpiece here. And put it on the edge. Now I have to do this kind of on my own to actually look at it. Just so you know, I had to take a little bit of piece off of that. It was too much. All right, let me let you take a look at it now, and I'm still going to get a little bit more out of near the hole, the throat. Hopefully you can see what's going on there. Now notice it goes down a little bit too far near the hole or the throat. I'm going to try to remove that out with a pen now. Or the pen cap. And if you're more high-tech, you can probably figure it out. I'm just going to take this and scoop a little bit out. Now I'll take a look. You can see that I've got it further away from the hole. Now I'm going to go ahead and let this dry, so I'm going to have to come back, and after this is dried and hardened up a little bit, I'll come back later and we'll proceed further with turning your trumpet mouthpiece into a screamer. Alright, I am back. It's been about 4 hours, and I would say this is probably somewhere around 60 or 65% cured, meaning it's not quite there. It needs to likely go a good 10-12 hours, maybe even up to 20 hours, like a full day, and let it totally cure and harden. But just to go ahead and finish up this tutorial, and I got to move on to other projects, I want to come in and go ahead and give my final thoughts on this, let you see how it looked. You can see that the darker gray is now turned a little bit lighter, and I suspect this will become even lighter than what you see here. I would like to leave you with a couple of thoughts for consideration. And then after that, I'm going to leave you with a final word, and my final word will be me playing on the new improved Box 7Z Screamer trumpet mouthpiece. A couple of thoughts. You're likely going to have to sand this down a little bit. You have to put this in at a certain amount because you have to have room to work with. In other words, you can't start off with too small amount, because then what are you going to do? If it's not enough, then you're going to have to go back and repeat this whole damn process all over again, and it's one big long waiting game. So let me save you the time. Just put in a little bit more like you saw me do in the beginning, and then you're going to play on it. Now a con or a negative to turning your mouthpiece into a screamer is the potential destruction of your existing mouthpiece.
Not a total destruction, because of course it's going to be a screamer mouthpiece. But let me give you the before and after of my mouthpieces. These are identical mouthpieces. Bob Reeves cut them up for me. They have the Neil Sander 17S top and then the Bob Reeves 42SV bottoms. That's 42, S like Sam, V like Victor, and I'll show you that right now. You might be thinking to yourself, wow, Kurt, one of your mouthpieces is really effed up. The other one still looks somewhat like new. What happened? Well, exactly what I alluded to. When you turn your mouthpiece into a screamer, you're going to have to do some fine tuning and adjustments. What you saw in the 7C is probably a little too much for most folks. You're going to have to shave that down a little bit with some super duper fine sandpaper. I mean, it's got to be extra fine, or extra fine steel wool. And what you're going to do is you're going to rub on the epoxy, get some of it off, make sure you wash it off with water, rinse off your lips, don't swallow any, and then play on it. And you're going to keep going back and forth until you find that magical sweet spot. That sweet spot when you play and bam! If you're a high C player, now you're a high E or a high F player. I shite you not. It will be that significant. If you're a pimply faced, gangly little 14-year-old 9th grade girl or boy, and all you could muster up was a G right above the staff and you're shaking and veins are popping out of your head, you will be able to nail the you know what out of a high C after you've turned your mouthpiece into a screamer. But it comes at some destruction of your mouthpiece. You can see that there's plenty of scratches on there. I pretty much took the hide off of the mouthpiece, and the reason that happened is because all the sanding. You know, you take some sandpaper and you keep messing around in there. Well, unfortunately, that sandpaper is hitting other parts of the mouthpiece. Now, my latest thing that I did when I put some finishing touches on this about 1.5 years ago is I got one of those nail salon Dremel type drills. You know, it's not a Dremel, but it's, if you're a female, you've been into a nail salon, you've seen that they use this little tool. Kind of looks like a handheld straight drill, like a Dremel, and they use it to smooth out your toes and your nails and, you know, smooth them down, whatever. Well, I got one of those off of Amazon and put some fine abrasive wheel on it and just and did a little bit of that, and it got it even more close to what I wanted. But it does come at a cost. I mean, scratched it up and took off some of the finish. The whole moral of the story about the destruction is you're not going to want to even think about turning your $400 Monet gold Prana mouthpiece into a screamer unless you're absolutely rich and you don't mind having a $400 mouthpiece end up looking like this. When it used to look this good. So if you got the big bucks and the cha-ching and you don't mind taking a mouthpiece that's maybe expensive and chomping it up a little bit because you want to get an extra 3 notes in your range, then by all means, you've been warned, and if you're okay with it, good. Another thing. I am a teacher. I've taught so many students. There are a couple little shortcuts, but in reality, there's no big shortcut to success. you're going to have to still practice. You're going to still have to take lessons. You're going to still have to use these and listen to lots of music, lots of players. You're not just going to be able to turn your mouthpiece into a screamer and have life be easy street for the next 80 years or however long you're going to live. You're going to have to pay your dues. You're going to have to put in the time for practice. You need to be spending time with somebody who knows how to teach this instrument and somebody who knows how to play, preferably who can do both. I would love to have you work with me. I have a proven system. I have several proven systems, especially for upper register and endurance. This is a cool little gimmick, turning your mouthpiece into a screamer. It does work. And I've already mentioned some of the cons. You might notice some intonation problems, some accuracy problems, a little bit of squirreliness. There is some destruction to your mouthpiece. But let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing more satisfying than pulling up your horn and just knocking the you-know-what out of a high F or a double G when just the night before when you went to sleep, you couldn't even get a high D out. I mean, veins were bulging, your face turned beet red just to get a high C or high D out. And with this little gimmick, you can hit out and nail an F, a double G. You can't beat that feeling. It is an amazing feeling to feel that potent, that strong, that powerful, that much in control of your destination on this instrument. And I'm going to plug my new 2019 revised upper register course. If you want long-lasting success on this instrument, you got to take that course. I say it, but a ton of other successful graduates also say it. This is not bull. This is the real deal, the holy grail, the #1 rated course for brass players to improve their upper register and their endurance. TrumpetSizzle.com is where you can find a lot of my stuff. By the way, you went through this whole video, maybe you stopped and paused and actually now you're looking down at your mouthpiece and you're getting ready to try it. Did you find some value here? If you did, well, I appreciate a nice little like. Maybe leave a comment. Did it work out for you? Let others know. Did you have a glitch or a problem? Let others know. Do you still have questions about this process and need my help? Leave a comment and maybe we can get involved in a lesson or two and I'll be glad to work with you. Alright, so it's been my pleasure showing you this amazing trumpet tip to increase your range almost overnight. It really has been my pleasure. And remember, we talked about taking your plain old vanilla trumpet mouthpiece and turning it into a screamer. You go to bed, a high C player. You wake up the next day and you got Fs all day long. That's Fs above high C or even double Gs. I mean, you just can't even put a price tag on that. I mean, it's just an amazing feeling to feel that powerful and that in control of your destiny on this instrument. I'll leave you with a final word, and my final word won't be coming from my words. My final words will be spoken through my instrument, showcasing my 7C mouthpiece that has been turned into a screamer. All right, let's start this again. Yeah, some low notes, some low notes. And let's put some tension. There's some tension. More tension. More tension, less tension. More air is coming out. Slower air is coming out. Now no vibration, because it's too wide of an aperture there. Now we'll close the aperture a little bit. Tension. More tension, less tension. No tone, too wide of an aperture. A little bit of a tone, and lower. Add tension. Less tension. Less tension. Less tension. All the way down to no tone. The number one reason you can't play high on any brass instrument, trumpet, trombone, French horn, baritone, euphonium, tuba, cornet, flugelhorn. If you play one of those instruments and you are having trouble going upstairs into the upper register, there are quite a number of reasons why you might be having trouble, but there's a number one reason. There really is a number one reason, and I can say this because I've demonstrated a lot of the other reasons here on my channel. Various sizes of mouthpieces, great professional horns, horns that are crappy and should be made into a lamp, lower level student instruments. All these kinds of different things will add into whether or not you can climb upstairs on any brass instrument. Your own physiology, breathing and air. But let's get into the number one reason why you are having trouble trying to go upstairs. And the number one reason, drum roll, is muscle strength, lip strength, contraction, and tension. And I just demonstrated that in the balloon trick that you saw there. What did you see in the balloon trick? Well, let's go back and watch it one more time. All right, let's start this again. Yeah, some low notes, some low notes. And let's put some tension. There's some tension. More tension. More tension, less tension. More air is coming out. Slower air is coming out. Now no vibration, because it's too wide of an aperture there. Now we'll close the aperture a little bit. Tension. More tension, less tension. No tone, too wide of an aperture. A little bit of a tone, and lower. Add tension. Less tension. Less tension. Less tension. All the way down to no tone. When I had the balloon and I manipulated the opening, which is the aperture of the balloon, and I made it more taut and added more tension and contraction and made a smaller aperture, you noticed that the pitch rose. When I relaxed things here, the pitch went down. Regardless of the air, I mean, you saw the balloon was full of air and it got all the way down to almost no air. I was kind of pushing on it, but still, when there was a reduced amount of space for the air to come out, you heard that the pitch went up. When this got all relaxed and a lot looser, you heard the pitch go down. This is the number one reason you can't play high on your trumpet or any brass instrument, or maybe you can play a little bit high, but you're having some struggles. And probably a part two of this is that you're hearing erroneous advice from people that you probably trust. Band director, private teacher, famous brass players, all the way up to people that have had their nose in the book and got their DMA and their university professors. And then specialty celebrity famous trumpet players that can actually play very, very high. You're hearing some erroneous advice and you're being misinformed. These people have good intentions, but let's go through what you've been told. A lot of times you've been told, just work on your long tone, your long tones or pedal tones, work on your flexibility stuff, and make sure you are really breathing with an open throat. Don't close off the throat. Your mouth is open, your teeth are open, your jaw, a lot of warm, slow air coming out. Well, that could be good when you're playing in the staff and below the staff. I totally agree. That setup of warm, slow air and this big correct breath and your throat open and everything open is really going to jinx you when you have to go above the upper register. And so let's go back to the number one reason and the premise for this whole video. I boiled it down. In fact, I went through a lot of my videos. I don't think I had one video that just targeted this number one reason. So this can make it clear. Tension, lack of tension. Strength, lack of strength. Contraction, or a lack of contraction. So for example, my arm is not contracted. See? I'm gonna show off my muscles here. I haven't worked out in a while, but still, it's pretty loose. Look, not contracted. That's not contracted. Now if I contract it, I got some pipes, baby. I got some pipes. That's contracted and hard. That is the contraction I'm talking about here. If your lips are not well conditioned and not well strengthened, you won't be able to get the contraction you need to be able to play with power, accuracy, but more importantly, to be able to go upstairs. And why is that? Let's go back to the balloon. The balloon, you may not have been able to see it. And of course, the balloon is not a perfect example of exactly what's going on with our lips, but it's pretty close. When you saw me stretch it, I'm not wanting you to stretch your lips out, but what was happening was when I was stretching it, I was reducing the aperture of the air coming out of the balloon. By stretching it, I was actually forcing more tension from the top part of the balloon beat the bottom part. So there was more tension coming in, reducing the aperture, and you heard the pitch go higher. You have to have this ability here to be able to add the tension, keep a narrow aperture, and that comes from the muscle contraction like you saw in my arm. Well, that contraction has to happen in your top lip and your bottom lip. If you don't have the strength to make that contraction happen, you're just going to have troubles and you're not going to be able to get into the upper register. That's why you see me doing crazy stuff if you checked up my channel. I'll pick up, in fact, I have the mouthpiece right here. I got the world's largest Bach trumpet mouthpiece. It's the Bach 1. See if I can get out of the way. And it's not necessarily important that you see the number on there. I'll turn it around just to see if it's going to come up. But just trust me, this is the world's largest Bach trumpet mouthpiece. It's the Bach 1, not 1A, not 1B, not 1C. This is a big, you can go swimming in this guy. It's very, very large. So yet I'm still able to get some higher notes on it that most people can't get on their shallow mouthpiece. So why is that? It's not that I'm special, but I'm employing a certain contraction from the top lip and the bottom lip. You can do it too. You don't have to be over 30 like I am. You don't have to be over 90 like Doc Severinsen is. And you don't have to be some famous prodigy that's 18 years old over in the Ukraine, for example. I mean, you yourself can do this, whether you're 12 years old and you've only been playing for a year or two, or whether you're a comeback player or you're an old timer or anything in between, whether you're a beginner, intermediate, advanced, pro, or superstar trumpet player. You can employ this pedagogy of upper register that I'm talking about today. And so how are you going to do that? You have to strengthen the lips, and that's where a lot of people seem to have the problem. So they're hearing, let's go back to what I mentioned at the beginning of the video. You're hearing advice from people that you trust. How many of you people are 13 or 14 and you trust your band director? Raise your hand. All of you raised your hand because you trust your band director. He or she knows a lot more than you do, and that's true. And so when they tell you to do this or when they tell you to do that, you're probably going to listen to them. How many of you have a private trumpet, trombone, tuba, or whatever teacher? Yeah, you do? Okay, so you trust them. They're telling you how to do this and you're going to do it. But is it working? It probably is not working for what we're talking about in this video today. Upper register, high range, high notes, expanding way upstairs above the staff. It may or may not be working. And then you get on YouTube and you watch very famous trumpet players and trombone players, French horn, baritone, euphonium, tuba players, cornet players, flugel players, everybody. These are famous people. Typically they're older, but they're telling you this and that about how to play higher. And well, maybe they're telling you something that's good and maybe not. For example, anybody that's telling you just to completely relax and you're going to be able to play higher is, number one, very, very misinformed, or number two, a prodigy or a natural talent. There's one person I'm thinking in particular that had some very famous interactions with a celebrity trumpet player back in the 70s. And his whole thing is no tension at all. And you have to set the mouthpiece a certain way. And if you do, you're going to get this amazing upper register. That just simply is not true. For that particular person, it is true. Let me give you another example. Maynard Ferguson. Are you aware that Maynard Ferguson was playing professional lead trumpet in a big band when he was 14 years of age? Let that sink in. Let it sink in. Here's a kid that's 14 years of age, 8th or 9th grade, and at night his parents are taking him to play lead trumpet with a pro big band in downtown Montreal. I mean, think about that. That same trumpet player later, when he got older, talked about air. In fact, he lived in India for 3 years and got into yoga breathing and all this. He talked about air being the main reason, and that everything here should be relaxed. And that when you go to play higher, you lean back and you bend your knees. No, sorry, Maynard. That's not going to work. It didn't work for Maynard's son, Bentley, either. And Maynard's son, Bentley, eventually took this guy, threw it away, and I guess he started, you know, boom, 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 boom. He started playing bass. So it didn't work for Maynard's own son, Bentley. And I don't know about his daughters if they try to play any brass instruments, but we already know that it didn't work for them. Because do you hear about any of them playing like Maynard on any brass instrument? No. And there's no evidence that they can do that. So it worked for Maynard. And you have to think, why did it work for Maynard? Because Maynard was a natural talent. He still remains the best trumpet player of all time. No one has beaten him all around. He's just the natural. He could have, if he only done classical, we would be talking about him being so much better than Wynton, maybe a little bit better than Maurice, Andre, He would kill Alan Mazzuti. Anybody that you can think of that's good, Maynard would have absolutely annihilated them if he had chose only classical. He chose commercial and jazz, and so that's how we think of him. But as a pure trumpet player, he is unbeaten. And you have to think about this. When he was 14, how many years did he practice? Hello? How many years did he practice high range stuff? Long tones, lip slurs, going high. I mean, how many years could he have practiced to gain the acumen that he did? Not many years. He's 14. When did he start practicing? He started messing around when he was, what, 8 or 9? And I mean, come on, think about it. He didn't have many years to go from 0 to 100. That's a natural talent and happened to be the best trumpet player of all time right there. That's why he was playing lead trumpet at 14 years of age and probably outdoing people like myself now at my level. I mean, this guy is amazing. You can't listen to his advice because he is a one-of-a-kind type of individual. So whose advice are you going to listen to? Well, you're watching this video, you're going to listen to my advice because I've been around the block. You know, I'm not 19 years. You know, I'm not a kid that's just messing around in college. You know, I've been around the block. This ain't my first rodeo. And I've focused on brass pedagogy with a micro focus on trumpet and upper register. And I've done that for years. And I've looked at a lot of different people, and then I've experimented on myself, also students way back when. And I pretty much know what I'm talking about. You have to have the tension of upper and lower lip to create a narrow aperture so it will withstand all the pressurized air coming out, and it will maintain the narrowness of the hole there to allow the air to be sped up, and so you can play higher. Everything else is going to help you out. So working on your air, yes, that's going to help you. Working on your tone, of course, that's going to help you. Working on flow studies, that's going to help you. Being in good physical condition, that's going to help you. Getting the world's best trumpet. Maybe if you're rich, spend $30,000 on a Monet trumpet. That's going to help you. Maybe you're going to spend $500 on a custom mouthpiece. That's going to help you. Get with the world's greatest private teachers and celebrity trumpet teachers, yes, or trombone or whatever instrument that you play that's a brass instrument. That's going to help you. Go to Juilliard, right? Go to Berklee School of Music, go to Eastman, go to the best schools in the world, and that's going to help you. But what all those won't do, they are not a substitute, and they will not take the place of developing the muscle contraction in your embouchure and your lips and able to contain a narrow aperture for the air to be sped up fast. The fast air. Don't let anybody fool around with messing with your head that like too much air allows you to play higher and doesn't help you to allows you to play louder or allows you to play higher, or they say fast air has nothing to do with playing higher. That's just physically and scientifically not correct. Faster air, and you can substitute another medium. What if you substituted water? Fast water can be almost extremely violent, like in a pressure washer. If you get a high-powered, heavy-duty pressure washer from Home Depot, I mean, they tell you to be careful, wear gloves, because the water comes so fast, it can inject you with water and get air and water bubbles into your bloodstream and probably could, you know, kill you. So, and if you've used a pressure washer before, you've seen the power that it has to strip off rust and paint and everything else. That water and the air, we can go back and forth. The pressurized water is coming out with such a force because the aperture of the nozzle for the pressure washer is maintained. It's not being widened because of lack of strength, and that's because we're talking about an inanimate object. That's why you have such a focus, and the water is coming out with such a fast focus. It's able to be quite devastating on whatever you use that pressure water on. The same thing with air. Let's go back to air. If you are able to contain the aperture, just like the nozzle on a pressure washer, you are able to contain fast air. Don't let anybody talk about saying more air is going to help you in the upper register. More air will not help you. I've demonstrated that you can play high without any air. Let me do it one more time. Let me point my horn away from, I got my Neumann TLM 103 and it's very sensitive, and I got to point it the other direction because I have the gain cranked up. But let me go this way. Hopefully it won't clip on us. But I'm going to let all my air out, and I'm going to play higher than probably you can play. So this is going to prove the point that all this extra more air, this yoga air and all this filling up is bogus. It's someone that's misinformed or someone that's a natural talent that really is not able to tell you how they are able to play so great themselves. It's the tension and the strength and the contraction of your embouchure and your top and bottom lip, maintaining a very small, narrow hole where the air is going to be coming out. That is how you can play higher, and that's the number one reason you're not able to climb upstairs on any brass instrument. From tuba all the way up to trumpet, to piccolo trumpet, to E-flat cornet. It is the number one reason. There is no other reason that trumps this as to why you can't play. There are other reasons, but this is the number one reason. Now let me exhaust all my air, and I'm gonna let you watch this. I'm gonna make it uncut, which means there might be some bobbling and some spias and some, it's not gonna be perfect, but I'm just gonna show you. Okay, I'm gonna take a big breath, I'm gonna let the air out, and then I'm gonna play. You'll see that I'm not taking any air in. That was a high C with no air. Let me try it again. I probably can go higher. It might not be the best sound, but it proved a point. This is the worst you could possibly play for any brass instrument with no air. No air. Yet this has to be turning on the light bulb in your head, and you have to be thinking, how in the hell could he exhaust all his air and get the high C and then get the double C? How? When my teacher tells me to suck all the air out of the room, keep your throat open, your jaw drop down low, and use a big mouthpiece, and you're going to be able to play high. They're just regurgitating maybe what their teacher told them, maybe what their DMA doctorate told them, maybe what they have heard before, or they are a natural talent that can play amazingly and they really don't know why, and they're just pulling stuff out of the air of what they heard that probably they think might be true. It's not. So go back, rewind this, and watch me play a double C with no air. No air, but just the air that's trapped naturally in my mouth. All right, now you know the number one reason you can't play high on your instrument: trumpet, trombone, French horn, baritone, euphonium, tuba, E-flat cornet, piccolo, trumpet, flugel, alto horn, whatever brass instrument that you play on. If you are having trouble trying to go upstairs, you now know the number one reason. Think back to my arm. See? Soft, squishy, squishy, right? Squishy, squishy. Now I contract it. Boom. Hard. Hard. Contracted. Contract your embouchure. Contract the lips towards the center and down with tension. Keep this pinprick of a hole, keep that narrowed and unflinching. And the air that comes out compressed and fast will allow you to skyrocket on any brass instrument. I hope you found this video of value. I've been trying to distill a lot of the stuff that I've told you over the years, and I believe that this is the most salient and poignant advice and I really feel like I'm revealing the number one reason why just about any brass player can't go higher. It's they don't have the muscle power and the contraction and the tension to keep the aperture at the smallest and the most narrow as they go higher. What happens? You don't have the contraction, the strength, your lips will slightly part. And when they slightly part, it might not be noticeable to you, but that is what's going on. And when the lips can't quite contain that air and the aperture just widens just a millimeter or just a fraction, your range is either stymied or goes down. That's just the facts. Dem the facts, folks. So, if you found this video of value, please hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, I just want to let you know I do have 1 or 2 videos on my channel that you may want to check out. I'm getting up to maybe 10. So, you know, you got 10 videos you can go through. So do subscribe. Hit that little bell thing because that's a notification when I put up new videos that you might be interested in. If you want to peruse through my website, it's trumpetsizzle.com. Trumpetsizzle.com. I have a lot of new things coming out. Practice aids. I've got some different versions of my brand new 2019 16-week updated upper register course for all brass instruments. You might want to check out my site, trumpetsizzle.com. I'm Kurt Thompson, and again, I hope that you and I interacted through this video and you got my message about what is the number one reason you're having problems going upstairs. I'll see you in the next one. Today, you are going to learn how to play 1/2 step higher on the trumpet in 1 week. This is a trumpet lesson on how to play higher notes on the trumpet. The trumpet technique that I'm going to show you today has really helped me improve my range, actually more than a 1/2 step. But we're going to let you guys experience the 1/2 step increase in range in high notes on your trumpet by using this one amazing technique. And thanks to this one amazing technique that I'm going to show you today, I am able to play extremely well in the upper register of the trumpet. Now I should warn you, I'm not going to be giving you generic, same old advice that you've heard time and time again, maybe even here on YouTube. Definitely if you're a music major, of practicing long tones, practicing the Schlossberg, blah, 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 blah. You already know that, so I'm not going to be talking about that here. I'm going to be giving you this amazing technique that will work in 7 days. You probably already know who I am, but for those of you just watching me for the first time, I'm Kurt Thompson of trumpetsizzle.com. Let's dive right into this amazing technique. You know, a long time ago I was like you, struggling to increase my range, my accuracy, my power, and the real biggie, the endurance, the ability to last an entire rehearsal or performance. And yes, some of it does work. You know, I tried the long tone thing. In fact, I still play long tones. I still do that, but not as a way to really jack up my range. I mean, I tried that. I had trumpet teachers that told me to lip buzz and mouthpiece buzz 45 minutes a day before I even touched the horn. I tried all that stuff. I didn't really get much out of it, folks. And we're just a few days away from St. Patty's Day, so why not tilt the odds in our favor? I got all green on because this is my lucky day, but it's going to be even your luckier day when you get this extra half step in range in 1 week. This is not a joke, this is the real deal for improving higher notes on your trumpet in just 1 week. This is quite cool. You just have to do it. Alright, here we go. First, you are going to be taking the trumpet mouthpiece and placing it in the center of your chops the way you normally would. You're going to start off on a relatively easy note. Say, for example, middle C. Now watch carefully. I'm going to repeat middle C going to my left, and this will probably be your right, but I'm going to repeat it several times as I slide the mouthpiece across my chops to my left corner. That's probably your right. Watch. Now bring it back to center and go to the other direction. This way. Crazy, right? Crazy like a fox. Now let's try going up to D. Right in the center, over. Bring it back to the center and head the other direction. Wow! You're probably saying, hey Kurt, what's so amazing about that? You are adding a different stress and a different placement on the chops that you're not used to doing. It's going to throw you for a little bit of a loop. And then watch the range start to happen, my friend. So we did C, we did D, and you want to keep going as high as you can until you're no longer able to go across each direction. Let's fast forward. Let's pretend I'm trying to do this on a G above the staff, which is getting pretty high for this technique. Center. Over. Getting tough. Back center. We're going to go this direction. What's going on with my hat? There we go. What? No. You didn't ask me right now to try this on a high C. It's a crazy, amazing, wild, quirky technique, but on a high C? Huh? What? Ah, what the F. You want to hear it on a high C? It's going to sound horrible. It's going to sound god-awful. Let's try it. Center and to the other way. Woo! It was the green hat. The green, the luck of the Irish. The reason I was able to do this on high C. Now, this technique is an amazing technique, and you will get 1/2 step in 1 week on your trumpet. This has been a trumpet lesson on how to play higher on trumpet, and actually it will work for trombone, tuba, French horn, euphonium, baritone. Now, will this amazing, powerful trumpet technique allow you to do this? Maybe not, maybe so. But you will get the 1/2 step increase in your range on trumpet or any brass instrument
I promise you that in 1 week. So after going through this one amazing technique with me and having observed how to do it, did you learn something new today? Are you going to try this technique? Why wouldn't you try this technique? Well, anyway, if you did learn something new today, make sure to subscribe to my channel, Trumpet Sizzle. It's easy. Just click on that rectangular red button that says subscribe below, right below. Maybe it's right there. It's right there. Just click on it and you'll be automatically subscribed. I'd also hit that bell notification. That way, every time I upload something you might be interested in, you'll get a notification of it right away. And by the way, if you want exclusive training, courses, tutorials, practice aids, exercises, all for brass players, trumpet, tuba, euphonium, baritone, French horn, cornet, flugelhorn, then head on over to TrumpetSizzle.com. TrumpetSizzle.com. Now, I would like to turn it over to you. Are you going to try this amazing, powerful technique to jack your range up in 1 week, 1/2 step? Either way, let me know by leaving a comment below right now. This has been a trumpet lesson video on how to play higher notes on the trumpet, specifically on how to gain 1/2 step in range in 1 week. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. This is a trumpet lesson in how to play higher notes on the trumpet. Listen up, because in this video, I am going to show you how to add 1/2 step to your range in 1 week. This is part 2 of this series on how to play higher on the trumpet in 1 week. The trumpet technique that I'm going to show you today has really helped me improve my range, actually more than a 1/2 step. But we're going to let you guys experience the 1/2 step increase in range in high notes on your trumpet by using this one amazing technique. And thanks to this one amazing technique that I'm going to show you today, I am able to play extremely well in the upper register of the trumpet. Now let me give you this warning. We're not going to be going over the same old that you already know about. Lip slurs. Okay, let me try some high notes here. Why can't I play high? I'm playing lip slurs. Long tones. Okay, now I can play high. Just did a bunch of long tones. Oh, I still can't play high, even doing long tones. So yeah, this is a warning. You're not going to get that same old advice that you've already been given, long tones and lip slurs. It can only take you so far. You are going to get an amazing, unique technique. I'm Kurt Thompson, TrumpetSizzle.com. Let's dive into it right now. So are you one of those trumpet players that want to play higher? Yeah, me too. You're going to love this technique. I'm going to give you the good, the bad, and maybe the ugly of this technique. It's so simple. You're going to be doing Roy Stevens' no pressure system palming. Make your hand like this. Not like this. Not like that. Like this. Your hand stiff and flat. Now I want you to turn it over. This is my left hand. You're going to turn it over. You're going to make it like a shelf. Almost like a shelf, like you could set something on. See? It's a shelf.
You can set a mouthpiece on there, see? It's just like a shelf. Take your horn, put it on that shelf. Do not allow your fingers to do this. Even a little bit. Your hands and fingers need to be stiff and straight, almost like popsicle stick. Lay the horn on your hand. Don't grab onto it. Just lay it on like a shelf. If you're not careful, it could actually fall off. That's how you want to do it. It's just like a shelf. Here we go. I want you to put it up to your lips. Now, here's parallel. You can have a little angle on it, which will help seal the vibration. This is parallel, approximately. Here's an angle. Put it up where you normally would play, and play a low C. Easy, right? Yeah. Step 2 in how to play higher on your trumpet for this 1 week technique. On your palm again, and I want you to play 2 notes. So far, so good, right? Yeah. Seems like we have an echo in this room. Step 3, you're going to add a note. So far we've done the low C on trumpet. We did the low C to the G on trumpet. Now we're going to add a 3rd note, the C. This has to be slurred, and it has to be about mezzo forte to forte, which means medium loud to loud. Remember, hands like a shelf. Lay the trumpet on the shelf. Parallel, you can add an angle to it. You want to play as high as you possibly can. Now, you're going to keep adding notes until you can't play anymore. Let's add a note. Now we'll be going to E. You think you can go up to an E? It's not that hard, is it? Do you think that you can go to an E? It's not that high, right? Yeah. Shelf. Horn. Did you notice something? Each time I start down on the low C, we went low C, G, low C, G, C, low C, G, C, E. Each time that you repeat it, you always start back on the low C. Getting to that high B flat is going to be quite an advanced move for most of you, but some of you may be able to get it. That was high C, doing the Roy Stevens palming, no pressure system. If you can get up to high C like that, and it was loud, you really have strong chops. You really have strong chops. Yeah. You want a half step increase in your range? 7 days, my friends. 7 days. Every day. Pretty cool, huh? So now I want to turn it over to you. So did you learn something? Are you actually going to try this technique? Are you actually going to try it for 7 days? If so, let me know in the comment section. Love to hear from you. Especially if you tried it for 7 days and you got that high range happening. The last word, if you want exclusive tutorials, lessons, and strategies that you can only get here, you gotta go to TrumpetSizzle.com. I have something that's gonna help you get better. Tutorials, lessons, DVDs, practice aids, practice devices, exercises. I'll see you in the next one.
All right, let's go on to some demonstration with some of the other instruments. What if you don't play trumpet? What if you play French horn? So for French horn, I'm going to hold it like this. Let me kind of back up a little bit. I'm going to hold it like this, and just, you can see how I'm holding it with my hands, just palming it. All right, let's see what we can do with trombone. All right, here's your euphonium, and I got one hand down here, and I'm not going to grip it. And actually, this is a baritone, and I got the other hand like this, so I'm not gripping anything like that. I'm not able to pull it in, and I'm just going to start on a lower note. Now this guy you're probably going to have to get a little bit more innovative with. This is too heavy. What is it, like 25 pounds almost, just to try to do what I did with the baritone, which was pretty light. If you could fashion a way to hang it, or with a little bit of rope from somewhere in your house, that would be great. If you have a tuba stand, I'm going to just maybe try to wing it and do it on my chair. Let's just see what happens. So I'm on a chair here. Now let's just see if I can just work it enough, just to show you that this can be done. So it's on the chair. I've got it lean like this, and I'm just going to keep it. I'm going to put my hands up here, so I'm really not going to use any pressure. Are the wheels turning right now? So this would actually be better if you had a tuba stand and you just bring your mouth up to it and don't even touch it. But you could see that I was using no pressure, just with the tips of my fingers.
Hey, this will be a discussion about brass embouchure and the differences in embouchure, and how even if you think you might have a bad embouchure, it can be overcome by strengthening your embouchure from all different kinds of directions. And I'm going to play some embouchures that are bad for me, and that typically for me I would not be able to play very well using these type of embouchures. Now, one thing to keep in mind, no one embouchure is really bad for an individual. And so what that really means is what might be bad for me and I sound horrible on might be really good for you. And so it depends on, if you look carefully, your lips, how long they are, how short they are, how narrow they are, how thick they are, how thin they are, your teeth, how much of an overbite you have, how much of an underbite you have, if they're crooked, if you're wearing braces, so if maybe you have a partial denture. So it can include a lot of different things, and also your bone and jaw structure. That's why I think that some brass coaches and teachers can do more harm to a student by forcing them into a particular embouchure. For example, the most common would be centered and a little bit more on the top lip. That seems to be, the most common, but not everybody is going to do well with that particular embouchure. The other thing that you should be aware of is that if you attempt to drastically change your embouchure, it seems like, in my experience and opinion, people that have done that end up really not faring any better. In fact, a lot of people get worse. So if you think a big drastic embouchure change is the answer, you're probably barking up the wrong tree. So let's look at some various embouchures. Here we can see. For me, I tend to play a little higher. So I guess you got your high player or high lip placement position. You got your medium or middle and your low. So those would be the different placements. So high would be, it's probably high. Now I can go higher, but that's probably close to where I normally would play. Now what happens if I wasn't playing that way and I was using an embouchure that was bad for me? Let's try something. Let's drop it way down. So I'm up here. Let's go on way down. Way down. Hear the difference in tone quality? But guess what? I'm still able to get the high C. I'm still able to play, but it doesn't sound that good, but I can still do it. Let's go maybe medium. So normally I play here. Let's go down just a little bit. Seemed like it noticeably flat on the high C. I think I was flat on the first one too, but so I'm still able to play. Now I'm gonna be tying this all into a huge point here. Okay, so now let's talk about angles. So I can use my normal embouchure here. What if I bring it up? Because I see people playing like this. Okay, it had a significant high angle to it. One of the most interesting embouchures I've ever seen is by Stan Mark, the famous lead trumpet player for Maynard Ferguson. I don't know how he can play the way he does. Take a look at it. It's like he puts the trumpet up straight, and then he comes up to the mouthpiece. You really got to watch him do it when he's playing live. It's very interesting. He's got the trumpet here, and then he'll come up. So the trumpet's actually straight out, but he's coming up at this angle. So now most of the embouchures that I'm showing you are ones that I really couldn't play on. In fact, if I was playing on them, I might be just like you are right now. If you have a particular question about your embouchure and that it's not working for you, well, if my trumpet teacher long ago had said you need to play like this, like Stan Mark, so I got the horn out, I'm coming into it like this. Well, I mean, if I was using that embouchure all along thinking that was how it was supposed to be, I would be having a lot of trouble, and I would be wanting to look at a video like this to change my embouchure or do something about it. So, okay, so now we had the upper angle like that. Did we do this one yet? Well, I think that's kind of like more like Stan Marks, isn't it? Yeah, it's more of a, he's coming into like that, but you can still go downwards. Okay, now what if you don't play center? A lot of us brass teachers want kids to be centered right smack dab in the middle of their lips. Unfortunately, our jaw structure and teeth and everything else might suggest otherwise. So here's me, I'm center now. I'm a little bit off center, I guess. It's kind of difficult to do this too while I'm playing, but I wanted to get the camera up close, and so I needed to be holding the camera. Okay, so here's kind of where I normally play. What if I didn't play centered? I played off. I can still get it. It's a little bit crackly. What if I go way over? What if I'm crazy and I go way over here? That's a real screwed up embouchure, isn't it? Okay, let me try playing the horn left-handed here and hold the camera this other way. So go back to center, or center for me.
let's move it over to the left a little bit. Let's just say I played a little bit off. Okay, that's kind of wacky, isn't it? But some people play in all these different positions. Now, no, I've never seen anybody really play out here. But what if we go over here? I'm going to go crazy. Look at that. All right. So you saw various positions from high to medium to low, mouthpiece placement. And of course, each one of those takes a different embouchure to be able to play, right? You saw me go over a little off center, way off center, back to center, off center this way, and way off. And then you saw the horn angles like this, and then down. So I basically covered just about any embouchure that a brass player could play with. Now, the point I'm trying to make in all of this is that there's one reason that I could go up to high C on all those angles, all those embouchures. Now, granted, you notice that the tone quality went way out the window on a lot of them. And obviously, that would mean that I wouldn't use that particular embouchure, right? But how am I able to do that? And if I wanted to, folks, I can switch my embouchure to any embouchure and start to get comfortable and familiar with it and let it sink in. It takes me about a week. And I'm able to do all of that because of an extreme amount of strength that I build up in the embouchure and the lips. So what is my real point to you brass players out there that are micromanaging yourself, that are being confused by too much worry and thinking, what's that analysis by paralysis kind of thing, overanalyzing everything. So my advice to you is, number one, you need to do something that will hit your embouchure from so many different directions that it almost won't even matter what embouchure that you use. I mean, you want to use the embouchure where you feel most comfortable, where you get the best sound, the best tone, and things just feel right. You don't want to use the embouchure that a teacher tells you to use and it feels horrible. It always seems bad. It seems like you're always struggling. Of course, you don't have any high range and your endurance is shot. But supposedly, quote unquote, that's the place where you should put it. Ideally, I like to have my students, my younger ones, start off with centered on the lips and slightly a little higher on your top lip. But sometimes that doesn't work for them, depending on what I see going on with them and, their teeth structure and other things in their lips. Sometimes we have to bring it back right down to the center and sometimes even go down a little bit lower. Sometimes the upstream player will not be an upstream player until he or she or their teacher figures that out. So if a student is not doing too well with the typical embouchure that I like to get them started on, well, I'll start playing with it. We might move their mouthpiece down and have more of the lower lip inside the cup. And if they do a lot better with that, then hey, why not? That's them. Why not let them do that? So you need to strengthen your chops, your embouchure, and your lips in many different directions. So what did we learn? We learned that not one particular embouchure is suited for everybody, and you may find that playing on an embouchure that supposedly does not look good to other players but works for you, that may be the embouchure that you need to be using. You got to play where it's comfortable, where you're sounding good, and if you're a little bit off center, and if the horn angle, like for Stan Mark, look, you got to Google him and watch him play. I mean, he's got an extreme angle that he's coming at. I don't know how he does it, but it works for him. And there's other people that play with the horn at an extreme up angle, and then there's people that play off the side of the center of their lips. So you got to find the sweet spot for you, not the sweet spot that your teacher thinks is for you. If the teacher thinks of a great embouchure position for you when you were younger and it worked, by all means, that teacher gave you great advice. If the teacher kept forcing you to stay in with a particular setup, but you are not doing that well, that's when you really need to start thinking
differently, and maybe there might be a different setup. For people, in fact, I want to thank Sharon for giving me an idea about this particular video. So for people who are concerned about bad embouchures and good embouchures, more mouthpiece pressure, less mouthpiece pressure, I really don't want you to be thinking about that if you're working with me and you're taking lessons from me or you're taking my course. What I want you to be doing is focusing on the 75 techniques, if you're involved in my course, that are going to hit this from so many different angles. In fact, now is a perfect time to plug my course, which you know I almost do in almost all my videos. Your embouchure and the muscles here in your lips need to be worked in so many different directions. And you know what that really does is it makes worrying about embouchure and everything else, angles and where your mouthpiece is hitting your lips, too high, too low, in the middle, off center, almost irrelevant, because once you develop chops of steel, you can pretty much play anywhere that you wanted. I demonstrated that, right? I mean, I took the angles all over my mouth and I was still able to get up to high C. You just probably heard a change in tone quality from either decent to bad. But still, I was able to do it, mainly because of this. So, you need, if you're concerned about your embouchure, lack of strength, or maybe you're using a bad embouchure, you're using excessive pressure, there's really only one answer, and you're going to have to come to the conclusion quickly by deferring to someone that knows what they're doing and has worked with a lot of people that would be like me or somebody else in my capacity. Or you can kind of go to the school of hard knocks and keep pounding away at the one method that you're using. Maybe you're not even using the method. Maybe you're just practicing all technique, Clark and Arbenz and other stuff and some warm-ups. Or maybe you are involved in a routine. Claude Gordon, only doing Claude Gordon. Or only doing the palming method with William Costello and Roy Stevens. Or only doing the isometric stuff of Carmine Caruso. So if you're pounding away at one routine and you don't want to change, yet you have embouchure problems, endurance problems, range problems, excessive mouthpiece pressure problems, and it doesn't matter if you're on trumpet or trombone or euphonium or French horn or any brass instrument, the mechanics and the approach is still the same basically. Well, you're going to find out through the school of hard knocks, if you keep insisting on working that one routine for your embouchure development, you're going to find out it doesn't work. It only takes you to a certain amount and you get stuck. So my advice is to go back and rewind this video and watch it again and think to yourself, how is he able to put that mouthpiece in all these wacky positions on his lip, up and down and all around, yet still be able to get a high C out on each one? If the answer comes to you that maybe I might have stumbled onto something that's very successful when it comes to embouchure development, then you really need to look at the item description below this video and go to my homepage, trumpetsizzle.com. And I'm mainly addressing people that have embouchure problems, that have problems with too much mouthpiece pressure, that maybe play off to the side or too high or too low, or maybe need to experiment. The 75 techniques in my course almost is an auto correction mechanism for minor embouchure problems. In other words, it's hard to go through all 75 techniques and get those down after 4 months and not have had some kind of shift in your embouchure. Your embouchure and your mouthpiece placement will shift during the 4 months. For some, slightly, and for some, noticeably, because you'll need to be able to accommodate those various techniques. And you just can't go through 75 different techniques in 4 months and not have a change take place here. You're going to have the musculature thicken and develop, but you're also going to have a change take place in the embouchure. So, if you don't recognize me by my lips, I'm Kurt Thompson. You may have thought this was somebody else the whole time, but I am Kurt Thompson, and I wanted you to get a close-up of my jaw, my lips, and hopefully got close enough on those different embouchures. So don't let embouchure scare you or wear you down. You focus instead on building embouchure strength from all kinds of angles and from my point of view, 75 techniques with the different angles that we're going to hit you at in your embouchure is just the holy grail to upper register and endurance improvement. Well, now that you got to know my lips really good and my embouchure, I'll see you in the next one. Take care. Bye-bye.
Today, you are going to learn how to play one whole step higher on the trumpet in 1 week. Sound unbelievable? This is installment 3, or trumpet lesson 3 in this series on how to play higher in 1 week. Let me give you this friendly warning. This is not going to be a tutorial, a trumpet lesson about long tones or lip slurs. Yeah, so I'm not going to give you that generic advice that you already know, or that you likely have already found on YouTube, or that you likely have heard from your trumpet instructor, especially if you're a trumpet major at some college or university. You're not going to get that here. You already know it, or it can be easily found on YouTube. Before I continue, please make sure to subscribe to this channel to get amazing and unusual trumpet lesson tutorials. By the way, also lessons for tuba, trombone, cornet, flugelhorn, French horn, baritone, euphonium. Yes, it's all here at Trumpet Sizzle. So subscribe right now and hit that little bell notification so you'll be alerted anytime I put up a new video. So if you've been following along and watching the other trumpet lessons in this series, you'll notice that each trumpet lesson said you could gain a half step in range in 1 week. But if you listen carefully at the beginning of this video, I told you you could gain an amazing 1 whole step in 1 week. You didn't miss here, and I wasn't fooling around. This particular trumpet lesson is going to focus on technique. Yes, a lot of brute strength is required to play skillfully in the upper register on the trumpet or any brass instrument. However, you cannot forget about technique. Technique is essential. Unfortunately, so many people are using the wrong technique to play and excel in the upper register of the trumpet or any brass instrument. Okay, I can hear you say, Kurt, get on with this. What is this amazing technique you keep referring to that will give me 1 whole step in 1 week? Okay, you ready for the technique? You ready? Are you ready? The technique I'm going to share with you right now is called lip roll-in. Roll-in. R-O-L-L-I-N. Lip roll-in. And it really amazes me how many people don't know about this and how many people don't do it. And for those who know about it, they still don't do it. I can't tell you how many times I've gone on YouTube to see people start their playing and not roll in. And it looks something like this. The lips are just like this. The horn comes up like this. And that's it. There's no rolling. So if I'm going to play in the upper register, it's going to go something like this. No rolling. And what you just heard right now sounded like total crap. Why? No rolling. But you heard at the beginning of this trumpet lesson video, I killed it.
on Sesame Street. Do you look like this when you play in the upper register of the trumpet? Watch the lips carefully. Let me actually roll in and show you the difference so you can hear it and see it. Want to see it again? Now, let me go ahead and apply that technique of rolling to playing the horn. Remember, this could be applied to tuba, trombone, French horn, baritone, euphonium, cornet, flugelhorn, E-flat cornet. I put the mouthpiece up to my lips. If I'm going to play low, I'm going to keep a low C setting, what I call a low C setting. It could be a low B-flat setting if you're playing a bass clef instrument. A low C setting. Jaws drop down low. More of a pooch in your lips. Not much roll in. Oh, it kind of probably looks like that in the mouthpiece. Oh, lips apart, teeth apart. With the roll in, a couple of things have to accompany this particular technique. The jaw needs to be up, not down like in the low C. Up, teeth almost touching. Lips up and rolled in. Rolled in. More extreme now. Extremely rolled in. If you can master this technique, you will be able to play one whole step higher in 1 week. Too good to be true? Again, this is not a trumpet lesson about building strength to gain 1/2 step in 1 week. It is a technique, and once you learn this technique, your range will go up 1 whole step. For those of you who are trying to count, that's 2 half steps in 1 week. Now here are 2 strategies that can help you gain this technique. Number 1, use a mirror. Yes, you heard right. Practice this technique in front of a mirror. Or maybe you can borrow your mom or sister's makeup mirror. You know, the little round one that flips around and one kind of magnifies and you can just set it on something? So use a mirror to see what's going on and try to shadow and mimic exactly what you saw me do in this video. You're going to roll in. Strategy number 2, get with a professional trumpet instructor who can show you this technique in person or via Skype. Okay, so did you learn something today? If you did, here's a reminder again to subscribe to this channel. There's a lot of amazing content and actionable material that you can use starting right today. Now I want to turn it over to you. Are you going to use this amazing trumpet lesson technique to skyrocket your range in 1 week?
Well, we're waiting.
If you're going to try this technique, could you let us know in the comment section below? And what would really be appreciated would be after 1 week of trying this technique, how did it go? Let everybody know in the comment section. You're just going to be helping other trumpet players and brass musicians when you do that. Again, leave a comment. This has been Kurt Thompson along with TrumpetSizzle.com. And by the way, if you want amazing tutorials, exercises, practice devices, and practice aids to help make you a better musician, a better brass musician, a better trumpet player, then you need to go to TrumpetSizzle.com. And the last word, at the end of this video, you're going to see my top rated trumpet lesson video on the top 2 reasons why you can't play high at the end of this video. Go ahead and click on it. It's one of the #1 rated trumpet lesson videos on YouTube. And you watch that video and you'll see why. You're going to learn something. This has been Trumpet Lesson 3, or the 3rd installment in the series on how to play your trumpet higher in 1 week by moi, Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one, my friend. Now a bonus one to really work the tongue. My tongue's about ready to fall out of my mouth right now, but dit tonguing. Anybody tell you about dit tonguing? D-I-T. Dit tonguing. I might splice this and make it a separate video just for people who already know the other stuff and just want to learn about the dit tonguing. Dit tonguing is about being unmusical but being physical. And it really puts a strong force and impact on your tongue, much more than normal single, double. And it's about putting the most force and impact on your tongue. You will definitely feel it on this one. You want to accent as harsh as you can and shorten up the note as you can together. And it's not about speed. In fact, if you go too fast on this, you'll actually miss the value of the technique. So you don't want to go too fast in the dit tonguing because you're going to miss the value. Another way to think about it is try to shove this through your mouthpiece. Jam your tongue right through the hole in your mouthpiece. That's what you want to be thinking. Like I said, it's not very musical, but boy, it sure impacts your tongue. Here we go. Dit tonguing, D-I-T. The reason it's called dit tonguing, it sounds like dit, 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 dit. Sounds just like that. Let me do it again. That took a lot of energy, and it really impacted my tongue quite a bit. Maybe almost as much as the other ones put together. Almost. So that's dit tonguing.
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson, and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
Okay, I'm going to share a little strategy that I've used over the years when I really want to develop extraordinary power and volume. And not all the time I really have to have that. But when I want to be doubly sure, when I really want to know that I don't care who the fuck shows up on the gig or who shows up, I'm going to be killing it. Okay? And that one technique that I use consistently to just totally kill it with a wall of sound. It's so simple. You probably already thought of it before. Want to take a wild guess what it is? Go on now. I'm not talking about long tones and lip trills and glissandos and Pete exercise and No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking a shift in how you practice, not what you practice. Just a little bit gives you the certain edge of power. Ready? Practicing outside. See, it was so simple, it was right in front of you the whole time. Of course, you don't want to practice outside all the time, and you can't. It might be raining or snowing or freezing. Guess what, folks? I have practiced out in 10-degree weather and colder. I practiced out in the rain in Seattle. I've practiced out underneath the Bay Bridge in San Francisco. I practiced at the water. You know, I practiced out my car window on hot and sunny days and cold nights, rainy nights. So the reason I do this is because there's, I can't explain the science behind it. Maybe it's because this huge acoustic environment, or non-acoustic environment that you're trying to fill up with your horn. Maybe that's part of it. But I'm here to tell you that if just a few times a week you spend an hour outside where you're unrestricted, this means you can't play somewhere where you're going to feel restricted and you can't play out. That's going to kind of quash this particular technique and way of playing. So you need to be somewhere where you can blow out. I remember when I was a senior, finishing up my senior year in high school, and I had a summer before I was going to start at Austin Peay State University, and there was a couple of cool solos. We did Everybody Loves the Blues, and I knew that the odds were very, very against me that I was going to get any solos as a freshman. And so I ended up practicing out, I would say out of a 7-day week, I spent 4 to 5 days at a farm, whom I didn't even know who owned the farm. There was just a farmhouse there in the middle of nowhere in Tennessee. This was in Hendersonville. It was god-awful hot. I would take my horn out there, and I had a Chevrolet Chevette, and at least an hour a day I would pop in my Maynard tunes, and I would just play as loud as I could with as much power, but still trying to sound good and still trying to be in tune, still trying to be accurate with a good tone, but I would just blow it out as much as I could without any restriction. And I'm here to tell you that when I started marching band season as a freshman, pimply-faced 18-year-old kid at Austin Peay State University, man, I came in there and killed, annihilated. I mean, I just played probably twice as loud. Ask anybody there. I mean, and guess who got the solo? I got the solo on Everybody Loves the Blues, so I achieved my goals, but I came in there almost overkill. I mean, I was just so powerful and loud. I mean, I could really just almost bury the marching band if I chose to at that point. Of course, I didn't know what the hell I was doing, but I did know, I just stumbled on this particular technique. So if you've been doing a lot of different things, let's say that you even took my course and you added 3 or 4 notes to your range. You can't stop there. I mean, I'm not stopping. So let's just say that you already got a good range and you're watching this tutorial because you're just killing time. You already got double G's and double A's and whatever. You're a super nice, lovable, likable guy or gal, and you get lots of gigs because of that. Plus you have the range and talent. You're watching this video because you're just killing time. Well, don't change anything except take yourself outside a couple times a week for an hour and just go through your pedal tones, your long tones, your lip slurs, your lip trills, your glissandos, some of your scales and tonguing exercises. Then practice a couple licks up an octave, or if you know a couple of Maynard or Doc or Bill Chase, Bud Brisboy licks or anything like that, then practice those outside. Give yourself an hour a couple times a week. I will guarantee you now, I'm not saying that maybe, I'm saying guaranteed, your sound and the power and the volume that you can pour. Wait a minute, this is kind of counterintuitive. This in the apartment, I have to use these because, man, I play so loud when I'm going for it. The power that's going to come out of this bell of your horn will increase. There's just no doubt about it. And if you don't even believe me, if you think I'm just blowing smoke up here, you know what? Try an experiment for 2 weeks. I'm talking to everybody here. For 2 weeks, pick 2 days out of the week where for an hour a day, could be at night or during the day, you're going to go outside somewhere. You got to find some place that you can go and just blow as loud as you want to and not have to worry about someone yelling at you or chasing you away. So here's your experiment. Take 2 weeks, 2 days per each week, 1 hour on each of those days, and just fill up this horn and just fill up the whole sky and the whole environment and the atmosphere with your sound. And you come back to me after 2 weeks of doing that and tell me that you didn't get anything out of that nothing changed. You're not going to be doing that. You're going to be coming back and you're going to be going, I was trying to prove you wrong, Kurt, but oh my God. When I go into the big band now that I play in my Monday night rehearsal, I have to hold back because I just have this wall of sound now that's just coming out the end of my bell. So there you have it. It's not exactly what you're practicing, because I have all that covered in a lot of other tutorials. It's how you're practicing. So if you practice in a little tiny stuffy room in a music store, you know those music stores, they have those little tiny, 40 square foot rooms. It's like a closet, just barely enough for you and a student to fit in, and it's just horrible. And it's all tiled in, it's all acoustic. Well, that is the opposite kissing cousin of this particular technique. I mean, really, you got to find yourself outside and be blowing, putting some power, even on the pedal tones. In fact, I did that earlier tonight. I spent 15 minutes working pedal tones from tier 1 all the way to tier 2. I skipped tier 3 and I went to tier 4. And outside, when I play my pedal tones, I want to hear them come back to me on the echo. Especially the tier 2 and tier 4. I played as loud as I could, and I want to hear that snap back from the reverberation, the echo, just from the environment. And I got it. So anyway, this is one technique that you need to highlight, and try. And once you try it and you become a believer, you need to dedicate once or twice a week. Twice is my preference, but at least once a week, let loose. Get outside. If you can go to a high school football stadium or a college and no one's there on that particular time, just let her rip. Once a week, twice is what I recommend. 2 days a week, 1 hour each time is what I recommend. But at the very least, if you can't do that, just once a week, blowing some steam out of the bell of this horn, and you are just going to be thanking me over and over and over again. All right. This again, highlight this tutorial. This one was high value for you. So no matter who you are, what you practice, if you're a classical person, if you're a commercial person, if you're a lead person, if you're just a strict jazzer, a la Chet Baker, Miles Davis kind of person, whatever, it doesn't really matter what you do. If you take this way of practicing, how I just recommended, you're going to up your game, and it's going to be almost instantaneously. 2 weeks, folks. Keep fighting a good fight, because I know that you will.
Subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
No, I'm not doing all that. But there are exceptions of amazingly technical players whose fingers are all over the place. So you got, basically I call this popsicle sticks, where your fingers, that's Maurice Andre, your fingers really, you got to watch them. His fingers are just all over. Then you got the claw. That's usually a lazy hand position. I call it the claw, it looks like the claw. You're kind of like this. Your hands barely, it's a lazy position. Your hands barely coming across. And then I'm trying to think of what other one, what might be. Well, this one's a bad one. This is another lazy ass way to play. Looks like that. Now, if you have to hold your hand in one arm because you're on a gig and you got to turn the page, which I've had to do many times, yeah, you don't have to be that extreme. I mean, I might be like that. But I've seen a lot of people that just constantly play like that. I don't know how they could ever get any speed playing like that. Pinky in here is going to slow down and make your third finger uneven. That's guaranteed. Don't believe me? Wiggle your hand. Just nice and free. See? Slow it down. Okay? That is just as though you're playing in their pinky. See my pinky floating around? Nothing's screwed around my third finger. Now check this out. Take your hand, grab your pinky as if it was in the little crook. Just bring it back just gently, and now try to wiggle your fingers. I'm trying my hardest. I can't get the third finger to move. The third finger is so closely attached to the pinky that you're going to screw yourself up when you have a lot of fast stuff to do, and you're not going to be even. So that's probably one of the worst ones right there is this. Thumb up here. And what are you going to do for a vibrato? I mean, I don't know. This is just a real shitty hand position.
Subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
That moment when you go, ah, I shouldn't have taken all those days off the horn. Now, we've all had that moment. Really, we all have had that. And then as you practice and kind of get back in the groove, the great stamina and the range and endurance and your tone and accuracy and sound just seems to be a little bit out of reach as you practice every day to get back to where you were. At some point, it dawns on you that you are back, but how long was it that it took you to get to that point? And that's the ambiguous, elusive part of when you take off from this instrument. It's very unforgiving. Unforgiving, let me give you an example. I've been so busy over the last week that I wasn't able to get to the gym, my 3 or 4 days a week. So it's been 5-6 days. I went to my same machines and weight workout routine thinking that I was going to be weak, not doing that well, not have a lot of energy. And because we're talking about large muscle groups, I've actually felt stronger. I had a hell of a workout. That's a week off. So what's the difference in taking a week off from running, walking, working out, Zumba, yoga, hiking, whatever it is that you do? And then you get back in the groove almost right away. But on this instrument, What is the difference? I am not a doctor or a scientist, although I play one on TV. But I suspect that it's because of the extremely small, fragile, and fine muscle fibers that are right here in our face that are a lot different than the big muscle groups of our legs and our back and our shoulders and our chest and our arms. So it's very, very weird about our embouchure and the fact that within 24 hours of not playing, it seems like the tone and the muscles tend to atrophy right away. You know that, right? Don't believe me? If you've been playing 3 or 4 hours a day and gigging several times a week, and you all of a sudden go to nothing for 3 days, try it. Your chops will just be like wet spaghetti. I mean, it'll just be like blah. I mean, my suspect is due to the fact that we have very, very small feather-like muscles around here, and not the huge, dense muscles of our shoulders, buttocks, legs, back, chest. And then I guess the most dense muscles are our abdomen and our calves. Those are the ones supposedly you could work out every day, and they're still going to get stronger. So this tutorial here is giving you a little bit of some inside information that can only come from a guy who's been looking at this stuff for decades. I know, not 1 year, not 5 years. You know, I've been playing longer than 5 years. I've been teaching. I've been looking at this stuff for maybe longer than some of you have been even on the planet. So I've come down to a ratio that you saw in the title, 3 to 1, 3 to 1, up to a certain point. What I figured out with my students and myself, it takes about 3 times whatever you took off to get back, up to about a month. After that, it changes. So maybe that didn't seem clear. Let's just give you an example. You're used to playing every day. You're used to practicing 2 to 3 hours a day, which is good for an advanced or professional player. Maybe you're in a rehearsal band once a week and you gig once or twice a week, or maybe once every other week. It doesn't matter, but you're used to playing a lot. You take off one complete day on your horn, and it just may take you 3 days to get back to where you were. A lot of times I do recommend that for myself and students, just to let this heal and let the muscles really get stronger and recuperate. Yes, you do have to do a graduated practice regimen for a couple days to get back to where you were, but you're going to be stronger, the way I have my students do it and the way I do it for myself. But so one day may not be the best example, but that is the ratio. One day off on the horn, and you got to take 3 days to get back to where you were. But now let's do a little bit more extreme. Let's do, you have a weekend jaunt with your girlfriend or your wife. Or if I'm talking to a female brass player, with your boyfriend or husband or partner. So you're going to be gone off the horn now for 3 days. What you're going to find is, now this is where the data really comes in. If you're used to playing a lot and your body's used to having a lot of practice, a lot of face time with the metal here, you will find that by taking 3 days off, in general, you're going to have to spend a good week to a week and a half, about 9 days, just to bring you back to where you were. So most of you don't know that, and so you get a little frustrated as you come back in a couple of days and you're going like, crap, I only took off 3 days, but I'm not even playing as good as I was last week. Oh, that's why. So you need to have that in mind. You need to go ahead and prepare for that. This summer is winding down in about another month, but maybe you have a week-long vacation with your family. And I know that's the case with some of my students. They're telling me, I don't know how I'm going to be able to practice every day, whatnot. So I give them the suggestions on how to do it, but the fact is, a lot of times you get distracted and you don't practice. So I'm here to tell you, you take off 1 week for the family vacation and don't touch this at all. I mean, nothing, zero. You're going to spend about 2.5 to 3 weeks just to get back to where you were. That's the sad fact, but you need to know that fact so you can prepare and just know, and that'll reduce your anxiety and frustration levels. Now, for all of us that fall into that parameter of a 3 to 1 ratio, you're always going to be able to cite the one exception. I remember reading, was it Roger Ingram's book, where he talks about that he traveled from, now it could be somebody other than Roger Ingram, I'm thinking Roger Ingram, but he moved from the East Coast, I believe, to the West Coast, and he wasn't able to practice. He said he did some mouthpiece buzzing or something like that. But he tells a tale about how he was off the horn for a week and started playing, and he just like, like he never fell off the horse. No problem, no nothing. He would be the exception if I'm quoting him correctly. Most of us would not be able to go a week without playing, and then all of a sudden, you're gigging, you're playing, you're teaching, you're doing all these things, you're practicing 3-4 hours a day. Most of us can't do that. He would be the exception. It's kind of funny. Here's a little bit of trivia that I found from one of Maynard Ferguson's interview. He tells a story about how people used to be amazed and in awe and wonderment. Wow, Maynard, you just show up to the gig and all of a sudden, I want 2, 2, 4, and then boom, he starts playing like, he's just killing it. And they're like, this guy is amazing. Maynard can show up on the gig and doesn't even have to warm up. Well, Maynard in one of his interviews says that he does warm up. He never just shows up to the bandstand with it, pulls his horn out of the case cold and plays. And he said his secret is he's usually warming up in the car, at least during this juncture when he was playing. He was warming up on his drive to the gig, or to the rehearsal, and he was all warmed up by the time he got there, so he didn't have to play but just a note or two, and then he went for it. So even Maynard, had to make sure that he was, warmed up and playing for a gig, and I suspect that if he took off a couple of weeks, he probably would feel it, and he would have to, definitely take some time to get back to the horn. So this is a very important tutorial, mainly for strategy, and mainly to reduce your stress, anxiety, and frustration. I mean, if you know in advance that if you go on that vacation, or if you're without the horn for 3 or 4 days, you just have to know it's going to take you triple the amount of time to get back to where you were before you stop the horn. That's very, very important data, folks. This tutorial, although it's free, I mean, it's priceless. It's gold in your pocket now that you know that. So let's carry it to extreme. You take off 2 weeks on the horn, expect to take, a month and a half, probably a month and a half to get back to where you were. You take off 3 weeks, it may very well take you 2 months to get back to right where you were. It doesn't mean that you can't play, and it doesn't mean that you can't go to some of your gigs or rehearsals. It's just you will not be firing on all cylinders like you were before you took off. I mean, 3 weeks without touching this? Hello? Man, your face is going to go to jello. I'm just here to tell you, if you don't believe it, I mean, it is. It's just going to go to jello. Now, what happens when you get to a month? Now, once we get to a month, the ratio changes. So the ratio of that 3-to-1 magic elixir does kind of stop around a month. So after a month, the ratio changes. It goes down. It might go to 2-to-1. You take off, let's just say you take off 6 weeks. It's not going to take you 18 weeks, to get back in the groove. Maybe it might take you 2 months or something like that. So this ratio is useful up until about 3 to 4 weeks of not being on the horn. And this is for all brass instruments. So you can use this ratio because most of us aren't going to take off a month. If you do that, that means something's probably gone pretty bad in your family or for your personal life. Maybe you were in an auto accident. Maybe you came down with some kind of disease or something. So something tragic or bad happened if you're taking off more than a month on the horn. For most of us, it tends to be 3 days up to about a week is very, very common. And so you can expect if you took off a week on this horn, you need 3 weeks to get back to where you were. So again, this is an important, this is absolutely gold in your pocket now that you know this. And I've known it for quite some time and have been telling my students about it. And I thought, well, why keep it a secret? I looked around online to find out if anybody had any message or tutorial or data or information about this, and it seems like nobody talks about this or even knows about it. Or I'm sure people have thought about it because you're frustrated when you're off the horn and you come back and just like your mouth is like jello and you just can't play. So there you have it. Now you know. Now you can prepare. If you're going to take off 3 days on the horn, you need a week and a half or 9 days to get back. Most commonly, if you have to take off a week, 7 days, give yourself 3 weeks to really get back to where you were. It's going to take that amount of time. And the other thing is, and this is probably a topic for a different tutorial, and there is a way to get back. If you've been playing 3 hours a day and you take off for a week, you just don't come right back in on 3 hours a day. You're really going to shoot yourself in the foot. So anyway, I hope you enjoyed and really appreciated the gold that's in your pocket now from this video. You know now that when you take off the horn more than a day, times that by 3, and that's the amount of time it's going to take you to get back to where you were before you took off on the horn. Now you know. I'm Kurt Thompson. I really hope that you enjoyed another great video from my channel, Your Brass Instructor. Of course, you could always go to trumpetsizzle.com and get involved in a plethora of programs that will really make the cream rise to the top in your own self and playing and your music education. And again, like I say, in some of the videos, you never have to take my word for it. There are just too many people reviewing and talking about my courses, giving an objective point of view on what happened to them after they studied with me and or went through one of my courses. It's right here on my channel, but it's also elsewhere online. So hope you enjoyed this tip
and tidbit of information for all brass players, and I'll catch you in the next one. Woo! Look at those chops, baby. That's what happens when you grind out some super duper power high notes. Hey, this is not a mystery. All you got to do is get involved in my 16-week upper register course for all brass. And starting for 2019, I have a very unique twist, financial twist. You can get involved for $21. Easy, right? If you would dream of playing like what you just heard, the power, the range, the technique, the accuracy, it's not a pie in the sky dream. It's attainable, but you have to get involved in my course. There's no other course on the planet at the moment anywhere that comes close to the success rate of my 16-week brass upper register course. Test me on that one. Try to find another course that even equals mine. You won't find it. I'm Kurt Thompson. Look in the description below. There will be a link. I hope to have you join me in 2019, and it feels amazing to be this strong and this powerful on this instrument. Happy New Year.
Hi, it's Kurt Thompson here. I just came out with a weekly version of my 20-week comeback player course. You got to check it out.
That I hadn't played for over 25 years. When I was playing in my early 20s, quite a bit, I did not know a lot of the things that Kurt has taught me. So there's upper register aspects of this that I am absolutely a school child learning how to do it. So I am definitely what I would call a work in progress. I'm getting there, but I'm not there yet. But I have really enjoyed it. Kurt is a terrific teacher, and I really encourage you to pony up and make the commitment to get better.
Comeback players. These are people who've been off the horn typically for longer than 10 years, or you could be maybe 2 years. But the typical people that come in that are comeback players have been off the horn for 10 years. And if you look at some of my comeback player reviews, as much as 50 years. Can you imagine that? 50 years of not touching this guy.
Hi, I'm Dr. Gerald Dowling. I just recently finished the upper register course with Kurt Thompson. I haven't played my horn in 50 years. Enjoy making music. I would highly recommend Kurt. If you are younger, at any level, whether you be in school, whether you're at the university, whether or not you're professional, or you, like me, just enjoy music, give Kurt a try. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
Now, not all comeback players are retired, and not all comeback players are on a fixed income or just surviving on Social Security. But many of you are. Many of you watching this video right now have already seen my other comeback video promos, but threw your hands up in the air knowing that you're on a fixed income and you just didn't have the tuition to start the Comeback Player course, and the tuition starts at $400. Now, there's a $24 weekly Comeback Player course. It's the same course divided into weeks. You just pay as you go. You pay, you take the course, you like it, then you pay again for the next week, and you keep going through the course like that. Perfect for the skeptic.
And if you're a trumpet player who'd like to get back in gear, you could do nothing better than taking Kurt's Comeback Player course. So I really recommend that you check it out and take lessons with Kurt. He's a terrific guy. He's a great teacher. He really cares about his students. And what more could you ask for in a teacher? So Dave Aronson signing off, and thanks again for everything, Kurt.
And speaking of being skeptical, are you? Are you doubting that taking courses online or via digital video downloads and things like that could actually help you out? Well, if you are actually a skeptic, this is perfect. You only pay each week, my friend. You send in your $24, you take the weekly lesson, you like it, you get better, and you send in your $24 for the next week. And that's the way it goes. Anytime that you don't like it, anytime that you want to quit, anytime you don't think it's worth it, all you do is you just cancel your subscription. It's that easy. You invest your money and you like it and you get good results, or you cancel. Perfect for the skeptical musician.
Kurt's program has given me the ability to do that. He's helped me improve my playing, but even more importantly, he's helped me improve my enjoyment in playing, because I'm not focusing so hard on whether or not I can play a note. Now I'm looking more at how do I play that note. So again, do I highly recommend Kurt's upper register program? You bet I do. Thank you, Kurt, for what you've done for my playing ability and my playing enjoyment. And folks, I want to thank you a lot for watching. Now be well.
I'm a comeback player, and I just completed Kurt Thompson's 16-week upper register and endurance course, and it was really great. But actually, I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about Kurt and his brand new course, the Ultra Comeback Player course. I think it would be perfect for any comeback player, regardless of their goal. In my case, I'd like to be playing back in a rock group, Latin group, or a jazz band, but a player who's just interested in playing for their own enjoyment, wants to make progress, or they want to join a community orchestra. I think it's the perfect structure to get you back into it in the right way.
In the right way? Hold on a second, Derek. Let me interrupt here just for a second. Yeah, that's actually the biggest problem for comeback players. Doing things in the right way. And that's why I developed this course. Are you studying with a local trumpet or brass instructor? Maybe you are. And is that person relatively young? Maybe just out of college, or maybe they are in college? Yeah. Okay. And are you probably playing, $30, $40 a week? Yeah, that's probably, so I bet I got all those right. Now you have to ask yourself a question. How much teaching experience does little Johnny, who's 23 years old, from your local university or community college, how much experience does he have teaching? Ask yourself that question. How much could he possibly have if he's 23 years old? 1 year? 2 years? The second question is, how many comeback players has he specialized in teaching during that 1 or 2 years? That's one of your biggest problems right there. The second biggest problem is going to the big university and taking from the trumpet guru there. Ask yourself this question. The guy with the master's or doctorate degree in music that's the trumpet professor, how many years of experience does he have teaching comeback players? Now maybe here's where you might think that I'm wrong, and you're right. You might think that he has a ton because maybe he's 50 or 60 years of age. But you're wrong. Who is he teaching? He's teaching pimply-faced 17 and 18-year-old kids coming into the college. Hello? He or she at your university, despite the suffixes after their name, is not teaching comeback players. And if they are, it's just a 1 or 2% part of what they teach. Think about it. They're at the college. They're teaching kids. That's all they do. That's all they've been doing is teaching music majors, trumpet majors, trombone majors. They're not teaching comeback players, and they're not equipped, and they don't have the experience to teach you, the comeback player. Another mistake, another problem, doing things in the right way is just dusting off all your old books from high school band or college. Maybe you have the Arvins, maybe you're going through your fight song and trying to rehash all that stuff. That's a failed policy for comeback players. It seems to be the number one policy. Get out your old stuff, and or protocol might be a better way, a better word for that, and just go to town. Get things back the way they were back in, when you were 18 years old. Or back when you were 22 or whatever it was. That's one of the worst things that you could do. You are not 18, you are not 20, and you haven't been playing the last 5, 8, 10 years straight like you were back then. It's been years, decades. You can't do it that way. You'll crash and burn. Or maybe you've actually been crashing and burning right now as you listen to the sound of my voice. All right, Derek, let you continue now.
And start feeling confident about yourself and enjoying the whole process. So I highly recommend you give Kurt a call, check out the course, and good luck to you getting back into playing again.
You've been thinking about it. You've been on the forums. Maybe you're taking lessons locally. And maybe you've watched lots of YouTube videos and you're thinking about it. But let me tell you, my friend, you keep thinking about it and you're going to spin your wheels. Just get on that treadmill. You're not going anywhere fast. You need to stop thinking about it, pull the trigger, and take action. And now, with this new release, and it is a new release, there has never been a weekly comeback player version of my course until right now, summer of 2019. You absolutely have no excuse not to try this. Try 1 week. Try 2 weeks. You have no excuse. And to sit there and to stare at your TV or stare outside your window and look down at your instrument or go to rehearsal and really suck it, and to have not taken advantage of this amazing course. What are all these people talking about? They're talking about this course, but they plunked down the big bank account to get started. There wasn't a weekly course available for the people that you saw just right now. But now there is a weekly course. You have no excuses, my brass playing friend. You want to get better. You want to get back in the game, maybe even better than you were before. You got to get involved in this course now. Now is the time to take action. Think now, think smart, and get involved. I'm Kurt Thompson. There should be some links for you to click. If not, look down in the description, click that. And easy way to get started on getting better and feeling a lot more confident about who you are and your instrument. So long for now. Bye-bye.
If I had to choose one thing to really explode my progress on any brass instrument, especially during this time where we're all kind of stuck at home, you're not at school, you're not in your rehearsals, you're not in your ensembles, I have one thing that I would recommend that you could do right now: the sizzle pull. The sizzle pull. Is the logical evolution of the Pete. For many of you that have, let me get out of the way so you can really see it clearly. There we go, should come into focus a little bit better. For many of you who have the Pete, this is the evolution of the Pete. It does everything that the Pete does and a lot more. It's like the Pete on steroids. It has another, 10, 15, 20 variations that you can use. It's solid metal. It has some cushion beads on it, not to tear up the inside of your mouth. This is the sizzle pull. You can get this along with a tutorial for it. If you didn't want to embark on the best #1 rated amateur improvement program in the world, which is my 16-week brass upper register course, the new revised one, if you're not ready to take on that and tackle that, which actually that's the one that you should really be doing. But if you just wanted to try something that's easy, not going to take a lot of time, but will give you almost instant results over anything else that you could try. I mean, I've looked at everything that is out there, anything that you can buy anywhere, this will do it, the sizzle pull. The sizzle pull.